There we are. 1, 2, 3, and move that over there. And I think we're gonna go. There we go. Okay. 3 test. Okay. Good deal. All right. Hey everybody. Hope you guys are all having a good day here. Sorry, Loki's running around a little bit at the moment. He's really excited about all this stuff. Let me make sure. Nah, the quality seems to be good enough right now. Let's head right over to Bitcoin. Hope you guys are all having a good day here. Hey, my backpack though. I know, right? Definitely been an interesting day. Loki says hello. He's very, very excited for some reason, so I'm watching him. You okay? Good? All right. What I'm going to do very fast is just pour myself a cup of coffee. I figured this was going to be a late night, so I made myself a very hefty cup of coffee for us. Let's see. And there we go. And wipe down a little bit of a coffee mess that I made over here. Not much, but enough for me to want to wipe it down. There we go. Alrighty. Hey Tony. Hey Codes. Hope you guys are doing well. Kindly, excuse me, and Sushi Sniper. Let's see. There you go. I know I was actually gonna go live around 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock tonight, but I was just fell out of sleep. My sleep schedule has turned into a nightmare, so I'm trying my best to get it all figured out. But basically, if I stream while I'm very tired, I don't even want to do it because I just get cranky and get pissed off at everybody. Because typically what happens is somebody will ask a question about some type of token, right? And then I'll talk about it. And then somebody who new will come to the stream not knowing that I've already answered the question, then start asking it more and more and more. So it's going to get to the point where basically if I have already answered it throughout part of the day, and I feel like I've talked about it more recently enough where you can just rewind it or something, I'm just going to ignore that question and they're going to have to figure that out. There you go. And anyway, yeah, I put out a video a little bit earlier today. I don't have everything set up at this moment in time. So let me go over here to CNBC. Let me go over here to coinmarketcap.com. Go over here to ARK. And then, of course, go over here to YouTube so I can show you what I'm talking about. Let me squint this down. Ow. All right. So there we go here. So this morning when I was outside with Loki, we were talking about the first dip that happened earlier today. And I put out this video that said, this Bitcoin dip feels different. Here's my plan. And basically I was buying this previous dip down here, but I was basically keeping a little bit of extra powder because what my issue is with Bitcoin right now is, we've talked about this a little bit, I guess, is I'm not too concerned about some massive crash that takes us all the way back down to $40,000, something like that. I know there's different opinions out there, and then I was, you guys were telling me about Tame the Ark and his plan to buy, I guess, at $40,000 in the next, like, what, 20 days or something like that. Seems a little too fast for me, but regardless of that, right now, Bitcoin's not necessarily going up enough to justify all of these larger moves. For example, this type of move where Bitcoin goes shooting up, let's say 36% in a week, and then it proceeds to come crashing down about 14% or $10,000, that makes sense. That I can live with. But what's been happening here is these dips there's not really much movement in between the dips, which is getting like more annoying. It's kind of like a grinding, we're grinding too much and getting hit for every time we try to grind here. So all I'm doing right now is just basically sitting on some powder and waiting for another move. Today is Thursday, so we will be adding in a little bit for our long-term portfolio here. We'll see if we're able to buy some good prices or if everything's going to start going back up. Right now, if I go over here to the daily chart, you'll definitely see Bitcoin coming back down. This is where the danger kind of comes into play. What happens later on today and tomorrow as we try to come into contact with the 20-day moving average. I'm not excited about testing that out. However, you know, Ethereum, same type of thing right now. Solana, still moving up a little bit. ADA is doing fine. Well, it's more sideways. This one could actually fall off a little bit more. Dogecoin is coming down a little bit after having a nice day yesterday. AMP is coming back down. Ape tokens coming back down a little bit here. So pretty much everything's coming down a little bit. And even some of these things that had breakouts, they might have hit some short-term price targets, but they really fell down afterwards. Arbitrum's been having a tough week trying to get some momentum on its side. XRP, after the breakout, still coming back down here. A lot of other plays are still coming down. They're really the only ones that really worked out today. Sorry guys, I'm tired. Some of the few ones that actually worked out pretty well today were like, you know, the WIF token, you know, the meme tokens. They did okay. WIF is still going higher and higher and higher despite the moves we saw today. WIF is still going higher. Although it is being affected by Bitcoin's prices, the buying power seems to be there to push it more and more and more up. Miro is one of those things that also started to go up over the last few days. There we go. Well, I guess it's come back down a little bit. This is a 4-hour chart here, so you're not going to be able to see everything, but came back up and it looks like it's come back down a little bit. So you're seeing a lot of bleeding in the water so far. This bleeding is an opportunity I'm going to take to buy up some cryptocurrency today, and hopefully it ends up working out for us a little bit more. But right now stuff is only about 4, 5, 6% down. Not too crazy, I would say, especially after yesterday and today. That's where you start to see how big of a move this was. So over the last 2 days, Ape token is down. Let's get rid of all this technicals here. There you go. Ape token is down 23% if you go from the highs. If you just start from yesterday, though, it's down about 14% at one point. Now it's only down about 10%. So what I'm going to do is a little bit later on, I'm just going to start adding into some positions here. Maybe just some of the AI ones. And then from there, I'll add a little bit more to Bitcoin, a little bit more to Ethereum. Our long-term portfolio went from being up $100 to being up $4. That's more of a long-term portfolio type of thing here. And that's because some things like Big Time we bought, that one's come down quite a bit. Actually, Big Time is a large part of the losses because I put a larger position on that one to see what would happen. Ocean is down a little bit. And Ethereum is down quite a bit. And same with Arbitrum. Is there anything else really? So it's really just Ethereum bringing us down right now. Ethereum, Big Time, and Ocean. Everything else actually is doing okay. Alright, so that's fine. There we go. Back over here, the Bitcoin 15-minute chart. Those next levels of support that you're looking for, we did manage to break down below them a little bit here. So you'll see right there, we broke down below there just like we did over here. It's still managing to hold, but man, I don't know. I typically don't like this type of nasty move where we break all the way through, then we just come back up. I'm not a fan of that one. So I'm looking at the range of around $65,000. If we can hold that support, I'll be pretty happy to see what comes next. Unfortunately, because of the moves we're seeing right now, we are going to have our first death cross on the 4-hour chart in quite a bit of time between the 20 moving average and the 50. Last time it happened wasn't the most terrible thing, honestly, but this doesn't feel as overbought as being all the way up here and having these massive drops time after time after time. So that being said, a lot of what we're doing today is basically just patiently watching to see what happens next with Bitcoin, and then seeing if we can try to find some way to get out of this through some type of reversal, right? So 5-minute chart. Oh, I should probably mention this as well. All the oscillators just went negative today, which is not a good sign. Weekly chart, we're okay so far. We're fine. The daily chart, though, everything is turning bearish. The 4-hour chart, obviously, everything was bearish for the last few minutes, right, as we started dropping down right here. And then 2-hour chart, bearish, mixed. Yeah, 1 hour has been bearish for a while here, and then it got a little bullish, and then all of a sudden it started to drop again. So be careful if you guys are looking to swing trade in this market. You typically want to wait for this to settle down just a tad. And of course, this Bitcoin chart looks so freaking weird because these are some larger moves compared to the normal volatility we see up here. This might be something we normally see, but if you want to zoom out a little bit more, it just takes up so much more space. So it's going to look kind of funny for a while. So I might actually just go to the 15-minute chart and have it slowed down just a tad. There we go. And hey, Richard, happy to see you, my man. 4:40 a.m. here in Stockholm. Oh, that's really, really early. And hey, Paula G, Sivas, hope you guys are all doing well. And hey, Hartman, typical liquidation grabs. I know this is still an opportunity for me to buy as far as I'm concerned. But the big thing here is, will it be dipping much more? And that's why I'm pretty much just like waiting to see what happens. Because typically, let me go over here very fast. So I have to keep zooming out all the time. Typically, when we see these bearish moves start to pop up, my big concern is that not that we like bounce off of the 20 or something like that. It's just that we break down below the 20-day moving average. Typically, when we do this, there's a lot of volatility involved. Now, this was all during the spot ETF news and stuff like that. But usually, there's a lot more volatility. There's some violent moves involved. And those violent moves can be devastating to day traders. I'm not even going to try to day trade this market until it calms down just a little bit, especially because typically I'd be going long right now, not really short because of the way the market's been moving. And I don't feel like with the daily charts now going into negative territory, there's much room for me and my strategies to start doing some longing, unless it was some type of scalp or something. And even there, I'm still on the fence here just because of what's been going on. So what I did today also is I put on back on liquidation. What do you want to call it? Liquidation volume, perhaps, where you guys can see that there's some heavy buyers coming into the market right now, also some heavy sellers. But there's pretty much a battle going on to see how much further they can get Bitcoin down. For me right now, I'm not going to buy Bitcoin. I already bought some earlier today. I'm going to be buying altcoins today, but I'm not going to be necessarily buying too much Bitcoin. I want to see, and this is a risk on my part because it hasn't worked out in our favor in a while. Remember, we had a big dump right here, proceeded to just go skyrocketing. I'm going to give this a chance to see what happens if we move down. And the only reason I'm doing that is just because before over here, there wasn't really a threat of a death cross coming over. In this example right here, there's definitely a threat of a death cross happening sometime tomorrow or Saturday, which could lead us possibly going all the way back down here to $61,000. And that's where I'm hoping I can get a good opportunity to buy. But before that, we have to come back over here towards 65 during this support. I'm hoping we can do, hoping we can make it down to 60 because I'd love to get some good opportunities, but I don't know if we will, so we'll be watching all that. See, in a car. As far as meme coins, they're pretty much doing the same thing except for whiffs. Nothing incredibly special today, of course. So Pepe, weekly chart's important here. It's still doing fantastic things. It's still good. Oh, there was an ambulance passing by on the main street, and there were coyotes that were harmonizing to it, so it threw me off for a second. All right, so Pepe broke out. It did go higher here. It looks like Bitcoin killed the momentum, unfortunately. And of course here, it looks like it may actually be looking at another death cross happening sometime on the 4-hour chart, sometime tomorrow. I might anticipate this coming back down here towards, what, 78,555 levels, or just the dip we saw back over here around Tuesday, March 12th, which is just a couple days ago. So nothing terrible as far as Pepe is concerned because it's been rallying so much higher. Typically in these types of scenarios, I'm just going to be using them to buy up more. These types of moves are not sell moves, right? They're just buy moves, but you want to get the best bang for your buck when you buy, and that's typically what I'm trying to do here. And it definitely is a little bit more difficult just because of everything going on. So let's put this over here. Let's open it up like that. And we can wait to see if we actually do have a prolonged upward move. And for now, guys, let's just add a little bit to the positions here. So what I want to buy a little bit more of at this point in time is going to be Ethereum. I just want to buy another $50 worth of Ethereum here, even though it might come down a little bit lower. I just want to get a better average because right now our average is right over here. It popped up, we made some money, now it's down, now we're not making money. So let me go over here and do actually let me do a 25 addition right there. And the reason I'm doing that is just in case it comes down more, I want to be able to buy more. As far as Bitcoin's concerned, Bitcoin is still positive from when we bought. Let's just add on another $25 here as well. Nice little 2x long. So I do $50 then. Can't tell if it went through or not. There you go. Okay, it went through. Now, a couple of things that we were talking about last time was going to be Fetch AI. This one's come down a little bit over the last few days. Might come down a little bit more. Yeah. But just in case, let's go over here to a 2x leverage. And let's open up a $20 position here. And then the other one we're going to talk about is, there's a few of them. Ajax is probably the other one. And let's not do 25x leverage. That'd be insane. 2x leverage with a good $25 buy in here. Go long. And then really, what is actually going bad right now for a lot of this stuff? Like, is there anything really good today? Front is up 35%. ID token is up 20%. WIF is up 16 and so forth. Near is up 5. You flip it around a little bit more, but then you're seeing stuff like BSV and Hi-Fi down 17, 15%. Looks is down 13%. Do I already have Looks though? That's the question. Now I have lever. So it looks like it's been coming down quite a bit. I may take an opportunity to buy a little bit here. It's around 13 cents. That's not bad. So let's add a $20 position there. I like to buy stuff that's been coming down a lot in these types of environments, especially because it's been going up for a while. But it went all the way up here, 128%. Now it's probably crashed. How much since then? 25%? Yeah, that's a good opportunity to buy. Hopefully I get a good price there. Now, anything else that I want to double down into? Actually, you know, I do want to double down into Reef here. It's currently up 44% since the time we bought it. Let me see. It's down 11% today. So maybe I'll average up just a little bit here. And I'll just make it a $10 average up. I won't go too crazy with it. Just because of... it might come down a little bit more here. Yeah, and you can see how that little move averaged up quite a bit. Now, Ocean, I do want to buy a little bit more of this. For that, I'll make it a $15 buy in here. Now we're going to be talking about averaging down quite a bit since we bought over here, but this is a long-term account, so we're obviously going to be having some averaging up and averaging down. Excuse me. There you go. Move that one a little bit down. And for now, what's the other one that we wanted to go into? Let's see. Theta, RLC. RLC, I think was the other one. How's this one looking? Kind of sideways. Oh, do I already have a position in this? I do. Do I need to add more? I don't think I do at this point. Maybe if it drops down a little bit more. And that'll be fine for now. We'll add a little bit more here, but since we're kind of looking at a volatile market, I may be able to find a little bit cheaper prices here. Although pretty soon I think Bitcoin is trying to go back up here. So we might actually see a nice little pop. Who knows if it's going to lead to another lower low, or if we're going to have some way of breaking this high over here, then trying to go all the way back up towards 73,600. Seems to be a tall order, as you guys might have imagined at this point. But we've seen some wild stuff here as far as these markets have been concerned. So it's just going to look kind of funky, though. And yeah, it just feels like... I don't know why. TradingView did an update or something, I believe, and it's been really messing up with how I have my charts on my computer, so everything feels a little bit off to me. Like, you see all this gray space down here? I'm not used to seeing that, but I haven't been able to move it down a little bit more. Oh, it goes down a little bit more here. That makes it a little bit easier. A little bit better, yeah. The Coyote Ambulance Harmony sounds sweet. Thank you so much for the Pepe update. I think I'm just going to hold. Yeah, I mean, for most of you guys out there, holding is going to be your best bet. I think right now the people that are selling are those who did some swing trades and their stop losses are getting hit, or they've done some day trades and their stop losses are getting hit. You know, I think the thing that's the most difficult about me doing these streams is that typically people, when they buy, they don't necessarily have a plan, and that plan, you know, that lack of a plan causes immense stress at moments like this where you're like, should I sell? Should I buy? What should I be doing? Because you didn't know if you were going to sell already or buy already and stuff like that. So just make sure no matter what you guys are doing, you have that plan, and it makes moments like this okay. Like I said, I bought a little bit of crypto back over here. I think it was actually over here. I don't think it was actually all the way at the bottom yet. Actually, it might have been over here. 845. Yeah, it might have actually been over here before this dip. So, you know, and I told you guys, I'm not buying a lot, but I am going to be buying a little bit. Bought some altcoins up, bought a little bit of Bitcoin, and I just said, hey, I'm going to hold a little bit more powder just because something about this dip doesn't feel right. And right now, again, for those of you guys just joining in, the part of the dip that I just don't like is not the dip itself. These dips have been happening for, you know, a few weeks now. But usually when we do have some of these larger dips where things get a little bit nastier, it's after Bitcoin has really nice larger moves. Larger moves, you can have these dips. Right now, you know, these dips happening so frequently every few days when Bitcoin hasn't had a large move, while I've been buying them, and of course we've been going sky high afterwards, not even sky high, just another move up, I've just been like, something feels a little bit off about this. And that's why today I wasn't expecting a dip. I thought if you go over here to the hourly chart, you know, we're consolidating. We might have a breakout and go a little bit higher. And in fact, it looks like at 12 a.m. Tonight, you know, this morning, we actually did make another high, and then we proceeded to get knocked back down. you know, we're facing a little bit too much resistance here. We should be able to break out above and go back up towards $74,000. Right up here. 75 was where a lot of that resistance is. Right now, this is more of a seller's thing to me than a buyer's thing. Get back over here. There we go. We can watch Bitcoin like this and see if it does go much lower. I'll make this into an auto mode for us. Yeah, there we go. So far in the last like 4 or 5 hours, guys, coins are definitely down, but to kind of get a realistic view of what's happening over the last 24 hours, I think this is probably going to be the best way to go about it. So, let me see. I made a tutorial for you guys today, and I've been trying to fix things up, but it's just getting very difficult because my OBS software is glitching up a storm. At least I was able to move this one. My other one, I was still am not able to move it. So let me get rid of this very fast. All right. Or in fact, let me just move my head over here. That makes it a little bit easier so you guys can still see me. I'll shrink this down a little bit. There we go. So in the last 24 hours, Bitcoin's down 7.46%, Ethereum's down 7%, BNB's down 6%, Solana's up 4%, XRP is down 7%, ADA is up 5%, Dogecoin is down 8%, AVAX is down 2%, SHIB is down 12%, Polkadot is down 4%, Tron is down 7%, and so forth here. Really, the big thing is if I go over here to the top 24, we do have some stuff moving. Like Dogwoof Hat is up 15%. ZRX is up 16%. Near Protocol is up 6%. Solana's up 4%. And we got a few smaller ones over here up a little bit more. Even World Token is up a little bit over the last 24 hours. You flip that around though. Bitcoin SV, Rune, MNT, Celestia, Stark, SHIB, Kronos. Those are all having very, very rough days here. So just keep that in mind. It's probably going to look even more ugly if you guys look at what's happening on the second 100, you know? So just be aware of it. I wanted to see what was happening with Grayscale and some of the other ETFs today, though. So did BlackRock sell anything or not? So Bitcoin. So BlackRock didn't do much today. I'm looking at outflows. Everything is like 14 hours ago, 2,000. 3 days ago, they haven't really been buying or selling much Bitcoin here. Yeah, today not really much going on. Yesterday a little bit, so that's kind of nice to see. Now let's go over here to Fidelity. Was Fidelity doing anything? Fidelity was buying today a little bit, but they were buying. So that's good to see there. And then finally, we'll just go over here to ARK Invest and then see how that one was. And also, so ARK Invest, they bought a small amount. Looks like, but it might have ended up just, yeah, they ended up buying a little bit more than they sold today. Okay, so one of the things I think we should talk about right now is that there was inflation data that came out, and that inflation data was not good. Now, you know, we could say that this move happened over here, you know, in the early morning, right? Things really started to kick off in a bad way once we started getting some of those economic data. Some of the economic data that came out this morning, and you saw Bitcoin kind of accelerate during that process. It was more related to inflation, and it looks like higher for longer is definitely going to be in the works. I don't think he's going to raise rates, but inflation is not in a good spot right now. And they kept on saying it was going to get better. The stickiness was only going to be for a few months, and we would break down below it. But if I go over here to CNBC, Adobe shares slipped 10% on soft sales forecast. This week provided a reminder that inflation isn't going away anytime soon. Wall Street isn't pleased that Kevin Plank is returning as Under Armour CEO. Shares plunged 12%. Holy moly. Okay, so let's go over here. Maybe this will kind of show you what's going on here. Then we can take a look at the dollar index and so forth. I do have a couple cigars I want to smoke tonight, but for now I'm just going to sip on some coffee. Then after I'm done talking about this stuff, we'll pop open the cigars and I'll show you guys what I'm smoking. Coffee. Ooh, there's no sugar in it, so it's just kind of black. I don't mind black coffee, but sometimes I want something else. All right. From consumer and wholesale prices to no longer term public expectations, reports this week served up multiple reminders that inflation isn't going away anytime soon. So, Anytime soon. Okay. Data across the board showed pressures increasing at a faster than expected pace, causing concern that inflation could be more durable than policymakers had anticipated. The bad news began Monday when a New York Federal Reserve survey showed that consumer expectations over the longer term had accelerated in February. It continued Tuesday with news that the consumer prices rose 3.2% from a year ago, and then accumulated Thursday with a release indicating that pipeline pressures at the wholesale level are also heating up. Right, so things as a whole are just starting to get a little bit more expensive. Those reports will provide a lot for the Fed to think about when it comes to when it convenes Tuesday for a two-day policy meeting where it will decide on the current level of interest rates and offer an updated look on where it sees things heading in the long term. If the data keeps rolling in like this, it becomes increasingly difficult to justify a preemptive rate cut, wrote Stephen Blitz, chief U.S. economist at T.S. Lombard. Taken together, the numbers show the great disinflation has stalled and looks to be reversing. I would say the reversing is going to be the big thing there. Now, if we go back over here, let's maybe check out a 4-hour chart. And dollar index, right? So today, if I can find out, well, let's just go to the daily chart. You'll notice that we kind of had a big move here. We had been breaking down for a while and trying to come back down. All of a sudden, because of this inflation data, we're peaking back up here. Ultimately, I think the dollar should eventually continue going down. We're in this massive channel right now on the weekly charts. But what could happen here, I stress could, is that we could be looking at a breakout sometime by the summertime. And if that occurs, that means the dollar will start to go back up over here, back up to 106. I doubt it'll be justifiable for it to go above that level. That seems kind of crazy, at least at this point. Maybe it won't be crazy in a few months. But at this point in time, it looks like we're going to come back over here in the next few weeks to retest this and then most likely get knocked back down. But if inflation continues to remain sticky and we're not able to fix it, it should break out and start to consolidate and do its other moves where we have a lot, we have a higher opportunity of going much, much higher up towards like 106, 107 levels, which again, isn't necessarily the worst thing. You can see all this stuff happening with the dollar index right now throughout this entire time since, October, right? Bitcoin has been going sky high and the dollar has been going generally down, but not necessarily just screaming downwards as you might imagine. All right, back over here to the 15. So it does look like a little bit of inflation is having an impact here. All right, let me pull out a cigar so I can smoke something. Alma Fuerte. Not entirely sure about this one. This one was like damaged on the way over to me, so it's not the best structure. But from what I understand, these cigars are pretty good. I've had other versions of this cigar which I really enjoy. This one though, I have no idea. It was very much damaged during transport. There you go. Yeah. Hopefully this turns out good. There we go. That's one of those small lip things, so it takes a little bit of a different approach to lighting it. Mm. It tastes good and it has one of those very good draws. Oh yeah, okay. I have to get used to that flavor though. It's probably not my favorite flavor. Hey Matthew, what state do I live in? I'm in Washington. Dollar is dying, acceptance is slow. Oh yeah, but right now we're not even too concerned about the dollar as a whole. Like, you know, that process of people just moving over to cryptocurrency. But just for what's happening over these past few days, it seems like inflation is having a large impact on where prices are going. Jesus, excuse me, guys. I would say that if you back up again, daily charts here. This is Bitcoin, of course, right? If we go over here to the SPY and Dow Jones, right? Dow Jones has been coming back down. The Dow has been going sideways for a while. The NASDAQ has been going sideways for a while. The SPY's been grinding a little bit higher here. So the SPY is really the only thing that's actually making some moves. Let's go over here to Apple. Yeah, Apple's not looking so hot. It's at a support level right now. AMD not looking so hot, having coming down quite a bit here. Amazon looks okay. That's actually pretty nice. Algo coming back down a little bit. Bank of America, well, the banks don't really matter in the scheme of things. Is Disney still trimming on here. Google, a lot of sideways action, but the fact that it's having a breakout right now is pretty nice news. Home Depot, Intel. Oh, Intel, what happened to Intel? It's really been slugging along here. Yeah, it's, you know, I'm thinking some of the AI boom has lost its luster. Now, Tesla's down 4% today. We were talking about a Tesla breakout here a while ago, and it's definitely continuing on to that breakout. But at least Tesla's heading for a level of support over here by 153. So you might see buyers try to hop in here, but you're definitely seeing stocks get pretty hit here. Maybe a few ones are getting ignored as far as the drop, but the majority of stuff seems to be coming down a little bit more. All right, 5-minute chart again. There we go. I can kind of watch and see what happens with Bitcoin here. I do want to shrink that one and this one, and then we can just watch all that roll in here. And if I see anything crazy happening, I'll let you guys know. There we go. Hey, Cryptocurrency, have I seen any good movies lately? No, not really. I've been watching Shogun, which is like a TV show on Hulu. I literally got Hulu just to watch it, and I have to say it's absolutely fantastic. I don't necessarily like the main character. He's the British dude, you know, old British dude. I don't know what his real thing is, but the way he talks annoys the hell out of me, where he's forcing it too much. Whereas everybody else is nice and, you know, perfect. This guy, I don't like him in the system. He's messing up everything. But I like the show overall. I think those moments where he gets more subtle and it gets a little bit better, and he's like just not trying to force. Like it's not a story thing. I like the story they have with him because it's based off Shogun, but it's the way his voice comes across. He just tries to force it too much, which is like an acting thing, not necessarily a story thing. But besides that, it's a really, really good show. It's really, really good. I like it a lot. And let's see. And hey, Jonathan, happy to see you, my man. Don't know much about cigars. What's the difference between lighting a cigar versus with a lighter versus a thin piece wood frame? Typically you have to have the wood frame in order to do that. I have cedar wood, but it's actually upstairs. This one, you just light it with a lighter, but this lighter has to have special fuel. So if you go to the corner store or whatever, and you buy a lighter, it's not going to have the same type of fuel as this. This type of fuel is specifically meant for lighting cigars because it has like a no flavor to it. It's odorless. There's not the same type of chemicals in it, so it doesn't affect the flavor. So you're tasting just the tobacco is basically what you're looking for there. The cedar will add a little bit of cedar flavor while you're doing your initial puffs. Typically, I don't do that because my cigars are held in cedar box woods, cedar boxes. So the flavor has already been kind of put in there over time. But basically, it's just, you know, a little bit more cedar flavor in there. Let me see. Yeah, I used to have a little bit more. I also have cedar matches every now and again, but I just use them up really fast because they're kind of expensive. Like right now, I have these very cheap matches. Those are usually for candles if the power goes out or something. But yeah, that's the big difference. This lighter right here is kind of an expensive one, though. I got it as a gift. You can hear it take off. Right. But you don't have to get an expensive lighter. A lot of people just use torch lighters. Some people use yellow flame lighters. You know, it's like a soft flame with a cigar. All in all, they're really good things. I prefer lighters most of the time because if I go out a lot of the time and I'm smoking, I might be smoking outside, or a match, you know, and a wood stick that kind of gets blown in the Pacific Northwest winds. A lighter, I mean, this thing is, you know, I can turn it up and down, and I can make this flame reach to the heavens if I needed to in order to keep my cigar lit. See Dune. I haven't seen Dune yet, but I want to watch it. I'm waiting for it to come out on streaming so I can watch it in my little mini movie theater downstairs. And a cryptoholic, corporate greed taking profits. A little bit of taking profits, yes, but mostly we're looking at bad inflation data coming out this week. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? There you go. Look, you want a little head scratch. I don't have any more treats for him though. The treats are in the car. Doop doop. He had fun today. Will Bitcoin bounce again? It might. I'm not anticipating it right now. Typically over the last week and a half to 2 weeks, we have seen these larger bounces afterwards. You can take an opportunity on it if you want to. My big thing is while all of that was happening, the daily charts were still kind of in a good buy opportunity zone, right? So there you are. I can kind of show this. There you go. While these dips were going along, we still had a lot of green in our charts. Sure, there was a little bit of red mixed in here, like from here to here and so forth. But there was good opportunities to hop in here. There was a lot of green right here, a little bit right around there after that larger move, and a little bit over here with the RSI as it kind of went down after that larger move down. But typically everything was looking fine. Right now, everything is screaming downwards, which is not my favorite thing. And on the 4-hour charts here as well, we've been red for a hot minute here since 1 p.m. yesterday. That makes me a little bit more concerned. There you are. Oh, Jesus. Let me move this all the way back so I can look normal. There we go. That looks so much better. So much better. This one, though, this one's interesting. It's staying lit, but I think I didn't light it all the way. Oh, shit. So this is not wrapped as tightly as other cigars. So it can actually light on fire, which is interesting. Good to know. Good to know. How far do we think we correct? I think there's 2 levels to test out during this correction. So obviously we are going to be looking at a death cross here on the 4-hour chart. We haven't had one of these in quite a bit of time. So the first level is something we're looking at right now where it comes to these 3 levels right here. Right? Got 1, 2, 3 over there. You can even call that 4, I guess, because it's not really confirmed just yet. But right over here, there's an opportunity for us just to hold around $66,000, somewhere between 66 and 67. For me, I think that's an okay opportunity. But what I'm looking for at this point is, are we going to break down below the 20-day moving average? You know, I want to say yes. I want to say yes. And if that's the case, we might come all the way back down towards $60,000 or so, which is something that I'm going to be watching for. We'll see if it bounces up. Right now, you could take an opportunity to buy right now. I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm not going to. I've done a little bit of buying in, but I'm still keeping some powder dry just in case we have another move. And one of the things here is you can see a few weeks ago or a couple weeks ago, we had this big move where Bitcoin launched up $5,500, proceeded to come all the way back down $9,000, then from there proceeded to go all the way back up, you know, $13,000. Kind of a wacky move happening. I don't know if I think that's going to happen again, but we're just seeing some really wild stuff occurring. And normally during this time, we'd be rocketing back up. And the fact that we're not makes me think that something is up right now based on how fast we've moved up in the past few months. So I'm waiting to see. Now, the last time that we had stuff pointing downwards, let's keep doing that. Okay. The last time we had everything saying bearish, 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 it wasn't a terrible day, right? We saw this right here. Everything was bearish from here to here. And if you take apart the change of character that probably happened over here, yeah, it was really just these 3 days. Or let me just remove that. These 3 days right there. And nothing bad really happened. Of course, we're looking at a lot more volatility right now. We're breaking through lots more supports right now. So again, I'm thinking we're going to be moving down a little bit more. But over here as well, we did not break down below that 20-day moving average. Now we might actually be doing that. Let me scroll this down just a little bit. Let me make this move down here a little bit as well. And there we go. And the time before that, we had a move like this where it started the day of this kind of crash event and then went down for a few days as well. And then we also had a death cross here on the daily chart. We're not at death cross territory with the death chart. And again, this was during the spot ETF announcement and stuff. That's kind of a whole weird situation. We're kind of in this wonky zone here for now. But I would anticipate it dropping a little bit more. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I already bought a little bit of Bitcoin back over here. So, you know, if it does shoot back up to 74,000, I'll still have a position in there, you know. But I want to take the chance that it comes down a little bit lower this week just so I can buy up more. And hopefully it ends up working out for me. I don't know if it will at this point. But I'm not shorting right now, that's for sure. And hey, Crypto Lifer, you and I trade very similar. I have so much respect for you. Much love, hope, and all as well. Hey, man, I hope you're doing very, very well yourself. And thank you very, very much for the super chat. I've been really tired lately with all this streaming. So I'm happy that I was able to take a break last night. I pretty much just fell flat asleep. And yeah, heck, I even woke up this morning tired, but I even took a nap before this stream. I'm hoping I can get my my mental rest that I need. What type of air purifier am I using? It's some type of Amazon thing. I don't think it's something. It costs like a few $100, but it works pretty well. Hey, Jordan, this is healthy in my opinion. Oh, very much so. Although, you know, typically in these types of environments, we should be going up very, very fast, having rapid drops, then just keep on going back up really, really fast. This feels more like a traditional market that you see in the stocks and not like a crypto bull run. There you go. Yeah, I just treat this as, how'd you say? I just treat these larger moves down as buying opportunities. Right now, my thing is, I think we may go down, so I want to be able to buy more. You know, if I buy maybe in a couple days from now, maybe I can afford to buy more crypto with the same amount of capital. That's basically what my thought process here. What's right here? And Crypto Deliver. I'm probably have to. I should. We should collab sometime. I'm sure. Let's see. Batman signal in purple. Let's see. Hey, Homestead. Oh, probably not to me. Does the air purifier mine Bitcoin? No. It basically just keeps my place smelling a little bit better. But typically, so, you know, when I'm smoking and stuff like that in here, I also have my window open, which keeps the room a little bit cooler. So, like right now, you can't even see, but I got a blanket on my legs. You know, I'm wearing sweatpants, a nice shirt, and I'm chilling out and relaxing. And then, you know, by the time I'm done streaming here later on tonight, which will definitely be a few hours from now, based on how the market's looking, I'll close the window up. The smoke will kind of disperse, and it won't smell like smoke in the morning, which is very, very nice. But the cigar is so weird. It tastes good. It does stay lit, but it's just so light compared to other cigars. And by that, I mean other cigars, they're, like you can see a Padron right here. Or better yet, let me show you this right here. There you go. You can see this Padron. You can see how it's kind of rolled tighter than this. It has like a little bit of a looseness to it. There you go. But this is more of an expensive cigar than this one. But this one is very, very good as well. Geez, there's a lot of liquidations and larger trades happening at this point in time. But this Padron one is pretty good. This is a Padron 1964. I prefer the 1926s to be frank, but the 1926s are a little bit more expensive because the tobacco has been aged 10 years or something like that, which is crazy. But they taste so good. They taste so good. I was asking you, Mike, the guy talking, if you hold, it depends on what your trading plan is. It really depends on your trading plan. For me, all of my swing trades, for the most part, except for whiff, have had stop losses trigger, and they've all closed. I have locked in those profits, although not as much profit if I would have sold a couple days ago, but I've still managed to lock in those profits, and I'm happy with the moves that I've seen there. My longer term trades, I'm not touching them. I'm actually adding to them during this period of time. So those longer term accounts, which are going to be for the end of this cycle or until 5-10 years plus, those I'm adding to. For swing trades, I have not opened up any new positions just yet. I'm waiting for everything to stabilize just a little bit more, and then from there I'll try to find another opportunity to buy a particular breakout and so forth. Right now I'm not looking at an opportunity that I personally like, but that doesn't mean, that's just with my trading strategy. It's not everybody's trading strategy, right? Anything planned for reach 100,000 subscribers coming soon? I don't know what I'm going to be planning for it. I know, one of my friends, Tom Crown, he's closing in on 100,000. Maybe I'll see what he's going to be doing for it. Maybe. I don't know. I know YouTube is trying to let me give out free memberships and stuff, but it still hasn't rolled out to me just yet. I see all these videos about it, but nope, I don't have an opportunity to do it. Maybe I'll do something. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I'll give away some premium cigars. I have no idea, but I don't think anybody, not everybody likes cigars, so I'll figure something out. I hope I don't get 100,000 subscribers when I'm in Las Vegas though next month. That'd be like the worst possible timing. Although I might actually, well, I could do a Vegas video. There we go. Primer's holding up really well relative to everything else, up decently in the last 24 hours. Yeah, there's a few good gems here so far. Even right now, as far as Bitcoin's concerned, you're going to see aggressive traders try to buy this dip, and you're going to see them try to make this move back up. For me, really, I know there's a death cross coming, so these day traders are just going to be buying right here, trying to play it back up a little bit, and then probably selling right around here. However, for those people that can just buy here and sell there, it might not be a horrible experience. Not my cup of tea, honestly, but I'm a little bit more worried that we might keep on coming down. But again, aggressive traders are going to be taking these opportunities. Maybe in the next half an hour or so, we'll have a better opportunity to buy, because the 15 is looking like it wants to have a crossover here on the oscillators, which could be pretty interesting. So I give it a little bit of time and see if we can actually hold these higher lows, and then you might actually see buyers come in here. You can even see right now somebody just bought $3 million worth of Bitcoin, so there are some people looking to make those moves here. Let me move this right there. There you go. Thanks, Charmer, 5 times for subscribing. But hey, financial comment time census. You know what I can do? I can put together maybe there'll be 5 winners, basically, right? And I can use Nightbot, I think, to roll the competition here. 5 winners. And there'll be 2 cigar packs, right? So there'll be 2 cigars for each winner. But every pack will get a Cuban cigar. And maybe so people that have never tried a Cuban before, maybe they might like that. Or they can, get $100, $100 or 2 cigars. And hey, Ploy Boy, I want to invest in a small amount, like $100. Which apps can I use? So you want to stay away from leverage if you only have $100. So I would say crypto.com is probably going to be the best bet for you if you just want to buy and hold for quite a bit of time. If you're looking to do some trading, perhaps you can do it with Coinbase. But day trading with $100 isn't going to really do you much good. So you might just want to buy with $100 and make $100 off of it during this cycle. But it really depends. Typically, what I would say is put your money in Bitcoin or some altcoin that you really enjoy. Leave it there for a while on maybe a crypto.com. I have a link down below for things for that one. And then while you're doing that, you can learn how to day trade and swing trade by going to Fairdesk or BYD or some of these other exchanges out there. And then you're going to be using their paper trading accounts, which basically means you're trading with fake money, but you can actually practice while that's going on. And hey, team, why is Bitcoin going down? So right now, there's a few things going on. Your natural profit taking because Bitcoin has been going very, very high. It's gone up very, very high, very, very fast, and a lot sooner than expected in the way the markets usually work. So if I go over here very fast, we got 34 days into the halving, and Bitcoin already made all-time highs. Something feels off about that. But again, really, I think what set everything off today was the fact that we saw inflation start to go back up. And so there's a big fear that people feel that rates are not going to be cut, and that is going to have an impact on Bitcoin prices and prices of assets across the USA. And thanks, Jordan. I appreciate you joining the Ruby level. Let's see. Oh, and Homestead's giving you a pretty good description over here as well. Did Cuban over $100? Well, if you don't want $100, you know, you can choose the Cuban. Or if you don't want Cuban, you know, if you don't want cigars, you can choose $100, right? But yeah, I got a whole pack of Cubans. I could even put in which ones? Remember, I have those boxes. I don't know if I still have them. I think it's on my exit account. Let's see right here. File. So I just got these the other day. See, that's not the one I want to toss in there though. Although maybe I'll toss in some of these goodies as well. Yeah, maybe. My thing is, so if I give you cigars, they would have to come from my private little collection. It's like my box and stuff, because they're properly aged. And I don't mean like aged, like, you know, they've been in my thing for years and years, but they've been inside of a humidor, a proper one, for like a few weeks, a few months, which means that they're not going to have, they're not going to be too wet, which is something I hate. Yeah, these ones. So 2 of these I promised to a friend, but dude, what the heck is going on with Google lately? It's been freezing up so much. Okay, there we go. Havana, Cuban, H. Upmans, you know, can I get out? There you go. There you go. So 2 of these are there. I want a couple, but I can have 3 right here, or 5, depending on how I want to do it. Because this box costs like $300. I can probably do 5 of these, and I can smoke 3 of them perhaps. And then 5 of these as part of a competition. So each person gets 1 Cuban, which is a good Cuban here. These are H. Upman, Habana Cubas, Brick Show. I don't know what that is. But yeah, these are some pretty nice ones. And then from there, the other ones I would do, everybody would get something else. Because the way my humidor works is I have a whole bunch of other crap. You know, Padron 1964 90th edition or something like that. That usually costs about $28, some kind of around that range. And hey, Financial Common Sense, welcome to Ruby level. I appreciate it a lot. Any thoughts on Turbo Token? So overall, this is an opportunity for you to buy more if you guys want to. But as you guys are seeing right now, it had a breakout. That breakout actually went a little bit higher, depending on which Fibonacci level you guys were using. There you go. We hit a few good levels of resistance. You can go from here to here. Hit some of those levels of resistance right there. Came close. Maybe if I were to actually change this over to fib rates, that might change stuff over a little bit. Yeah, hit right there. On the other side here, you might have gone with this lower one over here. Right? It hit some of those levels, and of course, if you wanted it to be a little bit larger, you'd add that back on here, right? And so I hit there, but it did not hit that next one. As far as I'm concerned right now, this dip looks like it may go on for about a week or so. So I would anticipate this coming back down a little bit more, and then trying to make a higher low somewhere over here, maybe around 0.007 or something. From there, it'll try to bounce off and then go to these higher levels. But I don't see it just going straight up over the next few days unless something happens where it gets attacked by a whale and the whale forces it to go up. And I don't usually get lucky with those types of calls. I'm just holding something already when it starts to go parabolic, and I'm like, ooh, yippee, you know? But that, you know, so far it seems like it's going to be doing well. You do see a small breakout here, or a small breakdown, right? Coming back down since then. The uptrend is over. Wait for it to make a new uptrend, and you guys can hop on board. It's about to go negative on the oscillators here, so just keep an eye on that. If I open here, it's already negative on the RSI and the stochastic. It still is positive when it comes to the MACD, but only for maybe a day longer or so. So, you know, give it some time. I wouldn't be buying it right now. at this point at least. Because so far today, over the last few hours, Bitcoin's already down 4,000 bucks. Whoosh. And we're trying to keep it from falling anymore. I mean, I say well, I'm trying like I'm buying it, but I'm not buying it right now. You got those Timu Sheen Cuban cigars? No, I like the Upman brand. The only brand I typically don't enjoy as much are going to be the Quai d'Orsay's or the what is it? The Monte Cristos. The Monte Cristos are fine. It's just more of a flavor thing with me that I just don't enjoy them as much. But H. Upmans, they're usually pretty good. I got a chunk of money in there. Do you think I should see this being listen on a tier 1 exchange pushing over 1 cent? Hold on a second here. I think maybe a few months from now, if you're lucky, sooner than that. But yeah, I think something like a Turbo can make it onto a top tier exchange. More of like a KuCoin, maybe a Binance, BitGet that has a higher market cap and stuff like that. I think it can definitely get there, but you're not there yet. It would probably take a couple more months before it actually makes that move. And then from there, if you have a large amount of tokens, you could just transport your tokens over there, and you could have a lot more liquidity with selling them off, which might be a better thing for you in case you want to sell it with a market order or something. But what do you call it? Let me see. H. Upman Royal Robustos. See if I can find them. Yeah, Havana. So they're these things, right? Well, I can't buy them because obviously I'm in America. How much do they cost though? Doesn't even tell me how much they cost. Well, that's no fun. Oh, the 450 euros. Okay. These seem a little more pricey than what I pay for mine. But I guess Europeans pay a different price than over here. The levels of nicotine in a cigar between 100 to 200 milligrams, some type cases. Oh, they got to be so much more. They got to tell you a lot more stuff. But yeah, they're pretty darn good cigars if you ask me. I have yet to try this particular one, but I've tried plenty in the past. And man, Bitcoin is still getting hit pretty hard here. There we go. Is leverage trading a good idea if you know Bitcoin is going to pump? Usually, yeah. But you got to be very, very careful, because what happens if you think Bitcoin's going to pump and it doesn't? You don't want to risk your entire portfolio. So you got to be trading with only a small position in a small part of your overall portfolio. Check ABT. What is ABT doing right now? Crypto. This one's been coming down for a hot minute here, so be careful. It looks like it wants to flush down one more level and then try to come back down here towards $1.30, possibly all the way back down here to $1.08. So be careful with this one. If Bitcoin does take like a week-long drop, this thing is going to be moving back down at least 20%, maybe as far as 30%. So be careful with it. And hey, Alberto, welcome to the Sapphire Love, man. I really do appreciate it. Back to the 5. I really want to see if Bitcoin is going to make this move or not, though. I'm hoping we can hold, basically, because the 15-minute candle chart was showing a little bit of promise, but right now it seems like we're really accelerating on the downward side. I got to figure out how much more I want to buy into this, though. Do I like ganja being in the Northwest? I haven't smoked much in the past year or so. I think because, when I used to smoke a lot more, it was with friends. A lot of my friends left. And a lot of the people that I know now, they don't really smoke as much. A lot of my friends that I met right now in the Washington have all been around the cigar community. So I have friends that have, like one of my friends, his Discord name is Zhao. I won't tell his real name, but the guy, he's opening up his own cigar shop up in the Seattle area, or a little bit north of Seattle, kind of like the wine area. And what do you call? Basically, he has like a storage unit worth of high-end cigars, It's incredibly crazy. But he sells luxury real estate, you know, so your commissions on like a $2-4 million house, they're pretty up there. Although I don't know how often you sell or buy one of those types of houses, you know what I mean? Well, heck, even in Seattle, a lot of the houses in Seattle are like a minimum of $1 million. So, you know, even if you sell some of those smaller ones, it's still quite a bit of money there. How exciting fear and greed is going to fall down. Yeah, I mean, this gives everybody an opportunity to buy more crypto when they've been saying, can I buy, can I buy, can I buy, can I buy? You know, a few months from now, a few weeks from now, you know, we'll figure it out here. It's probably not going to be that long. A few weeks from now, we're going to be much higher than $67,000. Then everybody that was afraid to buy over here, they're going to be really ticked off. Just like they were back over here when we had that drop over here where Bitcoin was falling off of a cliff, where we fell down like how much? 21% to like $10,000. You know, they're gonna be feel bad about it. But sometimes it takes a while for us to figure out our footing. Then we start going back up. Then we actually break above those high levels and so forth. It takes a while, but come on now. I'm happy enough to buy during these times. I've already bought once. I bought some altcoins twice so far today, and I'm looking to buy even more here if we continue on to drop. So to me, I'm just buying more and more and more, but I need to have a little bit of powder on me. So I want to be able to buy, and so forth here. If you guys are not accustomed to trading in this volatility, be careful if you guys are going to go down the leverage route, because you are going to be seeing just a lot of activity going on. Market manipulation? A little bit of that, but not too much. Heck, I feel like the Coinbase drops are a lot more market manipulation than this. No, we've gone up a little bit too fast, and then on top of that, us going up a little bit too fast, we've had a few other problems where momentum hasn't been able to keep up. So the last few days, as we've been making these new highs, we haven't been blowing through them like I anticipated. What's been happening instead is we kind of just been grinding along, and like a new high here, come back down a little bit, drop, go back up, a little all-time high, drop, and so forth, and we kind of just been fluttering along. We haven't been able to see those robust candles. A few days ago, when we were breaking above $73,000, I was really looking for a very large, strong candle to just really boost us up like a whole $1,000 in a matter of minutes. It really never came. And then when we started to see the drop today, we didn't really go high enough to justify another drop that we were seeing. So I put out a video this morning, and basically, there we go. This Bitcoin dip feels different. So something about it just feels a little bit off. And during these opportunities where I'm looking at the moving averages and stuff, now all of a sudden, sometime tomorrow or the day after, most likely tomorrow, we're going to have a death cross here between the 20 and the 50. And then sometimes it leads Bitcoin down a little bit more of a more bearish path, like a week or something. And I want to be able to buy up more during that. The last death cross, though, didn't do anything, right? Death cross, we came down a little bit, came roaring back up. Last death cross over here didn't do anything. This death cross did, right? So we'll have to wait and see which one it is. At this point in time, though, these smaller death crosses, right, they never actually broke down below those next levels of support. So people obviously didn't really go too crazy with them. This one over here, we did break down below those levels of support. And that's why you saw these kind of flush out moments where at the end, Bitcoin was down about $3,000, you know? But again, we still managed to hold those larger ones. At this point, that larger one happens to be right over here around $60,000, $62,000. I don't think we're making it all the way back down to 51,000 in case unless something really, really bad happens. There is a YouTuber out there, I forget his, Tame the Arc. We were talking about him a few days ago. He's thinking that Bitcoin's going to be going down to 40,000 over the next like 15 days or something like that. That's a little bit too extreme for me, but I think, let's see. Tame the Arc. There it is. Bitcoin dropping to 40K. Are you prepared? Now, he hasn't updated this, so it's probably like day 30 or 40 of his bear market. So careful, because if he's trying to short off of that, you've pretty much gotten liquidated a few times so far. But I haven't listened to the reasoning for it. So be careful if you try to short it, because so far, people that short for too long, they've been getting burned a lot, as you guys might imagine. I set buys for GLMR at 55.5. GLMR 55. 56 it can come down to, and then if I adjust this just a little bit, let me just check it out with the Fibonacci levels there and there. Yeah, 55 seems like an appropriate level to be buying. I might be just buying around this zone and then having a little bit of powder in case it decides to fall back down even more. Maybe back down here to maybe 52, 53. Just in case it does, I might have some powder there. It won't be such a like a nice candle. It'll most likely be something of a very long wick where it dips down there just for a few minutes and then it starts to bounce back up. But it might be okay since you're doing the limit orders. You might just have another limit order just in case around that level. But you are seeing this coming back down a little bit more. You are seeing this death cross on the 4-hour chart. That's going to be happening sometime maybe Saturday, maybe not Friday. And on the daily chart here, oh, actually on the weekly chart, you're looking at some type of resistance, are you? You are looking at some resistance here. So yeah, this might actually come all the way back down to the 40s here. So, but that might happen over a period of weeks. Typically, Bitcoin hasn't been going down for weeks and weeks and weeks. So, you know, give it a little bit of breathing room. But I would say 55, yeah, that's decent enough. And if it does go down, you know, a little bit more, you can just have a little bit extra capital ready to buy it up. Yeah, okay, we're still good. And at least we're seeing Bitcoin try to hold on here a little bit more. Do I think this is retail investors playing with Bitcoin or institutions shaking people out with accumulation cheaper? I wouldn't say it's the investors or no institutions. I would say it might be friends of institutions. It's an important distinction. Institutions can get in trouble for such things. Friends that have, you know, just money they want to pour in at a specific time, they you know, they're not going to get in trouble for stuff like that. So yeah, it's partly that, but I would say it's just like we have come up a long way in a short amount of time. We're just having a large breathing moment, and that breathing moment should give us an opportunity to buy more. And as I'm telling you now, I'm buying more right now for a longer term cycle plays. I'm not really doing any swing trades or day trading right now until this kind of cools off a little bit. Hey Raphael, why is everybody like this when Bitcoin dips? Just look at history. Don't let your emotions take over. Hey Raphael, it's because they are having emotions. They are taking over. Nothing you can do about it, right? I think it's because people typically don't have a plan when they buy crypto, so they don't know if they need to buy more, sell, hold, or what, because they haven't even thought about that. They assume when they buy, it's just going to keep on going up. And when it doesn't, you know, it does get a little bit more tricky here. Yeah, no worries, Villa. Happy to help you out, man. The old investors are looking for a bounce or pressuring for more exponential buys, and until now, they have always found more cap. Yeah, I mean, even today, there wasn't much buying going on between the ETFs. Maybe a little bit here and there, but not a whole bunch, right? So if you go over here, even some of the small ones like Van Eck, maybe Van Eck was a golden spot or a silver lining. Yeah, Van Eck was buying up a little bit of Bitcoin today because they lowered their fees. That's nice to see. See how their balance is, or no, the balance crashed today off of Bitcoin. So let's go to 1 week. Yeah, it was going up for a while. Profit loss. Oh, they still have a lot more profit than they do losses, though. Yeah, it's hard to see it from your guys' perception because it's all the way over here, like past there. But they're doing fine. But ETFs haven't really been buying all too much. How's Valkyrie doing? They bought 56 Bitcoins today. Really not much. And then we already talked about Grayscale and everything else. Grayscale was unloading, what? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. They unloaded about 6,400 Bitcoin today, which is quite a bit. Again, you want to be buying these types of moves here, but only if you got, like, the only reason you're buying right now is if you're planning to sell in a few weeks to a few months. That's the way you guys are playing this right now. if you guys are waiting to buy so you can make a couple bucks in the next couple days or so, you guys are waiting a little bit longer for things to stabilize, because until we have some stabilization, there's going to be a lot of panic across the entire market. And just saying, am I fibbing local highs and lows? I mean, you could add the Fibonacci levels on here right now. They're probably going to work out okay, depending on really where you want to start. So if you go over here to the weekly chart, we don't really have too much to fib. So you might even be looking for these smaller high lows and so forth. But again, let me move this up a little bit. Go to the daily chart. There's a Fibonacci level right here. That's about 65,466. This kind of matches up with the 20-day moving average. Over here is a stronger one, I would say, which is all the way down at $60,000. I think this is, if we do come back down, that's going to be a solid level of support that I don't think we're going to break down without an enormous amount of selling pressure, which in this bull market, there's going to have to be a justification for that, unless then maybe the whole entire stock market's falling off a cliff and that pulls Bitcoin down along with it. But Bitcoin should be able to hold up even if something like that happens. Hopefully. On top of that, maybe if you don't want to start all the way down here, there's a few other ways you can do it. Go back over here. This one happens to be closer to $62,000. For me, though, for those day traders out there who are looking for scalps, you might as well just go over here and find the low and the high. And let's see, let's 50-minute chart. We took like a bounce here, a bounce there. We broke back down, and now we're heading back down to 65,000 basically. Which is also where things start to get a little bit more clustery over here as well. So, there's some levels, and again, a little bit over here on 62,000, then over here on 60,000. 60,000 is something where I'm seeing like a little bit of a cluster as I kind of lay out this data here. But 65, 62, 60. And so far, we've already broken down below 68, so... Right now we're looking at maybe going back down towards $65,000. But don't be surprised if we don't go down that road so directly. Remember, even during this recent drop from today, we came down up quite a bit, then continued to go down. And this pop from there was a 5% pop or 4,000% reversal, $4,000 reversal, excuse me, before ultimately from that $4,000 coming back down $6,000. So yeah, a little bit of a battle going on right now. Remember, I told you guys the 15-minute chart looks a little bit better. I'm waiting for it to cool off a little bit, but you might have an opportunity to day trade here pretty soon. But you got to give it some time. Again, aggressive traders are going to be buying around now with the stop loss right here because we've been slowing down a little bit. The stop loss for a lot of traders right now is going to be $66,699 on the Bitcoin to Tether chart. And so, like, if we wanted to, here. Talking too much while I'm smoking. Oh, where's that? There you go. Everything's in a different spot because I did a whole bunch of new trades, or I had to set up a whole bunch of new accounts. Okay, so log in here. I do give my authorization. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Okay. So I have one of these accounts open right now. Basically, if Bitcoin can just go positive on the 15-minute chart, like it did back over here, right here, I'll take an opportunity to buy into it and see if it goes higher. It did go positive right over here, and it did not work, so I might need to wait for the other oscillators. Positive there, positive. It was positive there, but I guess the hourly chart was bad. Yeah, the hourly chart was very, very bad. How's it looking right now? It still looks pretty rough, doesn't it? Yeah. This is a high-risk trade that somebody's going to be looking to do at this point in time. Let's go back over here, though. So let me lower this down. Lower this down. If we can just see a little bit of strength, maybe breaking back above the 20 here. How did that work out last time? Breaking above the 20 a little bit. Yeah, we'll see. If we can break above this 20 here, I might do a short little long here with you guys, or not a short, but you know, a short-term long play here. See how that works out. Feeling confident seeing this cool off? Yeah, it feels nice to not be falling off a cliff left and right. Here, like what would this be? Well, what's the stop loss right here? Actually, that's a better question. It's a 1% stop loss. We can take the opportunity for it. I typically would want to wait a little bit longer, but let's not do a large position here. That's probably something I don't want to do. Let's go to a 50x leverage. Let's do a $100 trade, 200. Let's do a $200 trade, and then we'll have a long setup. And then what I want to do is have the target price in there at the same time. I want to figure out where the level is here though. And this is at 66,667. Hmm. $665, I guess. Take profit. If we're gonna have such a small move here, I guess we definitely want to play it up towards. So it's 1%. Oh, the ratio is not working out in our favor. I guess we can go to 69,220. 69,220. All right, and let me have a few minutes to kind of verify that this thing is actually going to hold here, because I still want to wait for it to get a little bit higher. And then if it does, maybe we'll try a trade here. But like right now, I'm just like, well. How's this looking on the 1 minute chart? Positive there. 5 minutes positive now. I mean, yeah, let's do it. Let's just pull the trigger on it. I mean, so we have a small position in here. I want to stress, this is just for fun. I did not do enough technicals here, but the ratio should be a little bit okay here. So the ratio should be 1.5. Okay, it's better than 1, I guess. So we'll see what happens. We're currently up 88 $1. It's a 50x leverage, $200 play. Careful if you want to join this one. It's very, very risky. But I'm basically just hoping that we're going to have a little bit of a move here pretty soon. And again, the target price, it's not some crazy thing all the way back up here. No. The target price is basically right over here. So don't think I'm buying because I see this going to the heavens or something. I may adjust it as needed, but I'm still waiting for the 15-minute chart to kind of show some more positivity. If you guys are looking for maybe holding for a little bit longer period of time, you guys might be looking for something around $70,000, which can give you a lot more profit. But I think if I were to sell this right now, what would it end up going to? Partial. What is it? Can I not drag that? 69,220. That's a 229, like 115% profit. We'll see if it actually happens or not, though. So we'll keep it over here. It's a different Google account, so I can't just put it into my tabs. It won't let me. So I got to have it over on the side for a little bit. But basically, we'll just be looking to see if we can actually have a pop. I'm hopeful, but man, I would say this is a little bit more of a riskier trade than I like to do here. Normally, I like to trade the breakout, so I'd wait for the breakout to occur, then see how it works out. But again, we'll give it some time. And thanks, Just Saying, I appreciate it. I appreciate you being live. Get off those minute charts and get wrecked, or get wrecked, brother, from another mother. I enjoy these shorter time frames quite a bit. Mostly because, you know, I got ADHD, so I want to see something happening every single minute. You guys know me. When Bitcoin is going sideways, I die on the inside because nothing is happening. There was a period a couple weeks ago where Bitcoin was in this $200 range where it was only going up a couple $100, down a couple $100, and it was just killing me on the inside because nothing was happening while I was streaming. Not even altcoins were having some larger moves, right? On there, Bitcoin goes. A little bit of a breakout there. What did it break out? Yeah, it broke out right there, yeah. So there we go. That's a nice little move. We can see the volume in there. Still trying to go up a little bit more volume kicking in here. $68,000. What's the price target on the other one? See, I'm already forgetting everything. 69,220. So we're a little bit further away, but the trade is up around $66 so far. You know, $70 for holding for 3-4 minutes. I wouldn't be opposed to just selling it there and taking your profit and running away. But I'm doing this for you guys now. I'm not necessarily worried about losing $100 if it does go back down. Every now and again, I like to do a little bit of day trading with you when there's actually a time to trade. Although you saw how hesitant I was like, come on, I think something's about to happen. But you know, sometimes you're lucky with these larger moves happening. Sometimes you're not. I'm basically just waiting here because I don't know if it's still going to work out to 69,000. Remember, my price target is 69,200. 69,200 right there. So I got a long way to go. I'm hoping for this move, and it might take a little bit of time, to be frank. That time does scare me a little bit, but I'm hoping again that the 15-minute can have a crossover just long enough for us to have a little bit of a move where I can make some money on it. We're not there yet, but maybe if I'm lucky we will be. Maybe I will, you know. Typically what you might see is, since we did have that smaller breakout, you might even move your stop loss from over here to over here to kind of minimize some losses, right, to 67,288 instead of the 66,700 basically. A little bit, you know, but we'll see. This is going to be a long one. Let's go to the 5-minute chart though, so it's not too crazy to watch though. I'm hoping it'll just continue to go up higher lows. That's all we're looking for right now. Don't miss Ape with Hat. Oh, I haven't even heard of that one yet. And hey, Merlin, I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. GMAC TV, damn alts, bless soul. Altcoins are definitely in a little bit of pain right now. I'm seeing a few things that are down a little bit more than others. Like Milady token is down 13%. Jasmine is down 6%, and Baby Doge is down 12%. WIF is up 4-5%, which is kind of nice to see. But then NMR is down 9%. You know, Spell token's down 7%. I mean, a lot of stuff is down across the board here today. You know, at least oil's up. You know, anybody want oil stocks? We're still moving. We're still moving. How's my PXD doing? Oh yeah, we breaking out here. Oh, beautiful. Let's see if we can hold this for the week. Oh, I'm really excited. I've been buying, like I told you guys, I've been loading up on oil stocks for quite a bit of time here because I think oil's gonna get more expensive. It's kind of nice to see them finally making a move here. Schlumberger's up a little bit as well. Is Exxon's up a little bit more. See, but Exxon's not breaking out necessarily. It's just kind of chugging back up. But oil might be about to get more expensive here, guys. That means inflation's about to get higher. That's kind of scary. I don't want high inflation. High inflation is bad for Bitcoin. All right, there we go. Back to the 5-minute chart here. We'll see if we're able to continue the move or not. Right now, you see this order block. The whole goal is just to break above it. We may dip back down and so forth and make another higher low, but we just want to continue to break through these levels here. And you are seeing some buys coming. Look at those buys coming in on the side of the screen right there. 2 million, 3 million, a few hundred thousand, a lot of few hundred thousands. So there are some plays coming around here. And those sellers, they're not shorting in my opinion. They're just people that bought this little dip down here when I told you guys aggressive traders are buying right now, and they're just scalping. But they're making they're making a killing in the market with scalping. I'm not that type of scalper. I'm not going to be tossing in hundreds of thousands of dollars to do trades. That's oh man, that's a lot to do. I like my swing trades. I'm an old-fashioned trader. I buy low, sell high, but it may take a week, but at least I know I'm not risking a whole bunch of money. There you go. And Hickles Pickles, I have a long position right now as far as a day trade. As far as swing trades, I'm still waiting a little bit longer to see if I can find a better position. Maybe around $65,000 or so, maybe 60,000 if I get really, really lucky. How do I count pips? I would watch a YouTube video to kind of describe that. It's better if you have visuals when you're learning about it. But all pips is just a measure of like price increase basically. So it's not the most complicated things, but once you're in Forex, you're going to be talking about pips, and you're going to feel fancy that you know what pips are. Ultra Rich are having a field day buying and selling dips. Oh yeah, they are. It's pretty darn crazy. I'm just surprised how how fast they're trying to go back in here. I mean, all of a sudden you can see all these sell orders coming rushing back in. Bitcoin overall is still okay, but you can see there's just a lot of volatility going on. Definitely a lot of games happening. The trade we just did is up like 62 bucks. It's still not up as much as it was a few minutes ago after we just bought and it kind of spiked. But overall, it's going in the right direction, right? Right direction. Normally I would buy on the breakout, but this time I bought before the breakout, which is a little bit weird of me. But again, this is something where I'm not necessarily taking the long amount of time I usually would do when opening up a day trade because I'm streaming. This is just something where I'm like, let's see what happens here. Let's see. Worst scenario, guys, I lose $100. Best case scenario, I walk away with a couple $100, $250, $225, $225, something like that. We'll see. We'll see. But this red line right here, that's the price target. So it's not at the very top over here. You notice it's not the high point. It's a little bit below. So it gives me an opportunity to get a little, wick right there before it eventually starts to consolidate more. Typically, if you are trying to get above this level of resistance, it typically doesn't just go up like that, although it's been known to happen. Typically, it comes back up a little bit, comes back down, then it breaks out a little bit later on. I'm going to be streaming for that long, sure. But sometimes I just want to close a trade so I don't have to keep on looking over to my other monitor to see, how's the trade doing? Is it bad? Is it up? Is it down? Because I want to know the exact number. Like right now, we're up $74 or $75 or about 37% in the last few minutes, right? It's not over till it hits zero. Right there. We did Dogecoin analysis a little bit ago. You can rewind if you want to watch it. Which platform do you trade on? I use Meta5 and TFT. I use Fairdesk and BYDFray. They sponsor the channel, just a heads up. Before they were kicked out of the United States, I used to go with KuCoin every now and again. I like BitGet back in the day as well, although BitGet's support staff was kind of annoying. Oh, come on, let's break out, let's break out, let's break out, let's break out, let's go. I'm waiting for this next surge. There we go. I'd hope it could have a nice little surge here, but I'm not entirely sure. What dip? Well, there's no dip happening with Bitcoin right now. What are you guys talking about? Oh, come on now. There we go. Nice little pump. Now we're up around $92, which isn't too bad. All right. And buyers are still coming in. But, that's all the move looks like in a 5-minute chart. It's not the largest move. But we are making this new little highs over here, which eventually will die back down, Like I said, it's not going to be likely that we're just going to shoot up here and hit my price target. We're going to have to go up a little bit, consolidate, then try to go back up. And that may take a little bit of time, but, I'm willing to do it. Typically, though, if you're going to do this trade, if you have a lot more money, you might even be doing probably a $2,000 or a $5,000 long with a 100x long, 50x long. So that way, if you're buying when I bought, when it gets up here, 2.5 times 50 is what, 250%, something like that? Oh, I'm not good at math, but it'd be a good amount of money for that chunk of cash. That's what the scalpers are doing right now. I'm just having a little bit of fun. Oh, and we're already having some issues with the order block. Okay, let's see how this works out. And thanks, Gabriel. I appreciate it. Ooh, geez. Whew. The cigar in the end is a little bit leathery. A little bit more leather than I like. All right. While Bitcoin's doing its thing, let's just kind of go through a little rotation to see what's happening with a lot of other currencies out there. So this is Bitcoin right now. Obviously not looking the best. Let's get rid of the oscillators for a while too. Ethereum. Pretty darn similar, honestly, coming back down quite a bit. Solana, not doing bad. Solana had a breakout here a while ago. A breakout, moved a little bit higher, had another breakout over here. Definitely looking at a little bit more volatility, even with the dips that Bitcoin's been having, but Solana's still doing hot here. Would I be longing Solana right now? No, but if you guys are looking for it to scale out, you're at a good level at this point. ADA is coming back down a little bit more. We did have a breakout earlier, but it only lasted for a little bit of time. Dogecoin's coming back down, of course. It was not able to really stay above this level here. It just keeps getting knocked back down. AMP coming back down. Remember we were talking about this last night with an opportunity to go higher? It never took the opportunity. Never did. We've just been going downwards a little bit since. We had a few pops here and there, but nothing to revive it here, unfortunately. Ape token, ooh. Ape token went sky high, then just kind of crashed back down. Went all the way to 268. Now it's at 217. Ouch. Arbitrum had a breakout here. It went up to resistance. This was actually a solid trend on the 1 hour chart, but ever since then it has been coming back down a little bit more. AXS a little bit more. BNB, XRP, Bitcoin Cash, Bonk. Not really many outliers here as far as what's happening. Crow is down quite a bit. Oh, Crow's breaking down below Fibonacci levels. Dot, not looking so hot. Dogecoin Mars coming down. Yeah, you're pretty much seeing a lot of different altcoins having some really nice moves down. I say nice moves down because I'm literally going to be buying up a lot of these dips over the next 24 to 48 hours. Matic is coming back down to support, which is kind of nice. Ethereum Classic coming back down. Yeah, bouncing off a Fibonacci level. ID token. Oh, ID token still moving higher. Yeah, not bad. Link is down. Yeah, most other stuff is down though. Even Litecoin. Oh, and Litecoin had a pretty good day. It looks like earlier. Yeah, because Litecoin managed to finally break out. Is this weekly chart? Oh, this was just a general trend line. It hit resistance and it came back down. Okay, can't be mad at that, right? My poor man, I've been loading up on this for the past few weeks and it's been doing fine, but I want it to go a little bit higher. Pepe, it's cooling off a little bit, but these breakouts on Pepe have been absolutely amazing, so I'm not going to be mad. Even this last breakout, it still ended up giving you a good amount of profit here. What was it? 50% profit? How could you be mad at that? So, of course, if we're cooling off like 7% today, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Shiba's been coming down a lot ever since that move. I know we've been talking about this and that next level of support. We are getting closer to that for those of you guys that want to buy into SHIB. I know a couple of you guys have been telling me you have been wanting to. And of course, WIF token has been moving a lot after its breakout as well. We had a few moves with other stuff like Miro. Last few days, small breakout there. Milady token definitely been moving higher here. It is definitely coming back down a little bit more, but overall things looking okay. Now, how's the 5-minute chart looking? Oh, well, hey, we're actually managing to hold the 20 on the 5. That's not bad. How's the 15 looking, though? Because I did want to see if we were going to have that MACD crossover. The MACD crossover is almost here, so maybe we should have a nice little move here pretty soon. How is this one looking? Not there yet. Actually was there for a little bit of time, but everything else wasn't. And the RSI is there. Okay, we got 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3 isn't too bad here. I'll move this stuff down though, just so we can kind of keep track of what's going on. I don't want to be too zoomed in so you guys can't see what's happening. Oh, is this still lit? So it is. All right. I would never touch XRP. I have it. I own it. It has not been the best performer. I bought it before it popped up the last few weeks, so I was happy with that move. But then I got stopped out, and I bought back in, and I'm pretty sure I'm stopped it again. So it's definitely been a painful experience with XRP. I'm hoping it does something eventually, but yeah, it definitely has been a disappointing asset. I do hold it for long-term investing though. I'm hoping that eventually it'll go to like $5 or $10 over the next like few years. I am holding it for that, but you know, it's basically been not doing that, as you can see. ICP has a crazy wacky band also. Yeah, it's just, you know, a lot of volatility these past few weeks. I'm all for it, but it's okay if everything cools off because that gives us another opportunity to buy up. Because remember, if you go back in time, of course, you know, we can watch Bitcoin for a little bit too as well, but here. I'm trying to think of coins that were around during the last cycle here. You know, like the Ethereum Classics and such. 2020, yeah. You know, during the bull runs here, we had big drop-offs. Those drop-offs were about 50%. We had drop-off over here about 50%. And of course, around all-time highs, we had a much larger drop, but, you know, we're not all-time highs here for altcoins, I would assume. But, you know, we're used to having those types of drops here. Matic as well. Ooh, let's just go to auto here for my sanity. There we are. All right. Even these smaller drops, once everything started to get kicking and, you know, rolling. 44%, 50%, and then so forth. Right now, though, if we were to look at some of these plays, like maybe a Matic going over here to the auto, go to what's happening more recently. Let's see. Oh, dear. Zoom out, then scroll. Okay. daily chart, we're down about 15%. You know, the other day it was down about 20%. You know, this larger move here for Matic, that dropped down about 37%, but that was over like a period of a couple weeks. If you bought this dip over here when everything was looking pretty nasty, even now you'd still be at 50%. So, you know, buying over here does typically help. Even on some of these dips over here, if you buy anywhere over this dip, you're still higher, you're still winning, you know. Over here, you're still winning. This is all the way back in 2022, so probably not the best example, but again, it looks fine for now if you guys are happy to buy dips. If you guys aren't a fan of dollar cost averaging, you know, it's you're probably missing out, I would say. But just be careful if you guys are trying to day trade this market, because it's just a high risk environment. You can't have a reliable entry in the 5 or 15, right? I mean, you can if you're scalping, but if you're day trading, you want to be able to look at the hour chart and see some support there as well in the 4-hour chart. Usually when the 4-hour, the hourly chart, the daily chart, when all those things are kind of aligned, that gives you a little bit more support as a whole, but it's not just going to be the 5-minute chart or the 15-minute chart unless you're scalping something, right? So in this example here, if we go over here to the 1-minute chart, for example, right? You can see right here we had a small change of character. I know it's kind of hard to see, but right there, small change of character. Yep. So afterwards, you can be like, okay, we might go up a little bit more here. So maybe I want to have a Fibonacci extension. And in this example here, I guess you're going from here to here. Your price target is going to be right here, which matches up a little bit with some levels of resistance, or you can go higher and you can go higher and so forth. Okay. Right now, it looks like this one ended up working out. So if you didn't make that small trade right there, the 1-minute chart, that change of character, or even this one over here with this change of character, was this above that? Yeah, they did break above that. You would be holding for maybe 6 minutes or so and you could make some money, or you could, you know, hold a little bit longer and make even more money. For me though, typically I'd rather just trade this same type of pattern on a daily chart or a weekly chart or something. Sometimes that works out. But even right now, we made that trade a few minutes ago right over here. We're still up, but Bitcoin's coming back down. So now instead of being up like 70, 80 bucks, which I just was a few minutes ago, now I'm only up $13. And maybe we'll go into negative territory here or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. I'm banking on some higher lows working out, when in reality, I want to see these 15-minute charts go a little bit higher here. So the stochastic is bearish and the RSI is bullish. The MACD is bearish. Typically, I'd wait for all of these things to be green, plus having a move above maybe 60, like this level of resistance right here, maybe around like 68,560. Typically, that's when I would go long on these situations. But for now, I wanted to take a little bit more of an aggressive trade with just a couple $100, which isn't going to kill me if I lose it, right? But more of a fun trade. But yeah, so right now, all I'm looking for, if I zoom into the 1-minute chart, is we have a low, and I want to see a higher low over here, and I want to see us bounce up a little bit more down the road. And if we do come back down or something bad happens, right, then my stop loss will hit when we break down below this level. And that would make me lose, what was it, like 1.5% or something? 1.1%. But I have a 50x leverage, so that's 50x. So that means I would lose about $100 on that trade. There we go. Shut this down, shut this down. There we go. All right. Should I buy Bitcoin with $700 right now, or should I wait? It depends on your plan, Kazuko. It depends on if you're looking to hold for a long term or you're looking to hold for just a few hours or a few days. Typically in this environment, it's kind of risky to be buying in for the next few days because we just don't know what's going to be happening next, because we're looking at some more bearish activity on the 4-hour chart, which symbolizes that we could be coming back down a little bit more. But if you're looking to hold for a few weeks, yeah, a few weeks from now, you would expect us to be higher. You'd expect Ethereum to be higher, Bitcoin to be higher, and so forth, because you've been having these dips for quite a bit of time, right? But if you're looking for a quick, quick flip around, that makes it a little bit more risky because Ethereum hasn't had that strong bottom off, that strong bottom yet. If we go over here to Ethereum, right, it looks pretty similar to Bitcoin. Has a low, a higher low. It's trying to make another low right here, and it still managed to break out. But on the 1-hour chart, it's breaking down. You're seeing these death crosses that are going to happen. You see the 4-hour chart right here, where it looks like it wants to come back down, maybe closer to 3,500, right? So you could buy, and you'll be happy if you bought right now and sold a few weeks from now. Excuse me. But typically, if you're just looking to buy in for the short term, it's going to be a little bit more risky. Even right now, when I'm doing this Bitcoin trade, I'm not. Oh, there you go. I'm not looking to sell it all the way up here at the order block that's around 72,279. I'm just looking to buy down here and sell it right here. Not even looking for some of these larger moves, because I'm not entirely sure just yet if Bitcoin itself is going to go all the way up here and have a reversal and start going higher again, or if we're going to come back over here and fall back down. So because I'm not 100% sure as of yet, I'm basically just taking my time doing a small little trade for fun and waiting to see how the market develops. The longer it goes sideways, the more comfortable I get going long, basically, at this point. And we haven't been going sideways for that long at all. This is a 5-minute chart or 15-minute chart. Have not been going sideways too much yet. And even when I took my position right here, I made sure I had the smallest of stop losses, so I didn't have to really worry about much stuff. Okay, Luis. For this day trade, I just did a $200 long with 50x leverage. So a very small trade, very small trade. So I'm either going to lose $100 or I'm going to make like $230, $240. After fees, maybe I'll make around $210 or something. There we go. But yeah. Oh, I have my wallet over here. Let me move my wallet over somewhere safe. Away from cigar ash. What alt would you spend, in your opinion, if you wanted to drop 10 to 15K? Typically, I would move that money around, but meme tokens seem to be the hot thing right now, along with AI tokens. Those would be the heaviest mix, and then I would also add some metaverse tokens just in case they also have a little bit of a larger move down the road. That's how I have mine structured, I would say. Everybody has their own different opinion here, but that's how mine is structured. And right now, we're up $35, so at least we're not up $13 anymore. Right now, I'm all about Near and AR. Both are really good plays. Near has a very adamant YouTube community that's pumping it up as well. It's always nice when you have a community talking about something. I'm trying to preemptively get ahead of the YouTube community before they really start to talk about a whole bunch of stuff. So I got into Miro because a few people have been talking about that, but not a lot. So I'm going to be dropping some Miro videos, some Milady videos pretty soon, and I'm going to be talking about a lot of that stuff. So if you guys are looking for those types of technical analysis and stuff, I will be doing more videos about them sooner rather than later. And I'll also be going over maybe some news from their Twitter accounts and stuff, or the X accounts, to say, hey, here's the update, here's where the price is at, here's the profits, here's where it might be able to go. And then, of course, you know, be careful and don't invest too much money, because, of course, these things are very, very volatile. Hey, just saying, okay, you scalp is fine. Long-term thoughts on the halving effects? What do you call? Oh, yeah, just saying, yeah. Scalping right now, yeah, just shorter time frames, yeah. Halving effects, it's going to be very great for Bitcoin. It's going to be very, very good for Bitcoin because, again, one of the things that I think we're seeing right now is, from a global perspective, is we're seeing ETFs from across the world about to get ready to go online, because American financial titans like the BlackRocks and the Grayscales of the world, they're also trying to set up those types of ETFs in Europe, you know, across Asia, India. There's one in Brazil right now. They're trying to make them everywhere. So that type of stuff, of course, does not move as fast as it typically does in America, even though our system was like took a long time. But since we kind of have a proof of concept now, right, I think it should work out in other countries, even if it does take more time. So after the halving, when prices start to go up, we should still have more ETFs coming online, basically, and those ETFs are also going to have to buy the underlying asset. And as they buy the underlying asset, when there's a lot less Bitcoin on the market, that supply crunch becomes even more because the demand is going to be skyrocketing. That's where I think you have those tremendous gains. So this is where I'm thinking of, you know, Bitcoin easily above $100,000 and so forth, and why I'm still so excited to buy up all these dips as they kind of come along. And hey, Slick Rick, I cleared like 5K of my spot trades this month, feeling good for a beginner trader. Dude, that is fantastic, and even better yet, you were able to lock in some profits. That's a very big achievement. So many times people just tend not to sell. And you know what? This cycle around as well, the Wall Street Bets crowd isn't that invested in crypto community. In the crypto community and the Wall Street Bets community is way far apart right now, because there's not as many meme stocks really blowing up right now. Like Oh boy, when's the last time we checked this stuff out? Fuck's sake. Okay, so I'm used to double clicking and it's messing up everything I do right now. AMC. Right, the AMCs of the world, the GameStops of the world, they're not really doing much here. We had a split, which was unfortunate. Never trust the splits, you know. I mean, look at that. So you're not seeing a whole bunch of optimism from the meme stock community. I think they've pretty much moved over to options, which are another risky thing in themselves for people that aren't aware of that. And you say GameStop, also not really having any massive moves. This is the weekly chart. Nothing really crazy has been happening. So again, well, I should actually point this out. Yeah, it's been a kind of a wild ride with this one, but I don't think we're seeing as many of the diamond hand people this cycle. And I think that's making people feel like, hey, I can sell. I've made $5,000. I should be able to make some money. I can lock in these profits, and I can always make more trades down the road. That's a proper way of going about it here. Proper way of going about it. But I don't think we've been necessarily infested by that diamond hand mentality this time around. Unless you guys are specifically looking to sell, you know, when Bitcoin hits like 500,000 or something, you can diamond hand that all day long. But that's cool. That's a long-term portfolio there. Wall Street bets bros are broke. I mean, there are people that make money every now and again, but yeah, it's but that community has definitely seen better days. Definitely seen better days. And hey, Jonathan, glad to see it looks like your health is good, Mike. No hunting or fishing and the trips with the market going. East Coaster got to get some sleep. Hey, no worries, Jonathan. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm going to Philly in June, and I'm going to go. I might go hunting for something, but I'm not entirely sure what. Depends on what my friend knows. Like my friend knows what you can hunt over there. Typically, when I go out there, though, I shoot clays. I literally like launch. Psh, it's really, really fun. It's like an East Coast thing. East Coasters have that old money type of mentality where you can do a lot of cool stuff. Like I would have never thought of shooting clays as a younger kid. I also grew up in the ghetto, so my fun thing was biking around town to go to the community pool, not necessarily going out. So launch, although shooting clays is really, really fun. Clays aren't that expensive. I thought they were much more expensive than they were. The launches and stuff are a little bit more expensive, but it's a really fun time, especially with the shotguns. It's just a fun thing. I always go to my friend's dad's farm out there, and he has a large farm. So basically, you just kind of go out into the woods a little bit, and you just start shooting shit up. So far though, it hasn't been warm enough for me to want to go out and fly fish. I need to go and get my fly fishing license for the year. I think I can get it now though. So typically I wait until after March because Washington State has one of those dumb laws where all of your licenses reset in March. So if I were to buy a license last month, it would expire this month or in a few days or something like that. And therefore I would lose, it'd be the biggest waste of money basically. So once this month is pretty much over, I'm going to buy the, what's it called? You guys will get a kick out of this. Bundle. Big game hunting license. So commercial. I already have a parking pass. Fishing and shellfish licenses. Oh, don't want to give you guys my login information. They usually have a pretty good one here. And Bitcoin's trying to make this move here on a higher low. There we go. This bad boy, the Get Outdoors package. So for $229, I get freshwater, saltwater, shellfish, and seaweed, 2 pole endorsement, Puget Sound Dungeness crab endorsement, deer, elk, bear, cougar, and small game license, migratory bird permit, migratory bird hunt authorization, 2 turkey tags, a bear tag, and cougar tags. 2 turkey, 2 bear, and 2 cougar tags. Deer and elk tags require a weapon type selection and may be obtained at the time of purchase or at a later date. Harvest reports are required for all tags issued, maximum 1 per person. $229. This is the best deal that Washington has ever had, and every single year I get the same exact thing because it's just that freaking awesome. It is absolutely amazing deal. Like, ooh, it's a good deal. It's a really good deal. Hey Jim, hey Mike, I got stuff out of ASM. Can you help me with some TM log? Looking to get back in. ASM. Crypto. Alright, so right now it definitely came back down a little bit more. The support level for it seems to be a little bit lower, close to maybe 0.035. Now you see this like a larger order block. I might be aiming for the mid tier to the bottom tier for this one. I would have the stop loss if you're able to buy around here, literally just be the lows right here. So if you were to buy at the middle spot, your stop loss is going to be 6%. I would not probably go with leverage in that situation here unless you're able to buy it at a little bit lower price. Because if it does break down below this, because it has fallen down so much, it might end up coming back down here towards 0.02, which would be a large drop. So be careful of this one. This one just looks a little bit more risky. If you're looking to trade this at this point because of how far this has fallen down, if it just goes back up to the highs from here, that's 376%. Maybe you just want to do a 2x leverage, maybe at max a 3x leverage, and you want to buy toward the support level and hope it doesn't break back down. And then perhaps from there it can have a little bit more of a rally. But this one doesn't look as optimistic as some of the other plays we've been looking at because of how far it's come down. But typically for the longer term holder that doesn't want to use too much leverage, this is going to be a good opportunity that even if you buy right here and it dips down again, you can double down here if you need to. I mean, I probably would. And if it starts to go back up from there as well, you're still looking at some very good profits, you know? Look at the monthly chart here. It's just consolidating a little bit. It might come back down a little bit more over the next month or something. But the potential for this is really good. It really depends on how long you want to hold it though. But for day trading, you probably don't want to be holding this at this point in time because even though Bitcoin is trying to find some support and stuff like this, you know, it's having a little bit more issues of even just staying afloat at this point in time. So think about it more in the longer term and kind of around that, a little bit more of the longer term here for the next few weeks or at least the next couple months. So lower leverage for that one is for sure though. There we go. And thanks for the super chat, Jim. I appreciate it. Awesome. Yeah, they're freaking amazing tags. What's right here? Get a license to kick the bears and the balls? No. I've been bear hunting a couple times. It's not my most favorite thing because a lot of the bears hang out by the logging camps where I go hunting. And you basically just sit and buy logs. And logs, there's a shit ton of bugs by logs. I'm getting low on fuel for this. Oh no, I have my fuel right here. Yes, sirree. Let me pour myself some more coffee, guys. This is going to be a longer night, so bear with me as I, you know, do these little coffee breaks and whatnot. I don't want to spill the coffee like I did a few minutes ago, so pour more coffee. Should have got some oat milk. That's what I should have got. Make myself a little latte. We're still seeing some selling pressure take over right now. Yeah, a few minutes ago, we were trying to have a little more of a bounce. They're still trying to push us down a little bit here. So we might not be out of the woods yet for a nice larger move. How's the 15-minute chart looking? Still going sideways? Yeah, they might try to push us over here. So higher low, potential higher low over here. I'm watching it closely. I would like to make money. I typically don't like to lose money, of course. All right, so I'll go back over here to the 1 minute chart, no, 5 minute chart, and we'll see if we're still going to be able to make a low here. In my younger days, I guess I'm 29, I'm not too incredibly old. In my younger days, I'd probably double down right about here, but let's not do that for today. WIF hasn't been affected by the dip drop. It's been affected a little bit, but not really too much. Overall, WIF has just been a beast of a contender here for the meme tokens. here. Imagine that cigar and coffee breath. What do you call? Probably not the best. Although, I don't know. I don't, you know, as somebody that smokes cigars, I don't really taste my breath all too much. I'm much more of a cigar and an espresso double shot type of guy. All right. But over the next 10 minutes, guys, we have a big task. We have to manage to hold here. If we don't hold, Bitcoin will probably head back down here below $65,000, or back towards $65,000, excuse me. And that would lead to a much larger drop where maybe we come back down to 63, 62,000. Let's give it some time to cook a little bit. I'm not going to sell my position until it stops out, obviously. But you can definitely see we're trying desperately to make a higher low situation. Every time we break down here, like we broke down higher low, broke down, it came down a little bit more. We had a higher low right there. We're breaking down below it, so we should come back down here a little bit more, and hopefully we're able to make a move. But we'll wait and see. This is having a harder time staying lit, I think. I have to replace some of this fuel. Did I get anything then? No, I didn't get anything. Oh, please don't tell me I'm out of fuel. Come on. There we go. Okay, perfect. I just wasn't doing it the proper way. There you go. Is now a good time to dollar cost average flux, or could we go lower? If you're dollar cost averaging, it's a good enough time to go with it. But if you're the type of person that may panic if it continues to go lower, you got to be careful if you do buy in right now. For me, I've already done some dollar cost averaging today, and I've been fine with it. For me, with my dollar cost averaging, I haven't bought more Bitcoin since I was buying Bitcoin over here. And you can tell it's gone down a lot more since I bought Bitcoin. But I'm still buying it for dollar cost averaging for the longer term. And even right now, you have a much better dip on your hand. So you could if you wanted to, but it basically depends on if you're dollar cost averaging. So you could sell a few weeks or a few months from now, or if you're trying to do some type of dollar cost averaging where you can make money over the next 24 to 48 hours. Those are two different things. For the longer term trades, yeah, this is as good a time as any to start dollar cost averaging, because you can, of course, if we have another bad day tomorrow or the day after, you can just dollar cost average more. Just make sure that you have powder on you. This means you have cash on the side. So as we do dip down more and more and more, you're able to buy. And if there comes a certain point where you're just like, I don't want to buy anymore, don't feel bad about it. You already have a position because you've been doubling down or dollar cost averaging. You already have a good position. So let it ride and take time. You know, you don't have to keep on putting more and more money into stuff like this, okay? Never buying a downward momentum? Oh, I do it all the time. I do it all the time. But again, you know, it's for specific things, right? Like, I remember when we bought over here, we bought over here, we bought over here, bought over here. You know, in a bull market, it usually ends up working out. But it depends on the time frame of what you guys are looking for, right? Let's see. There we go. And the situation of what you guys are buying. You know, I think right now we're trying to do some scalping plays and stuff like that for fun. But typically, you might say that, yeah, it depends. Uh-oh, hold on a second here, guys. 85. Well, that's a lot more powerful than it was just a few minutes ago. There you go. All right. But yeah. Different ways to trade, I would just say that. And hey, Greg, thanks for subscribing, my man. So far, though, altcoins are still holding up pretty well. They're down about 10% on average, I would say, with a few things kind of around maybe 5 to 7%. A few things up like WIF and so forth. Let's do a little bit of a check right here. Dog WIF Hat is up 13% today. Solana is up 4% over the last 24 hours. Not everything else is pretty much up just a small amount. Maybe CFX is up 4%. Whale token's up 1%. Yeah. On the other side, BSV is down 17%. Let me double check something here. It seems to be fun. My internet's slowing down a little bit here. I forgot if I'm streaming in 4K or 1080. I think I'm streaming in 1080. Or no, I might be streaming in 4K. Video. No, I'm streaming in 4K here, so if there's any buffering, I apologize for that. Hopefully it's able to fix itself here fairly soon. Normally, I don't have issues in the middle of the freaking night. Normally, when I have issues is during the daytime when everybody is using their internet, so forth, right? Yeah, and always Chris Simmons, always happy to help you guys out. Let's see right here. Been waiting for Flux to dump long term. I guess might as well hide them. Guys, I trade for fun all the time. This is why I told you guys I didn't take specific technical analysis here. I'm basically trading with a plan, but yeah. I don't know how to say it. No, I know. It's kind of an interesting one right there. Hey, Prodigy, happy to see you, my man. This seems to be the most significant dip Bitcoin yet. Yeah, it's been pretty significant so far. I think we're looking at some support levels around 65,000 and possibly around $60,000. But right now, you're definitely seeing a little bit of a slowdown on the move down. Hopefully, we're able to hold right here and move a little bit higher. I think that'll make life a little bit easier for us. But if not, then we can start going back down to 65,000. Currently, we're at 67,320. If you guys look at the Bitcoin to USD charts, you see the Bitcoin ticker right there. That's 67,287. So not terrible here. What's it here? Hey, Tim Allen / Will Smith. Memes are holding up better than many altcoins. How are the real memes, I wonder? What do you mean the real memes? What is a real meme token? If we're talking about Dogecoin and Shiba Inu, they've been doing okay so far. But if I go back over here to the top numbers, Shiba is no longer in the top 10. I believe AVAX replaced it. Yeah. Shiba's been coming down pretty hard. So in the last 7 days, Shiba Inu is down about 12%, while AVAX is up 21% and Dogecoin is up 1%. So in the last week, Dogecoin really hasn't done much, but over the last month, Dogecoin's only gone up 90%, while Shiba Inu has gone up 202%. So a lot larger move. So that might be explained why we're having such a large drop at this point in time. So, everything today for the most part, Near Protocol is up a little bit. I know some of you guys are talking about that. A lot of red. But if you zoom out a little bit, you see what's been happening over the past 90 days, year to date, and so forth. Can you guys see this? There's 60 days, 90 days. Let's go over here to just my face. There we go. You see that Bitcoin's up 70% in the last 90 days. Ethereum's up 72. BNB's up 143. Solana's up 116. XRP's up 8%. ADA's up 17, Dogecoin's up 71%, AVAX is up 37, Shiba Inu's up 217, DOT's up 43. We're still looking pretty good over the last few months, if I do say so. Pretty much everything on the top 100 is green for the most part, except for some stable coins. Monero is not. Monero is sinking right now. What's happening to XMR? XMR. Took a big dump on the February 2nd. Yeah, this one has definitely been having some issues as of late. Wow. Huh. I wonder if people are losing interest in something. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, there we go. And hey, you're talking about Filecoin? Do you think it will trace to $7 or $6 I plan to buy around that level? Most likely it will. So let me go over here before we start paying more attention to Bitcoin. So at this point in time, you could already see we broke down below the support level that was here. I was hoping that we might have an opportunity to hold, but once we started to break down below it, even if it was for a short amount of time, once you start to break down below those levels, of course, it gets a little bit more difficult. Death cross over here on the 4-hour chart. The daily chart, we are currently breaking down, back down below the 20-day moving average. Let's get rid of some of these former lines. And of course, today, the big goal here is, will it manage to break down below this trend line? If so, I do think it comes back around towards $8. $7 is where you might start to see a little bit more of stronger levels of resistance. Maybe high $6 range, low $7 range. If we were to pop back over here, though, I want to show you guys the Fibonacci levels in this thing. Go to the weekly charts. There's 2 different ones you could use, of course, over here to here or from here to here. First one, I'd be using is probably this one. For the 4-hour chart, we bounced right off of it. Kind of matches that support level we were just talking about. Down here, that next one is kind of around $9, so maybe you see something of a smaller dip right there. Then afterwards, this is where it comes down to that buying zone between $7.34 and $8. If it does come back down here, it might be something more of a wick like I'm talking about there or here. No, that's not so much work. But you might have a wick where it dips back down. Anywhere sub $8 though, I think is going to be a good price target for you to buy, especially since we have a larger level of support down here on $8.19 all the way down to $7.67. I wouldn't have the whole position down set to buy at $6, but if you wanted to scale into this, that wouldn't be bad as well. Especially once it starts to break down below $9 as Bitcoin's kind of rolling over here a little bit more. I'd be more optimistic about buying at these lower levels, but just wait for it to break down here. Because, Bitcoin could always have a 1 to 2 day dip breaking above 65,000 before ultimately moving back down, if that makes sense. And so far here, we're still going sideways. A whole hot bunch of nothing happening right now. Waiting to see if we're going to flush back down or if we're going to have an opportunity to break out again. The 15-minute chart still hasn't gotten back into green territory here, so you're not going to see a whole bunch of buyers hopping until it does. I'm hoping that we can go sideways long enough for that to happen now. Yeah, no worries, CryptoPhrase. Happy to help you guys out. YouTube doesn't typically promote my channel all too much. I'll say that now. Anybody that's been here watching me for a while, I have a few friends that trade and do these types of channels as well, like Tom Crown and so forth. I've been talking with a few other people for quite a bit of time, and I always say they're much more active and exciting and stuff like that. If you guys watch Tom Crown, he's a good channel as well. Why am I fast on my computer? I don't know why. Recently, my computer's been so slow when it comes to Google. Maybe because I'm streaming so much. Let me close some of these tabs. He's the type of guy that wears sunglasses while he streams. I could never do such a thing because it's not my personality. But if you want to see that crypto bro mentality, he has a strong one. Crypto bros have a strong community where they kind of share each other's content and stuff like that. I think I am going to be doing more collabs here over time, but I don't necessarily know if they're going to be the crypto bro type of ones here. What's it here? Bitcoin found resistance at 67,000. This last one was 68,199. 67,000 was maybe you're thinking about support perhaps. There is a little bit of support right here. We're trying to make this higher low. I don't know if we make it or not, but we're trying. Right now, if you go over to the 15-minute chart, there's just a little bit of a attempt at a breakout happening. Well, how would that even work out? I guess from here to here. We'll see if it's able to do so. Typically, the way I like to do this, normally, if you guys, again, have been watching me for a while, you guys know this. Typically, I wait for us to break above the 15 after a larger dip, and then I make my day trade from there. You'll see over here, once you get back above the 15, things get really well for quite a bit of time. And your stop loss over here, your stop loss doesn't get hit. I don't know, the last dip we had, 15 over here. Excuse me, breaking above the 20. Usually works out okay. But I got in really early this time because I wanted to have some fun and just chill out with you guys. It's always easier when you guys are when you have an open position, right? Even over here, buy. You have your stop loss down here. It didn't trigger and eventually went higher. Although sometimes you don't want to wait that long. Dip over here, broke above the 20 over here, went up a little bit more. I don't think it really held down long enough to be justified buying when it came back up. But we haven't had another dip in a while. Well, here's an example where it didn't do too hot. I mean, technically it didn't hit your stop loss, technically, but this kind of ran up too fast. But yeah, it was, I guess if you wanted to scalp it, I guess it might have been okay. But it doesn't work all the time. I think it works for us like maybe 80% of the time, 70% of the time. You can probably get it up to 80% if you've done it quite a few times and you kind of see what the chart looks like. But right now, what we're talking about is just how we want to see this make a higher low. So we have oh geez, I keep on forgetting what my face looks like here. There we go. We have a low above my head, another low, a higher low, and then we have a higher low right here. We're trying to figure that out. But usually once we break down below these higher lows right here, like we had a higher low right here, it broke down below that, we typically drop down quite a bit and it gets kind of scary for a minute. And we just did the same thing here. We had a higher low, then we had a higher low over here, and it dropped down and it got kind of scary for a minute. And now we're going to try to see if we can make a higher move here. But we're still having lower highs. We're going to have to break out of this eventually if we want to see Bitcoin go back up to that price target of around $69,000, which of course is just like a little over, like what, $1,500 away from where we are right now. Although I did say normally I'd be doubling down right now, but no, let's not double down. Let's just kind of keep the trade we have going. Rule number 1, never put your mortgage on the line. You know what? A lot of people don't follow number 1. Rule number 1. You know what? But if you want to add another mortgage onto your house right now, you know that sucker is going to be expensive with interest rates. You know it's going to be expensive. I doubt many people are doing that right now. So here, buying this dip, bad idea. Start of a major retrace. It's a day trade. It's not a long-term trade. Well, I did buy some longer-term investments today, but that's just because I dollar cost average. But what do you call? Like the last time we did dollar cost averaging, though, the position I sold the position a few weeks ago, March 2nd, right? It's currently March 14th. It's, market's gone down since then, so I'm pretty happy with the price that we sold at. But the position was down $1,000 before we ended up making $8,000, and that's typically how my dollar cost averages work. I typically don't buy right before we go up in a lot of circumstances. I wish I was so lucky just to buy and wait for it to go up. But when I dollar cost average, I don't. I mean, I buy a little bit on dips, but usually I have a schedule where I buy all of my dollar cost averages every Thursday. So it's a Thursday type of thing, regardless if the market's up a lot, down a lot. Every Thursday on the dot. Sometime throughout the day, I'm going to be adding to all of my long-term trades. Mortgage your house at $15K when nobody wants to buy and you good? There we go. Lady is a fair meme. Is that, fake meme? Oh, what do you call? I don't even know much. I've been seeing a lot of memes, I think, on X about it, But let me go back over here. I mean, how's Bitcoin going? Ooh, not down $6,000 in the last 24 hours. That's not pleasant. Now, all of a sudden, tomorrow, you're going to see everybody on CNBC talking about Bitcoin. Oh my God. I wonder if Jim Cramer's talked about Bitcoin yet. Oh, actually, has Jim Cramer talked about Bitcoin? Hold on. Nope, he hasn't not been talking about Bitcoin. I feel like every time he talks about Bitcoin, he gets embarrassed, and he might not do it as much, but I feel like he should do it because I want to see more. Let's see. Wait, did he start his own whiskey? I'll be signing bottles at Phosphor. Oh, he's getting paid to sponsor tequila? This guy's tequila, right? That's interesting. Cat, pets. Nope. Okay, I don't see anything there. All right, let's go back over to Bitcoin. Did she have a downfall? I don't know who. I know she's a very awkward lady. I think that's her shtick. All right, let's see. Oh, Bukele. We've decided to transfer a big chunk of our Bitcoin to a cold wallet. Oh, that's smart. Good for him. And store that cold wallet in a physical vault within our national territory. Oh shit, they they put it in the national vaults. It's not much, but it's honest work. Look at that. There you go. A little under 6,000 Bitcoin right here. Oh, you guys can't see it. I'm sorry, my head. I tried to duck, but I forget it. That doesn't work like that. How's Bitcoin doing very fast? It's still trying to chug up here. This is going to be a big moment here. We're going to have see something happen pretty soon. Boomers sing Bitcoin fall 8% in 45 minutes and can't sell until the ETF until market opens. Oh man. Luckily, there's a lot of boomers that know how to sell Bitcoin on an exchange. Although, you know, what happens when the market opens tomorrow morning? Do the ETFs sell or not? That's going to be a big question here. Dennis says, I just bought the dip. Good morning, legends. Stop looking at your portfolio every hour. I look at my portfolio every 10 fucking minutes. I love gold and silver. Let's see what Kiyosaki says. I love gold and silver mines. The problem with gold and silver is the higher the prices go, the more gold and silver is found. Same with oil. I own oil wells also. That is not true with Bitcoin. No matter how high the price of Bitcoin goes, there will only be 21 million ever. That's why I love Bitcoin. Let's see. Look at all those crypto thumbnails. I hate this part of the cycle. Oh yeah. You know we're getting close to altcoin season when these types of thumbnails appear. Oh wow, yeah. Oh. You can just do a little thumb input on what's that program? Photoshop. Put a hot dog in their mouth. Altcoin season, Bitcoin ripped over the coals last 24 hours or 20 hours. Sol keeps on giving us going up. Let's see, Bitcoin interesting. Let's see. I think he's a big Solana bull. I like Solana as well, so I can't blame him for that one. 6,000 swing in just 20 hours. I mean, we are getting hit pretty hard over the last couple of days, that's for sure. Funding rates have been going high again. Is there anything else here, really? Pair block trends are wild. Well, that was fun. Let's do it again. Well, we're doing it again right now. All right, is that about it? Started to see you at 250,000 Bitcoin. Oh my God, people are going crazy. I sent my cousin $20 of Bitcoin and now it's $98. This is how you orange pill. When I think of Bitcoin, I usually never think of orange. I know that's the logo, but I just think of green because I know I'm going to be making money. We're going to need a 5% push-up today? I sure hope so. What's right here? My God, my Google account. There we go. I'll be selling to whoever buying at 100K. Oh yeah, I mean, a lot of people are just going to be exit liquidity at this point, but as more and more people come into the market, I mean, heck, a lot of the people buying the ETFs at a certain point are going to be our exit liquidity because they're going to be buying the ETFs. The ETFs are going to be buying the underlying asset, which is, of course, Bitcoin, and we're going to be selling to them. Now, this cycle is going to be different, of course, because of all those ETFs. However, I don't know exactly when this market's going to top over. It's kind of a whole new system working itself out. There are a lot of similarities, we're going to be looking for the same type of patterns and so forth, but they may happen in different ways. Oh, Jesus. There we go. I forgot to put more fuel in this bad boy. Try not to burn off my knuckle hair. Nope, my knuckle hair's still there. I only burn off my knuckle hair during barbecue season. And so far, Bitcoin's trying to do this higher low, but man, is it taking a hot minute to do so. I guess now we're looking at something like this. The 1 minute chart. Can we break out or not? I mean, I'm hopeful that we can, honestly, but still, a little bit of consolidation. We're trying to have a breakout probably in the next, 2-3 minutes right there. Next 5 minutes, we're looking to have a longer move, but until then, we're just kind of watching patiently. There we are. Well, we're close to the 15-minute chart right there. Yeah, close. Oh, is it trying to do it now? No, okay, no. Let's make this an appropriate one so we can kind of watch in real time. There we go. We'll see if it's able to rise to the challenge. And now our day trade is up $6. Yippee-ki-yay. It was negative there for a second, I imagine, because we dipped. All right, there we go. So looking for this small breakout here. We'll see what happens next. All I got is my good looks and a few dollars. Hey, that'll get you somewhere. That'll get you somewhere. And hey, Verified Trader, right now we are dipping, but BlackRock and Fidelity doesn't open until the morning. I definitely agree with you there. It's going to be interesting to see what they think of this move, because we already had a move throughout the daytime. So in my time over here, maybe an hourly chart will suffice for this type of explanation. Right? We had bad inflation data coming out. What time did the inflation data come out this morning? Probably 5:30 in the morning. Well, let me go over to YouTube. I don't know if it's still going to be there, but we can check it out. $11 hours ago, a little bit more than that. Yeah, I watched a couple of these videos earlier this morning. Wholesale inflation rose 0.6. That was 16 hours ago. So, what is that? 8 hours past 24 hours. So, if it's 11 o'clock now, that was 11 a.m. minus another 4 hours. No, add on another 4 hours. So, oh, I'm not entirely sure. Jesus. But it came out early morning time, basically, when the market was opening. So, market opens up around 6:30. You can see everything coming back down. Inflation data comes out before market open, though, because you have the futures prices and stuff. So it might have been right back here. And you can kind of see the dip accelerating a little bit more. How was the SPY this morning? 5 a.m. So okay, 5 or 6 a.m. Yeah, 5 or 6 a.m. That's when we started to have the dip on the stock market as well. So that's when the inflation data came out. That makes my life a little bit easier. So again, 5 a.m. right here, 6 a.m. right here. I would bet it somewhere around 6 a.m. time then. All right, so you can see we started that downward move there. So inflation data was not good at all. That being said, here, actually, I don't know if inflation is going to get much better though. But the market didn't open up until 6:30, right around here, right? Or actually, let me go to the 15-minute chart so we can get some 30 minutes in there. So 6 o'clock right here. The market opens up right here, and as soon as the market opened up, right there, we started coming down hard, coming down really, really hard. And of course, when did it start to fix back up? When the market was closing. Excuse me. And we picked ourselves back up a little bit, and then something happened more recently after the market closed where we started to dump again. But again, at least right now we've slowed down a little bit, and we're just looking for a larger move. We don't know if we're going to have it yet, but I'll be more excited when Bitcoin breaks above the 20 moving average here on the 15-minute chart primarily. All right, let's go back over here. And basically just waiting and waiting and waiting for a large move to break out here. There we are. How is the liquidation charts looking? I mean, somebody just bought $1.4 million worth of Bitcoin, it looks like here. Liquidations, there's not really too many. You're seeing a few here and there, but they're pretty evenly matched between sellers and buyers, or shorters and people going along, so not bad. But I would say this really kicked off, and it's so much more aggressive than normal because of the inflation data. And again, if I just type inflation, you know there's going to be news about it today. Oh, not inflation data. That's what I normally check out. There you go. There we go. So wholesale inflation rose 0.6% in February, much more than expected. And I'll just go over, we don't need to watch the video, but I won't even read all this stuff. I'll just read a little bit of the highlights. The Producers Price Index, which measures pipeline cost of raw, intermediate, and finished goods, jumped 0.6% on the month, double the Dow Jones estimate. So it was double as hot, so to speak. On a year-over-year basis, the headline index increased 1.6%, the biggest move since September of 2023. That's a big move. We're not seeing inflation slow down, which is very, very, very bad. We want to see inflation go down. If inflation doesn't go up, the Reserve cannot cut rates. And I know this is an election year. I know Jerome Powell doesn't necessarily want to have rates be this high, because in my tinfoil hat opinion, he'd prefer that Joe Biden would win so he can have a better chance of keeping his job, because I think Trump honestly just wants to fire the guy as fast as possible. However, if he does end up cutting rates too early, inflation will soar, and then he's going to have to come back and raise rates even higher than where they currently are. We saw that happen back in the 80s, I believe. No, the 70s, before Reagan. I think it's been a hot minute. So inflation, trading economics. Where's my chart? Do I got to zoom out a little bit? Fresh. Okay, there it is. I was like, where the heck is the data? We go over here and we go over to max. You see how normally when we have these high moments of inflation, typically, there you go. Can I? Oh, I don't have a little slider. Damn. You see how normal we come up, we come down quite a bit, then we come all the way back up again, right? That happened in the 40s. 40s is a totally different time. Same with the 70s and 80s. But you see how back over here we picked up a lot, came back down, then we picked up a lot even more, right? Rates had to get fixed up during those times, and I can maybe even show you guys. Right there. And I know it looks kind of ugly. Oh, shit. There we go. You see how we had rates that go sky high, then we came back down, then they went back high again? He has to raise the rates again. So he doesn't want to cut because we went high, we cut too fast, and that led to a spike. I talk about the 80s and the 80s because, again, the 80s was not so long ago. People like Jerome Powell, who's currently 71 years old, he was around during that time. He doesn't want to be known as the guy that messed up like last time. The other guy was Volcker, I think was the name. Jerome Powell, Volcker. I'm not spelling the guy's name at all. Ah, yeah, Forbes. Fed Chair Jerome Powell haunted by the haunted by the ghost of Paul Volcker, right? So they all know about it. And so far, when we look at the rates, we're not nearly as high as we were. We don't have to be, of course. But he might have stopped a little too early. He might have needed to raise rates up to 6% or 7%. And I think he cut it off soon because he thought the inflation was going to roll over a lot faster. And now that inflation is not falling down, let's go over here to the last 5 years. It's stabilized, but we're not going down anymore. So because of that, it's not looking good. And of course, I blame it on rent inflation and services inflation. Rent inflation year over year. Let's go to the last 10 years. It's coming down. Don't get me wrong, but we're still at 6% year over year. So year over year, 6% inflation. That is absolutely just deadly. How is rent inflation month over month though? Do they have that? St. Louis Fed. Maybe this one. Rent primary. No. I mean, you can see it's going up, obviously, a lot more. And since 2020, everything just took off with COVID and whatnot. But I don't see the chart. I don't see month over month data, though. NerdWallet, perhaps? Updated. Updated March 13th. How's Bitcoin looking? Bitcoin's trying to make a run up here, so that's interesting. That's nice to see. So rent prices are now 30% higher than they were before the pandemic. Wow. Okay, so rents are up 3.5%. No, 6% inflation, 6% for rentals. Oh, they're probably thinking of just apartments, though. Who knows? Let's see. Rents averaged $2,000 across the United States. That is just oosh. But see, I want to figure out what that data is. I might literally have to go into the data here. So let's look at Bitcoin for a couple seconds. Let me see if I can kind of find this. I like looking at rent inflation. It's interesting data. All right. Let's see. Okay. And Bitcoin trying to break out. Yippee. Okay, so here we go. Literally the stuff I do for fun. Okay. So 12 months CPI for consumer houses adjusted. Okay. So August, February 2024. So food away from home is getting more expensive. Energy's way more expensive at 2.3. And gasoline is much more expensive along with energy. So energy is really making everything more expensive here. Shelter's up 0.4. Yeah, so 0.4% from the previous month. I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but it's like 0.4, what is 0.4, 0.6, 0.4, 0.4, 0.3, 0.6, 0.3. It's still going up a lot. Silver's is less, let's see, so food, energy, technical note. I mean, they break it down everything. Like, they break down everything you can imagine. Medical care, physician services, tobacco and smoking products. They break it down. White bread. White bread got cheaper by 1.2%, got a little bit cheaper. Yippee-ki-yay, what got more expensive? Breakfast cereal. Let them eat cake. I remember that video. A few things went down here, which is nice to say. Like, oh, pork chops went down. That's nice, pork chops. I'm not really the biggest pork guy, but citrus fruits and stuff went down a little bit. That's nice to see, since winter's kind of cooling off. Anything else really spiking here? Gasoline's going more expensive, and energy as a whole, we've already talked about that. Boys apparel is up. That's kind of weird because men's apparel's down. Girls apparel. Oh my god. Girls, so boys apparel went up 2.1%. Girls apparel went up 7%. I feel so bad for women. They get so fucked over by companies. They expect women to pay a lot more for the same exact products as guys. If it was the same exact material, it's absolutely wild. Infants and toddlers went up a lot. Anything else here? Newspapers and stuff went down. Who reads a newspaper? You tell me. Let's see. Anything else here? We'll look back into it in a little bit. I want to see Bitcoin having this breakout right now, though. That's kind of a little bit more exciting, if I do say so myself. We broke out. We consolidated. We're starting to move up a little bit more. We'll see if we can get the job done. Currently, our trade is up $22. Not really up a lot, but we'll see. Again, what we're looking for at this point is just to come into contact sometime above this 20 moving average on the 15-minute chart. That's where you should start to see a little bit more of an aggressive play here. We'll see if it comes to fruition or not, but I'm hoping it does, honestly. And, we're about to turn positive on the MACD here, so that's actually a good sign. All right, put that right back over here. 100 for utilities, yeah. If you're renting, you're not building equity? Yeah, oh yeah, of course, but man, dude, not everybody can afford to buy a house in this market. If you come over where I am in like Seattle area, let's just say you want a 2-bedroom house, and I just want to have 2 bedrooms. I don't even care. I'll take 1 bathroom for heaven's sakes. Home type, we'll have just a house, right? I don't want to have a lot or an apartment or something like that. I just want a house for sale. Okay. Now, let's just kind of stay around the Seattle area. There's some islands over here. There's some kind of rural areas over here. So we should be able to find something around it, right? The cheapest house is $300,000. Where is this at? This is in Bremerton. So this isn't even on this area. This is all the way over here, Bremerton, over here, which means if you work in Seattle, you're taking a ferry. All of these little lines, that's a ferry line right there. That's a ferry that you have to take to work, which averages about $20 a day at least. So let me zoom in over here. Let's get rid of the islands. Fairview. Oh, it's even taking me over here a little bit. Fine, let's zoom in. Let's not even go to the downtown. Let's just go to the north end. There we go. All right, does that work out? Fairview. Where's this on the map? Oh, it's a boathouse. That's kind of cool, So for $365,000, you get a 2-bedroom, 1-bath for 560 square feet. You know, and you got to pay the maintenance on a boat. I mean, oosh. The next one up is here's a regular house. Where's this at? $450,000. Doesn't tell me where it's at though. Where? Oh, right here. 365, 450. Oh well, somewhere close by. Okay, so it's not really close to Seattle, but it's within driving distance, right? You hop on the highway, you go down south, it's fine. This house right here, the next cheapest house. Oh, where was it? It was just here. There you go. So it's a little bit up. Again, $450,000, 2 beds, 1 bath, 660 square feet. You got to pay $450,000, and that's the house right here, right? They don't even show you the whole house. I like the fireplace, although it's not being used. Kind of a weird paint color. White is always freaking me out in a house. You know? For one person, that's actually not terrible. It can have an office and then a, what do you call? Or a den and a bedroom, you know? But that's the house, you know? That's what you get. If you want to live anywhere close to the city, of course it's going to be a little bit more expensive. Like, let's go across the bridge over here. Over here, the cheapest house... The cheapest house over here is $1.2 million, and it comes with 2,000 square feet. 2,000 square feet is actually pretty nice, but $1.2 million, and it's going to cost you about $7,300 a month, not including all the extra stuff there. So, geez, it's just kind of scary how bad everything's gotten. But again, you know, why buy a house when you can buy Bitcoin? Wouldn't it be nice if you could, if like we bought houses in Bitcoin and stuff like that? So your house is worth so much Bitcoin and like that, you know, a tokenized asset, you know, matched to Bitcoin. So the value of the house goes up and down with Bitcoin. That'd be an interesting way to go about it. And hey, Steve, Mike, I paid $70K in 1.5 years ago. It was worth 85. Less is more, 884 square feet. See, well, if I didn't have a dog, that probably wouldn't be the worst. I think the average place I've lived in before now, living in this house, has been about 1,000 to 1,500 square feet. I think normally that's plenty of space. Right now I have a house that's like 2,000 square feet, and it's more than enough room. It's like I don't know what to do with this. I have too much room, which is I never thought would be a thing. Heck, even when I moved to Panama, remember, I have that house coming up where it's where if I want to live in a condo or something. This one's pretty much dead. You know, oh, I forget. What was that penthouse one? $2,000. There's this one that I really like. It just has a balcony, which I'm not a fan of, but I want to find something similar if I can't find a house to live in. And this one's $2,000 for 2,400 square feet. Dude, I have no idea what I'm going to do with all this space. Right? Weird entrance area, though. But I should be able to have a good time there. The outdoor area, not my... I don't want to have a balcony. A lot of people do, but not me. All right. So we're having a Bitcoin breakout right now after consolidating after a really nasty drop. I don't know exactly how long this thing is going to take for it to have a larger move. Currently, the position that we took a few minutes ago, or like an hour ago now, it's currently at $44 after being down a little bit, up a little bit, down a little bit, right? I'm still holding on to it. We haven't stopped out, which is a good sign. But I'm still waiting to see if we can get back up here to my short-term price target of $69,200, and we'll see if we're able to make that move here. Let's stick around on the 5-minute chart just so we can watch this play out. I'm going to move this over here, and I want to get out of there and hop out of some of the Zillow stuff, apartment stuff. Oh, I accidentally got rid of the... what do you call... the CPI data, and that, oh no, I didn't. Okay, there we go. Rent. I'll find it later. It's not that important. Bitcoin's breaking out. That's much more important here. And you can see the buy orders kind of flooding in at this point in time. 1,400,000. A few sellers coming out right here, but some scalpers taking some profits. Regardless, I like what I'm seeing. Also, if we break above the 50 here, that's also a nice move there, because we're looking for a golden cross here between the 50 and the 20. Although, again, on a 5-minute chart, it's not the most exciting thing, but it does have a little bit of value here. I need to turn this down so I don't really blow off my fingers here. There we go. A little bit smaller. There we go. Ooh, smoky. There we go. I got 3 longs open now. Took profit on AVAX short. Ooh, nice. Good. Well done. Only taking the baddest biddies at the housewife applications. What do you call? I'm hoping to find a wife in Panama. I'll be pretty excited with that. And then I want to have a large family. You know, my dad's Hispanic and mom, you know, black. But I know, I don't, you know, my mom passed away last year. I haven't known my dad in who knows how long. But I do know that my dad, he was part of like 18 kids or something like that. So I don't know if I want to have that many kids, but in Panama, I can afford to have like 10, 15 kids. I'll be all about that life. I don't know if the wife will be about that life though, so she's going to definitely have a say. And hey, DD, was thinking about taking some equity a year ago to put in a Bitcoin and MSTR. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Yeah, I mean, you know, we think about it all the time. There is a lot of risk associated with it. And sometimes, you know, when you think about how the last couple of years were going, it was a pretty turbulent time, you know, across the country. So, you know, sometimes, you know, in hindsight, of course, but, you're still making money right now, I assume. So maybe not as much, but you're still making a good amount of profit. These FOMO shorts are making it easier. Oh yeah, I love FOMO shorting. Oh, not shorting, but I like to see them get liquidated. So far in the liquidations, there's quite a few of them. Like, let me see. Yeah, there's a few liquidations over here. I'm scrolling down it. A lot of liquidations happening. A 3.5 one happened a little bit ago at $68,000, just as we were breaking out. There we are. Hey Ty, what would I be looking at for a large reversal? If we're able to hold for about maybe 1 or 2 days from here and not break down below around this like $67,000 level, 66,500-ish level. If we can hold this level for maybe 1 or 2 days, then I think we can get back on track. It's just that it's going to look very abnormal. It's going to be very, very abnormal. The last time that we had this type of move here where it came down a little bit more drastically, where was it? It was this, right? Where Bitcoin came down a whopping $10,000, then proceeded to rip up from like the time you might have bought on somewhere around like 63,000, 64,000. It went up all the way again to like 73,500, 74,000. You know, but if you look on a daily candle, look how much of a mess that looks like. That looks like a complete mess. Over here, this wasn't actually as bad because it took a few weeks for it to happen. But right here, it just looked abnormal. I don't want to bet on the abnormal move happening, but there is a good chance that we can stabilize for maybe 1 to 2 days, pop back up a little bit, back up towards $72,000. And then from there, we'd try to, again, bounce above the 20-day moving average. Last time we bounced up pretty close. We made a move higher. I'm hoping we can do it this time. But, man, it's going to take the abnormal amount of force again. Hey, and now, guys, our trade, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Now our trade is up $94, so we're okay. We're profitable again. Up 48%, not bad. Up $99. Oh, I thought it was gonna go to $100 for a second. I was like, yay. Oh, it's being blocked. Thanks, Fry Guys. I appreciate the super chat. But yeah, so at least our trade is up a little bit right now. I'll keep an eye on it. What do I think about Germany? I've never been to Germany, but I've heard good things about it. I've always wanted to go to Oktoberfest at least once. But I hear it's like, when I go to Germany, I don't necessarily want to go to the cities and whatnot. I've heard that there's some really good like nature stuff out there that I really want to enjoy. Just kind of going out to the mountains in a small village, it seems like much more of a fun time. Mostly because I don't really know much about the German cities, to be honest. But I do like Germany quite a bit. Sitting on multiples of what I had liquid would be enough to pay off a house with a little more than Bitcoin action. I'll be fine. Would have been finer though. I've definitely been there myself. So yeah, you're good. $7 vegan tacos in LA. Oh, well, you know, there's a new trend starting up right now that I think people are getting to notice. Or at least the news is finally starting to notice this. If you guys live, or if you guys travel, or just know your local not necessarily ghetto areas. Ooh, look at that. We're having a move here. Our trade is now up $113. Ooh, $115, $116. Ooh, come in here. Yeah, $112 or $118. Yeah, that's good. That's juicy. That's juicy. $121. Oh, beautiful. $123. Oh, yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, man. Oh, beautiful, 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 beautiful. Oh, beautiful. 68,500. Hit a little bit of resistance, and we'll see if we're able to break out above that. $125 profit. Tasty, tasty, tasty profit. Now, what was I going to say? Oh, there's a new trend catching on, and I don't think the media is kind of on the fence about it as far as local media. I've been looking on it on Twitter, or not Twitter, TikTok a little bit. So, you guys know that you guys can go walk into a store right now and pay a lot of money for like something that's very, very small because the way inflation's been kind of, going higher basically. Well, there's been a lot of these people that are just selling their food on the streets, and they have like a little hot dog stand, but it's for like Mexican food and stuff like that. And I'm really enjoying that because their food is so much cheaper. And so if you guys are looking to save a buck, it's a great way to go. And their food usually tastes better than the stuff you find at the stores because it's like the good old fashioned, just cooked at home, brought over, all the right seasonings, the good authentic stuff. Oh, it tastes amazing. And their Bitcoin goes up a little bit more again. This is nice. I hate waiting this long for stuff. Remember, we bought down here before this small pump, and then we had to wait. How long have we been having this trade? An hour and 35 minutes. Currently up $137 or 68%. So yeah, not bad. Again, you guys can sell whenever you guys want to. If you guys did take this trade, definitely a little bit longer than I was looking to hold. But again, usually when I do this type of stuff, it's just for I think we're looking for a larger like a move on the upside. I buy, then I just wait. And if I know I'm going to be streaming for quite a bit of time, I am willing to hold for a little bit longer period of time. McDonald's is tied to the hip of the government, probably get bailed out. Oh, there's no way McDonald's would ever go bankrupt or something like that. There's so many jobs involved with that. It would be insane. But McDonald's is going to be moving towards robots sooner or later, right? All right, so we got our higher lows worked out, guys. Now we're going to have to consolidate a little bit more. Maybe we'll figure this out. But Bitcoin's finally making a reversal here. And hey, Steve, New York. I don't go to New York too often because I feel like every time I go to New York, I've been there quite a few times, but like there's too much to explore in New York. I've been to so many different spots and I like it a lot though. The first time I went there, I think was in high school. It was fun. One of my friends, his uncle owns a hedge fund in New York, so anytime I go over there, we get to crash with them. And then it's nice to go by the train up there, which is kind of nice. We don't have the neighborhood chefs in Seattle, too bougie. Yeah, well, like, so it's more in the rough areas of Tacoma. Not even the rough areas. Like, you could see a nice church, you know, and then they'll be right outside the church. There's a church out. Let me see if I can find this out here. New incognito mode. Maps, Tacoma. Let me show you. Remember, I used to live out in the ghetto over here before they rebuilt it to make it look like a nice neighborhood. If you go over here and you go up 40th Street, where are we at? Where am I at? Yeah, 40th Street. Playfield, yeah. So this used to be a community pool. Now it's some weird thing. You go down the street, yeah, there's a Sacred Heart Church right here. And on Sundays, there's about 5 little shops across in these little sides on the edge of the sidewalks. 5 little shops, and they're selling tamales, burritos, tacos, you name it, they got it. Oh, it's so tasty. And people come out here from the church, you know? Just, you know, usually older people in the community walk out church, come on by as they're going back to the car, they get some good Mexican food, you know? I don't even think these guys are Catholic or anything. Oh, it is a Catholic church. That's why we're there. But yeah, it's really cool. These neighborhoods aren't necessarily the best, but they're still decent. Like, these houses still cost a little bit of money because they're by the city. But I used to bike around these areas a lot when I was a kid. But now they replaced everything with nicer houses, these kind of duplexy types of things. Used to be able to kind of go back here on the bikes and stuff. Now it's like, now there's an actual way to get back in here, which looks kind of interesting. Back in the day, this was all gated off. Oh, it still is gated off. But they try to keep it clean from homeless people, which is really nice because kids like to go back here because there's an elementary school right there. But I used to live like right over here before they tore down the house. Then I got moved over here as a kid before they tore this area down. And then I got moved over here to one of these duplex things. 433. Yeah, 4334 was my old address. It wasn't over here though, it was over here. But yeah, so I used to live over here, and then I moved over to Seattle after like there's a college thing, you know. Then I moved over here. Where's this building at? Kind of a level up if I can find Denny Park. There you go. This area right here, Mackenzie Apartments, a little bit too expensive, but fun at the time. And I moved all the way down here to Tacoma, where I was able to get a nice apartment over here, right next to the Castle School, where I was able to have a view of the water. I think that might be my car. I'm not entirely sure. I used to have a parking spot right there, though. But that's why every time I go over here and look at this Bayside of Garden Apartments, oh, 2.5, holy shit. They've really gone downhill since the corporation bought them. But I think if they, hold on, let me go over here very fast before we go back over to the other stuff. To Bitcoin here. Yeah, I used to live in that apartment right there. 2nd floor, nice view of the water. This area. My car is right, that little Ford Fusion right there. That's my car. That's my car. Yeah, right there. That's my car right there. A nice area. I love the views, and it was kind of in a walkable distance of everything in the city. So you can walk down the hill. They have nice restaurants. You can walk down over here. You can take an Uber if you really want to. There was a park right here, so I can do my daily walks a couple hours a day. And then, of course, right over here, there's a grocery store. A little bit more expensive, of course, but nice neighborhood. A lot cheaper than Seattle, though. A lot cheaper than Seattle. And there we go. We're up. Now the trade that we're looking at is currently up $124. Oh, we're back to where we were a few minutes ago. Well, you know what? It's still fine. We're moving up bit by bit by bit, and I'll take that all day long. How's the 15-minute looking? Yeah, 15 just turned bullish a few minutes ago off this one, so I'm hoping we can break it above the 20 here. Then from there, we hit our price target, and then we can have a confirmed trade. Confirmed trade. Or confirmed win, I should say. Now I want tamales. Oh, tamales are amazing. My family didn't have a lot of money growing up, so every Saturday and Sunday, well, it usually be Friday and Saturday, after I got back from school, we'd spend the whole night making tamales, which take a little bit of time in a house, right? And then we'd go to the soccer games. And I don't want to show that map again, but down the road, there's a park. You just park up with the van, start selling tamales from the van. It's really, really good time. I mean, you know, in hindsight, kind of sucks that you have to spend your weekends working and whatnot to make ends meet. But, I mean, I'll say it built character, right? Built character, did what you had to do. If it takes that for me to have a roof over my head, freaking so be it, right? So be it. And hey, Stoney, 253, I see the 253 right there, yeah. Is Cali the only state overrun with homeless people? No, there's homeless people in every state, but some states are worse than others. I think the worst one by me is probably Portland, Oregon, but I think they're trying to fix it. Seattle was a lot worse a few years ago, and they're fixing it now, slowly. I don't like going up to Seattle sometimes because of that. Now that I've made some money, I've moved up in life a lot better off than where I started. Um, it's kind of been sucky to, like, maybe I'll go to a nice restaurant, or there's a really nice lounge up in Seattle called the Fog Room, and it's in the top of this charter hotel, so it has a nice view of the water. It has an outdoor area, so you can sit down by like these fire pits that have like little propane tanks and stuff. Um, it sucks taking a few drinks in there, enjoying life, enjoying that you have some money to spend and so forth, and you're paying for your damn $20, $25 cocktails, which is crazy. And then you go back on the street, and then as soon as you leave the building, you're seeing like somebody overdosing. It's happened twice since I've started going there over the last 6 months, and I've only been there maybe like 4 or 5 times. So about a quarter of the time, fifth of the time, as I'm leaving a night after enjoying myself in the bars and the high end life, you just see somebody overdosing, and you feel bad for them, right? And then it's like nothing I can do about it because I don't vote in Seattle, of course. I have elections in Tacoma, but yeah, it's rough to kind of see it. No, homeless in rural areas, they don't want to be homeless in rural areas. They'll walk, and they'll get bus tickets to go to cities, because cities will give you stuff, right? So they have an incentive for homeless people to come to the city. They'll give you phones, they'll give you tents, they'll give you equipment and stuff like that. Typically, the smaller towns, they don't have the budgets for that type of stuff because they're just worried about keeping the roads together, and they're doing the basics of keeping the city running, right? And even then, they struggle because they don't have the largest the largest taxable income coming from the city. From the town. So usually they'll go into the city to get all the free stuff, right? The problem with helping homeless people in the city is there's a lot of corruption in it, where like if you go to REI, you can probably get a $100 tent or a $75 tent, maybe inflation's a little bit more, so maybe let's just say a $100 tent. But the way the system gets it all worked out, somehow that tent ended up costing like $400 to $500 per tent. I don't know how the heck it works like that. I really don't. But to me, that sounds like corruption. So, am I expecting Bitcoin to dip today? Maybe once the market opens, it'll be kind of a flip of a coin there, because a lot of the move that we saw today was bad inflation data. Over the past few months, after we've had bad inflation data, the markets shrugged it off a little bit, and then we started to kind of soar a little bit more. So, I'd say a 60% chance that we don't drop today, unless it's going to be happening sometime around market open. If we can kind of hold that ground, I think we should be fine to start moving back up towards $70,000 plus. Do I think Bitcoin will hit $72,000 again? Oh yeah, it'll definitely hit $72,000 again. It just kind of depends on when. Solana's doing good. Yeah, I mean, while Bitcoin's consolidating here, let's go over to the hourly chart. We can see that Bitcoin's having that reversal here. That's nice to see. Our trade is currently up $140. Looks like it's working out. Ethereum booming as well. ADA making a move. Solana definitely making a larger move. Solana's just trying to hit all-time highs. That's all Solana's trying to do, and it's going to do it, in my opinion. ADA is trying to make a reversal. Dogecoin, everything is having some smaller moves to the upside here. Definitely not where it was just a couple days ago, of course, because of the drops, but you have to be happy that we're at least cooling off a little bit. We hate to see those larger moves where we just start falling off of a cliff, right? And this goes back to Bitcoin as well. That line's going to be annoying for a second, but just bear with me. Right now, if you guys are looking for a large dump across a lot of other assets, you're basically thinking that over the next 2 or 3 days, we're going to break down below the 20-day moving average and start coming back down here to $65,000 to $60,000. Honestly, right now, 65 seems like a pretty good support level. But again, that's what a lot of people are going to be looking to buy if we do get down that low. There's a chance that we don't even come back down because of what we saw before. We go up, we come crashing down, and we start soaring again. That could happen again. It's just so hard to predict when something like that is going to happen, which really, really sucks, of course. Because the market kind of has a little bit extra volatility right now based off of the ETFs. But if we start going back up a little bit more in the daytime, I wonder how the ETFs are going to react, and if the ETFs are going to start shedding Bitcoin, or if they're just going to hold Bitcoin. Today, Bitcoin went down throughout the day, but of course, Grayscale sold Bitcoin like they always do. That's nothing new. But something like a Fidelity ended up buying Bitcoin today, not selling, despite it coming down, right? BlackRock, they didn't sell, they didn't buy, they did a whole bunch of nothing today. ARK Invest, they bought and they sold. Looks like they kind of broke even a little bit, so not really much happening. Bitwise, they ended up selling more than they bought, but overall it wasn't terrible, right? And I think what's happening here at the same time is, remember, just like everybody else, people want to buy the dip. So as the ETFs have been coming down, right? So as the ETF comes down, like it has over the past few weeks, people like to buy those dips. And as they buy those dips, a lot of the time, people, the ETFs will have to accumulate more Bitcoin, or they won't be able to sell it as much. Because remember, people could sell a whole bunch of Bitcoin over here, they could buy back down over here, and then that really stops the ETF from having to sell off Bitcoin in the first place, which is why we saw a few ETFs not sell anything today, or at least sell minimum stuff compared to how much Bitcoin fell, right? Same thing over here. You go over here, there's a lot of gapping going on because, of course, Bitcoin's 24/7. This is not. But if let's just say you bought on the close of the first day, you're still up 48% over the last 2 months, 61 days. So, you know, they're going to be looking to buy every single dip as well. Back over here. I'm happy that we had the breakout. Let's see if we can continue this move. Let's go back to this one, though. There we go. I'm so happy this trade is working out, guys. Normally when I go live with you guys and I do these trades, I try to make sure it's like going to work out. But we had a little bit more resistance than I thought. So now I'm hoping that we can go up a little bit higher. But we are looking at a little bit of resistance coming up here pretty soon. So I don't know if we're going to blast through it or if we're going to have to consolidate and then hit that level. Because right now our trade is up. You guys see that? $152, 75%. Imagine if I did a larger trade. Man. Usually I give myself more time. I don't do large trades with you guys because typically I don't like to lose money. And usually if I do a smaller trade like this, I can be much more, things look okay, things look fine. Let's just enter in an order here. Which is a little bit easier, of course. Because typically if I was making that trade right now, honestly, we're back above I'd be entering a trade at this point in time. It might dip back down a little bit more, but then my price target would be all the way back up here, probably towards 70,000 or so. So I'd be looking at a profit of about 2%, you know. So 2% with a 50x leverage, you know, that's not too bad, right? 100% increase in your revenues or your profit, so to speak, excuse me. But typically it dips back down a little bit here, which is why I'm surprised we're just trying to go back up all of a sudden. I was like, ooh, okay, I'll take it though. There we are. All right, this cigar is done. This cigar lasted hours. How awesome was that? It was a little bit of a larger one, but damn, it worked out pretty well. And of course, I am still drinking coffee. Going to be a long night, but these long nights are what I live for, honestly, at this point. All right. And hey, Robbie, thanks for subscribing. If you guys can, please make sure to subscribe, hit the like button, and if you guys want to tell me your favorite tokens and why, or you don't have to say why, but you can spam your favorite tokens. The mods won't get mad if you spam your tokens right now, because I like to get more. I want the YouTube algorithm to know that I'm here, and by you guys spamming your favorite tokens and having conversations, it livens up the chat, I think, and that's what Bitcoin's looking for. Like I always show you guys over here. Give it a second. I can see the chat rate. So when people are talking more and more and more, it's good. When people start to slow down on talking a little bit, it gets a little bit more iffy. Concurrent viewers, there we go. Back over here. Is the music still rolling? No, the music stopped. Let's get the music back up here. There we are. Perfect. And hey, Danny, did we break the channel's bottom? Thanks for streaming. Yes, we did break the channel's bottom today. It was a pretty nasty move. Oop, let me get back over here to Bitcoin, not CPI data. So far, the exciting news, Danny, is that Bitcoin is like slowed down a little bit on this drop, and now we've had a small breakout where at least Bitcoin has an opportunity to try to launch back up for today and tomorrow. It's going to be a big if here, of course. However, people right now are taking the opportunity to buy this lower range and hoping that Bitcoin can be going up for maybe a day trade or maybe a 1 to 2 day trade at the latest. I've been adding on for some of my long-term trades at this point. I'm waiting to see if Bitcoin is going to take another drop tomorrow once the market opens, or over the next 24 to 48 hours, if we break down below the 20-day moving average, that's where I'm going to be like, okay, I want to buy this dip, because I think that would probably be the last time Bitcoin dips for a while. You have other theories out there, like Tame the Ark and a few other people that are saying that Bitcoin's going to be going down to $40,000. At this point, I don't see it, but I am being patient to try to get the most bang for my buck for some of these longer term trades here. But again, I did buy Bitcoin this morning during the Bitcoin drop, and then I bought a few more a few hours ago when the stream started. So I just learned about that and started trading futures today. My first buy in Bitcoin goes way down today, recovering at the same time you bought at. I'm happy you're able to make some money there. Make sure you're able to lock in some profits sometime throughout the rest of the day though, okay? You guys have a good mix of tokens that you guys are watching for too. I always like trying to learn about new tokens. Like, you guys introduced me to a lot of the meme tokens that kind of are escape my radar. And so I've been buying a few of those meme tokens, and so far they've been making me some good money here. I'm gonna do some gambling when I'm in Vegas, and I'll tell you guys if I win or if I lose. There you go. Bong, Solana, Cox, Solana again, Link. A lot of Link and Solana here. Even AVAX is up pretty strong as well. Bit20 looks like is in here too. A lot of Solana. There we go. Hi, Michael. Can you fix the 24-hour live feed as you haven't left a box open? It's obscuring the Ethereum graphic. A box open? Let me see. Let me see if I can fix that very fast. Star. Oh, I don't even know which one that is. Is it this one? Maybe the third one here. Give me a second. I can try to find it out. TradingView has been acting up on my servers recently. It's been the most annoying thing ever. There we are. And I'm seeing some recoveries across altcoins as well, guys. So we're definitely seeing altcoins not nearly as down as much as they were a while ago. They might have been down 10, 12%. Now they're only down maybe like 8, 9%. In some circumstances, they've gone up a little bit more and they've gone up 5%. Ethereum. See. Oh, I see what happened here. There you go. There you go. Should work out a little bit better now. But even this one, see, something happened with TradingView where it messed up its it messed up the way it goes in full screen here. So I got to be able to fix that down the road as well. And yeah, see, even this. When I'm controlling my servers, this is literally what it looks like. I have to go through all this type of stuff and I have to like squeeze it in there. There we go. No, but I guess it just makes more sense to have it open all the way for now. No. Right there. Or better yet, what I can do is probably have this open. Squeeze this over a little bit. And maybe that makes everything else kind of blend together a little bit better. There we go. And then from here, can I squeeze this down even more? Or no? What I can do is I can squeeze this over. Ooh, I don't know how I want to do this. Stretch it out a little bit more. There we go. Hopefully that helps you out there. So no more boxes open and stuff like that. And I think that should work out for you. There we go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Did I mention Bobo? I haven't seen Bobo before. Why is everybody talking so much crap about Cardano these days? You know, I'm not entirely sure why. I think people have been hating on Cardano for quite a bit of time, though. I think it really started to pick up a couple years ago when ADA was delisted from a few exchanges, and I don't think it ever, from a social media perspective, ever recovered from that. Now, guys, we are going to be lighting up a 1964 Padrone. These are some of my favorites. These ones are okay. Well, it is one of my favorites, but I really do prefer the 1924s. But this was a gift here, so we'll see. Handcrafted. Of course it was. Let's see. Actually, how is this one here? What's the flavor profile for this one? I don't check these out too much because they're not, I usually smoke the 26s, but since this was a gift, I don't. Here they are, Holt cigar. I don't think they're necessarily an expensive cigar too, which is kind of nice. So this is going to be a little bit of a longer one. Oh, they cost around 17 bucks or so maybe a little bit more. A Maduro. I doubt this is the $36 one. Yes. 656. No. Algo. 5. Yeah, around 17 bucks. Cedar, cocoa powder, leather, nuts, and coffee bean with hints of cinnamon and cayenne. I don't know if I taste any of that, but we'll see. We'll see. Litecoin has been a beauty. It's been nice to see that kind of grow up over the past few months. I found Grayscale like 2 years ago. Oh yeah. Horror. People worry about a 1.5% fee when they're getting 70% plus returns. I don't get it. Larger amounts of capital, that 1.5% fee is very, very large. That's basically the reason why. You know, why pay for it if you don't have to? And right now the market has 3 different styles. So we have, let's see. Right, Franklin Templeton 0.19%, Bitwise 0.2%, VanEck just moved theirs over to 0 until 2025. ARK is 0.21, iShares is 0.25, Fidelity 0.25, Wisdom Tree 0.25, 0.25, 0.25. Then got Grayscale over here at 1.5. It just doesn't make sense at this point in time. And even with the Invesco Galaxy, fee waived for the first 6 months of trading or first $5 billion in fund assets, whichever comes first. Fee waived for the first 6 months of trading or first $1 billion, whichever comes first. Fidelity, fee waived until August 1st, 2024. iShares, fee reduced to 0.12% for the first 12 months of trading or for the first $5 billion in fund assets, whichever comes first. And they have it right here. So there's just more of an incentive. So basically you're just seeing like a capitalistic system at work where it's saying, hey, you know, we're going to charge you 1.5%. We're not going to give you a deal, but 1.5%. Other guys like, hey, we're just as good. And we're going to give you 0.2%, and you don't even have to pay fees until August, huh? Or $5 billion, which one, you know, which one are you going to go for? And you know, it's all numbers, it's all maximizing your returns and stuff like that. And I guess Grayscale right now, they haven't proven to the market that their high fees justify, or they themselves justify having that much of a premium over everybody else. And maybe it comes along that perhaps, you know, people do eventually see the benefit of buying into the Grayscale one, but I guess right now they haven't had a good enough job of selling it to customers. I don't know really what the big difference is. Like maybe Grayscale. And what's the other one over here? BlackRock. The BlackRock and Fidelity ETFs also have an advantage over Grayscale when it comes to certain liquidity metrics linked to their market breadth. So maybe the spreads are even better on not BlockFi. I keep on thinking BlockFi. Maybe then Grayscale. So maybe BlackRock, excuse me. Let's see. The block. Here we go. So BlackRock and Fidelity spot ETFs hold an advantage over GBTC and at least 2 liquidity metrics according to JP Morgan Analytics. If GBTC doesn't reduce its fees, the fund will likely see more outflows, the analyst said. The spot Bitcoin exchange traded funds of BlackRock and Fidelity already have an... Oh, it's pretty much the same thing. Okay. The first metric in JP Morgan's proxy for market breadth, based on the Huber ratio. I can't pronounce that, sorry. The metric is lower for BlackRock and Fidelity ETFs by around 4 times, implying that these two ETFs show significantly more market breadth than GBTC. JP Morgan analysts led by Nicholas wrote in a report on Wednesday. The second metric is based on measuring how much ETF closing prices deviate from the net asset value on range. This metric suggests that the ETF's price deviation from the NAVs of Fidelity and BlackRock spot Bitcoin ETFs approach that of the SBDR Gold Shares ETF in the most recent week, implying that a significant improvement in liquidity, the analyst said. Meanwhile, the deviations for the GBTC ETF have remained higher, indicating lower liquidity. Right? You want to trade a more liquid asset. If Bitcoin's, you want to be able to get in and out a lot, and some of these people have large amounts of capital, so when they want to get out, they want to get the best price while they're getting out. Especially with Bitcoin, which is kind of volatile, and they want to like trade it or something like that, day trade it. It makes more sense to go with a more liquid asset. But the analysts also pointed out that GBTC fees aren't reduced, the fund will likely see more outflows and lose funds to other ETFs, especially BlackRock and Fidelity's Bitcoin ETFs. Right. The flows, IBIT, it's the purple. You see how they're going up over time, January, February, March. But there you go, a little bit more. And then where's GBTC? It's not even in here. Oh, I wish they would just give us that one to kind of show the difference here. But yeah, so it seems like it's just not up to par just yet. So if you're going to charge more, you want to have a better product, and they're charging more and their product isn't better, I guess, at this point. So over time, perhaps it will be, but they just haven't figured out a way to justify it just yet. But maybe they're going to have a sale here eventually. I mean, like here, GBTC. Maybe they have news. First Securities, okay. World's largest, okay. History, how to invest, facts. No, maybe they might have some announcements down the road or something like that. Yeah, Fidelity, the bid and ask are very close, yeah. Called the spread. Called the spread between the bid and ask. You want it to be as close as possible. Here. JP Morgan, he told Tesla, if we can't sell it, I won't invest anymore. Yeah. JP Morgan they're ruthless over there. Jamie Dimon has been able to build that sucker up by being as ruthless as possible. You've even seen over the past few months, he's even taken more of a conservative bent for some reasons. He's normally been trying to be a little bit more neutral, even a little bit more towards the Democratic side, because Democrats usually are more anti-bank. So if he says, hey, I'm more Democratic, perhaps they won't be breathing on his neck as much. Which again, he's playing politics, and that's just the way bankers usually have to do it, because most people across the board, Republicans and Democrats, they don't like banks all too much, or bankers, let's say that. But he came out and he was like freaking out the CNBC people. He said like, Trump was right about this, Trump was right about this, Trump was right about this. And I was like, oh damn, what's CNBC going to do? Because they were like, what? It was funny to see their faces. But I think that JP Morgan is definitely going to be one of my favorite assets to hold for the long term, just because they've been very, very ruthless. After Jamie Dimon retires, though, I'm definitely going to be taking a portion of my capital out of it and rotating it into something else. I don't know what, but I don't know if there's going to be another bank like the way JP Morgan's been able to operate for a while, because you kind of have to be like extremely ruthless to run a large bank like that. And I don't know who might take his place. Usually when we've been seeing people leave for the past few years, the people that take over for them, they haven't really been the best people. I think we saw that with Disney, right? Some guy took over for the Iger, the stock dumps, Iger comes back, and then he's trying to fix everything, and even now he can't even fix the stuff he wants to. Well, I don't even know if he wants to fix it, right? It's hard for Disney to make some good movies these days. Let's see. There's something micro Bitcoin that could be interesting. Micro Bitcoin sounds like it might be fun. They should make more products to get keep everything rolling on. I'm excited to see what other types of programs I can have. But now they're starting to talking about tokenizing stocks, and so I wonder how that's going to work out and how they're going to be able to make money off of that. Maybe just small fees every now and again. But I really want to see what the tokenizing of stocks comes across. There we go. Trump's policy was good. You can think whatever you want about him, but for Americans, America did the good things just as effect. What do you call? I think I like Trump's policies just because I didn't have to care about them. Usually if I'm not caring about the government, I'm in a happy mood. Now I have to wonder what the government's doing, and now I'm not in a good mood. So as long as I don't have to think much about the politician in charge, the president in charge, I'm usually pretty happy. I'm definitely paying attention to Joe Biden right now. I just want him to stop spending. I really want the government to stop spending as much. And I don't think they're going to be able to do so. I really don't think so. I can understand Barack Obama having to spend because of the financial crisis. I can understand Trump having to spend because of COVID. But right now we're kind of going crazy with it. I don't know. I just hope, we had the infrastructure bill a couple years ago. I'm just hoping that we can at least start to see the roads getting fixed up, because I still haven't seen the roads fixed up yet, which has been definitely just a large pain. Grayscale has already Ethereum. It's moving up more than BTCG. Well, yeah, because everybody's getting ready for the Ethereum spot ETFs to be announced here pretty soon, and I'm very, very excited for those ones. And hey, Mr. T, what indicators do I got on top? I have moving averages. That's the lines you guys are seeing right here. I have a 20, I have a 50, and I have a 200. And then I also have these brick structures right here with these little order blocks. That's called the Smart Money Concepts indicator. But this one is the paid version of that, which has a little bit more bells and whistles. And this one is called the Price Action Concepts. But if you want the free version, which is pretty much the same except for just a couple things missing, you can use the free one, which is Smart Money Concepts, and it's made by Algo. So if you guys go over here, Smart Money Concepts, Algo right there, right? Nice and easy. It's one of the most widely used tools, I think, right now for a lot of trading users. It's like people didn't know about Grayscale. I think people in the crypto community knew about them a little bit, but I don't necessarily think that a lot of the hedge funds were even thinking about putting necessarily like a lot of money in there. I think they were just waiting for the ETF, maybe for some semblance of safety or something. That way they can kind of justify it to the peoples whose assets they manage, But like, I think they knew about it, but they're like, I don't want to invest at this point in time. Which, in hindsight, probably not the best thing. But, there's tons of opportunities that those hedge funds miss. And as long as they're meeting some type of profit level, they're usually pretty happy with it. Coming to Michigan, we have potholes every corner. Oh, geez. Hey, Alec. Right now, it looks like we're primed to go higher for a little bit of time. I don't know what that means when it comes to the market open, because Bitcoin did drop a lot in the after-hour session. If the market opens up and a lot of the ETF holders are worried about Bitcoin going down more, they may start to sell more, which may lead to Bitcoin dropping down a lot like it did today. So be careful if you buy right now. I mean, I bought right now for a day trade, and for longer term investments. But if you're trying to swing trade this for maybe 24 to 48 hours, be very, very careful and make sure that you're kind of aware of what's happening around the market open. Hey, Steve. Yeah, I mean, buying a house, having land is going to be huge. For me, like, I feel like a lot of people are priced out of housing, of course. But if you just buy a plot of land, build a house, it doesn't even have to be like a fancy modern house like everybody wants these days. Just have some place for you to live. You're going to be happy. Now, I know we have to commute to work and stuff like that, so it makes it a little more difficult because the land around those areas, of course, is cities, and that makes it a little bit more difficult there. But, I know people, like I met this cool guy in Vegas a few months back when I was there in December, and he was chilling in the hot tub. I was chilling in the cold dipping tub area. And we were talking, and this guy, he was there for a concert with his wife and his kids, and he was telling me about, like, he bought a homestead out in Arizona, somewhere out in, southern United States, kind of southwest. And he was like, yeah, me and my wife, we got away from everybody. We both have remote jobs, and we just basically have ourselves a little farm where we're self-sustaining. He's like, it's so much better when you make your own flour. Like, he totally, like, not a hippie guy, but he's just like, yeah, it's nice. what do you call it? I own my, I have some animals. I have my own vegetable garden, nice and easy. Make my own bread. He's like, dude, life is good. You know, they're gonna worry about the higher prices and stuff like that. It's all self-sustaining. And if you're making an income and you're not getting hit by inflation, besides maybe like gas prices and stuff, maybe some energy, you're a lot better off. But inflation, whoosh, you know, it's gonna hit a lot of people no matter where you are. Hey, Alec, I'm in a juicy long right now and kind of want to go to bed and let it ride. In that situation, just make sure you have a stop loss and have a price target in case it spikes or something when you're sleeping, and you should be good to go. I mean, I depending on how your leverage played is, how your leverage is working out. Yeah, as long as you have a stop loss, you know, you should be fine. Whatever you're willing to like say, hey, I'm making money right now. What's the minimum amount of money I'm willing to walk away with at this point in time? Stop loss. Wait to see what happens, and then you're good to go. Not the best draw, but I'll take it. And Bitcoin's going to try to make another higher low here, but this is annoying. Got a lot of buyers coming in here. Oh my gosh, though. There we go. All right. We might be looking at another higher low right here, and then maybe trying to rally up a little bit later on. Looks like that's what we're trying to do, but we haven't broken back down below the 20 moving average here. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. So you can see right here, we did dip down below it for a short amount of time on this previous dip. This dip over here, we did end up coming back down below it for a little bit of time before making that larger move up. And again, over here, we came back down below it for a little bit of time here before eventually going back up. So, let's hope we don't have to go through a long wait here. That's the 5 minute. Stretch this out here. But you know, coins overall are doing pretty hot. Pretty well right now after if you got the bottoms here. Land, BlackRock coming for that too, don't worry. Oh yeah, but I mean, at least there's land out there still to buy, you know. It just might not be next to the city. But I think right now, if you can buy land before it's easy to get internet out everywhere, you know, I think that's going to be the best tactic for a lot of people out there, because right now, if you go out into more of a suburban area or a more rural area, it's a little bit more difficult to get land because the way our internet, because what happens is, in order to get a large company like an Xfinity or I guess Comcast, same thing, in order to get like a large company to build out wiring and stuff, we give them pretty much a monopoly on a section. So, hey, you get this section if you build out here, right? And so I don't, like, even here, I don't have options for much Wi-Fi and stuff. I pretty much have Xfinity and that's it. I can get like maybe AT&T stuff, maybe. No, I'm not even in an AT&T area. They always ask me, and I'm like, maybe I can check, but like, nope. So, once internet is able to be used across the country, like in all these rural areas, the land value is going to skyrocket. And I think that's one of the reasons that you're seeing these mega corporations buying up everything, because they're going to invest in it and make them into new towns and stuff. And while the older towns kind of slowly die off, everybody's going to move into these like mini towns that are made by corporations. Heck, I'm still waiting for a private city to pop up, and I'm going to be excited to see how those work out. Imagine a private city being made where you have to have a checkpoint to go inside the city. It's not going to necessarily be like you can just walk in. So, you know, if you're homeless, you just don't get to walk into a private area, you know. They're going to try to like make it as nice as possible, which is going to have upsides and downsides. Of course, if you live there, you're probably going to be happy, but it's going to be a whole different types of system. Like, I don't even know if they're going to really allow protesting in those suckers whenever they pop up. If you want to protest, go to a public city, because we're in a private city and we don't like the protesters here. Gonna be a whole bunch of crappy shit going on. What do you call it? Pray for Detroit water. Did they ever even fix what was going on in Detroit with their Flint, Michigan water? I don't even know. It started in Obama. I don't think Obama fixed it. I don't think Trump fixed it. I don't think Biden's fixing it. Although Biden might have fixed it. I don't know. I haven't been keeping track of it. Michiganders don't sleep. You gotta sleep sometimes. Starlink from Costco. It doesn't work enough for me because I have to be able to stream with you guys for a long period of time with consistent data. I got right. Starlink business speeds of up to 8 to 25 megabytes per second. I like to have around 30 to 40 personally. And that's for business, right? So the highest one I see is 25. Let's see. Yeah, 25. So that's not enough for me. Even right now, as I'm streaming 35. I'm streaming 35 to you guys right now. So if I don't have that, it's a pain. Otherwise, I would love to do it. It's enough for me to do HD streaming though. So in the future, if I do end up moving to Panama and I end up getting like a house down there in the middle of nowhere, I will choose Starlink as my internet provider down there, and I'll just have to be forced to stream in HD, which won't necessarily be pleasant, but it should be good enough, right? It should be good enough. Don't worry, I got it. That was quite a bit of messages in a short amount of time, isn't it? Mr. Wickles, buy some, get the fuck out. You guys have some good humor here. I love it. Limited supply Bitcoin land. Hey, I mean, remember when everybody was buying up the ETF land? Like, what was that called? Where people were buying digital land. I forgot what it was called. Like a tar was buying up land and stuff. Let's see if I can find it. That is a flavorful cigar. ETF land maps. Not ETF, excuse me, NFT land maps. Totally different thing. NFT plazas. Yeah, like these things, remember? Decentraland, okay. How do I find the land, though? There you go. All right. Land for sale. All right. So there's this town here. And I can buy this chunk right here. 100K. Whatever this is. I don't know what this is. Is this 100K mana? Yeah, so that plot cost $68,580. And you got to do it over the Ethereum network, which is going to require a little bit of fees. Hopefully a little bit less after the update, of course. Yeah. But basically, price 100,000. He owns it. Over here, this small one. This one costs about 30,000. About 5K. Yeah. So this one costs about $3,400 for that tiny plot. So I don't know if people have been buying and selling this stuff for quite a bit of time. I'm not entirely sure. But you got some expensive things. Is there anything in purple here? Like this one right here? This little thing is selling for $1.03 million. Why? I do not know. But it's road adjacent. Highlight. The highlight is it's road adjacent. I love it. I still don't know why people bought into that stuff, but I wonder if they're going to be able to make some money here in the short term or in the long term here. Metaverse, yeah, there we go. Essentially, yeah, you guys tell me, and I just, there you go. I wasn't paying attention. New York is getting a fall, spring, and a second winter next week. Oh, that sucks. It finally got sunny today. It was such a beautiful day. I went out with Loki for like a cool couple hours. We were just chilling out in the sunshine. I was letting him run around. He was running around so much he just passed. I was like, just having a flat out good time. I never understood NFTs. A damn JPEG. Different ones have value. I can understand certain ones if they're from an artist because people like to collect the art and stuff. When it comes to NFTs and me, there is a value to it, but it's basically if you own the underlying asset. So for instance, let's say I own an NFT of this phone, basically, in theory, okay? So this phone is mine, not because I just have it in my hand, because I have a tokenized, like it's owned in the, I own the NFT. And the NFT built into it says I own this, right? It's a little bit of a hard thing to kind of grasp, and I'm not really explaining it in a very good way because I'm an NFT expert. But basically, I can go to court and say, hey, I own the NFT associated with this. It's now mine, and because I tokenize it all together. So you tokenize it with a physical asset, and that's the way in theory it works. Although I'm not the expert there, so just take a lot of what I said with a grain of salt. But like Microsoft has a huge NFT Web3 department. You don't even hear about it at all, but they have a massive one. They're burning billions of dollars, and actually it's saving them a lot of money. Here. This was just put out in 12/12, so just a few months ago. Azure NFT non-fungible token solution accelerator. Right. Welcome to the world of decentralized applications. Right. This is for coders, not for me. Right. And if you guys understand that, God bless you, but I do not. But basically, token transaction API, token service management. They're investing in it. It's going to become something. It's just not going to be the pieces of art is not going to be leading the way. It's going to be a lot of the other stuff. Right? Folders, Microsoft open source code of conduct, license, privacy, coding, and some of that. Like, trust me, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how Microsoft works it. I was here. So I was at this event a few days ago, and there was this guy from Microsoft. His name is York Rhodes III, Director Digital Transformation and Blockchain. The guy gets paid a shit ton, okay? Let's go over here to the news section. Let me turn off the music for just a second, and I'll try to find a spot where he was actually talking about something interesting. Okay, I have desktop audio going, and there you go. Okay, it's slowed down now. Let me put my headphones on. I'll try to find this thing. It's going to be very hard to understand, but like I want you to understand that like they are making progress with Web3 and NFTs. I would say it's more Web3 than NFT, but again, everybody has their own little cycle here about how they talk about it. Or not cycle, they have their own way of talking about it. So let me fast forward a little bit. I was there, so I know it was very boring in the beginning where they were kind of introducing themselves. All right, here we go. Let's see.
In the digital world. One is the documentation associated with those assets, one is the movement of those assets, and the other is the value assets.
The value proposition, you're going to see a ton of incremental savings and a ton of incremental revenue because those things are sort of opposite sides of the balance sheet, but the same thing, right?
Yeah, I think it's also
basically money is they're saving lots of money, but let's listen to it for just a few seconds.
Helpful from a context perspective. Like we all operate in this digital first world. When we think about a token, we don't actually realize what does that token mean to the non-digital world, right? And you mentioned supply chain. The way we think about, say, for example, an Intel CPU or an NVIDIA GPU, those are tokenized assets. And what we've done with tokenizing those assets is we've been able to fuse together three things that we don't think about in the digital world. One is the documentation associated with those assets. One is the movement of those assets, and the other is the value and a whole bunch of other attributes associated with those assets. And in the digital first world, it just happens, right? If you think about DeFi, right? But all of those things exist. They just happen to exist locked into the token. In the context of a supply chain, those things are completely different workflows, which is why you have the inefficiencies, right? Money moves separately from products movement from documentation. And with a token, you can collapse all those together, track them all together, and realize very significant value propositions.
That's all I wanted to tell you. So you kind of heard what he was saying. You could save money by bringing all that stuff together, and it's all moving at the same time. I don't technically understand it just yet, but they're doing it right now, and they're making a killing off of it right now, which is why you're seeing these types of massive companies start up these larger investments. So let me move this volume back down a little bit more here. Let me add the music back up. Just lower that down. There we go. But hopefully that kind of explained kind of what they're talking about. And that's not some like hippie dude, you know, talking about NFTs and selling some art. It's like how it's applicable to business and tokens. It's over my head, yes. But they're doing it, okay? So there's value there. But in order to get that value, I'm investing in Microsoft. I'm not investing in, you know, the token itself. I don't know how to do that type of stuff. But Microsoft, yeah, I mean, it's saving a lot of people a lot of money. And of course, if they're saving people money, they can sell that to people like, hey, pay for our product. We're going to save you money, right? There we go. Also think digital cards that have an exclusive animation or video tied to that card NFT. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, people are trying to tokenize their music, so no matter where it is, they own the rights to it everywhere. Especially as we get into this more global world here with digital assets and stuff. You know, you can say, here, I definitely own it. You know, it's going to be hard, of course, but it's still stuff that goes flying over my head. But like, you just heard that guy talking about it. You can hear he's not like just making bullshit up, right? He's doing something there. He's doing something. See, and sorry, the volume was just kind of low on that one. It wasn't me. It's just the way the volume was working. I had everything maxed out. So you might have to literally like turn your phone up all the way and hold it to your ear. The microphones are very, very low at those types of events. I've never known exactly why, but they've always just been very, very low with all the videos. Michael, Bitmap is the first metaverse on Bitcoin on chain. Dozens of teams already building on it. Check it out. Oh, see, that one works out pretty well too. He's basically saying he doesn't have to pay taxes or have an accountant. That's kind of nice, yeah. Because all this stuff will already be combined because of the blockchain. Wow, yeah, okay, there you go. See, you have much more knowledge about what the underlying stuff that he's talking about. I don't. I've never been a techie type of guy, or just been able to understand that talk. But definitely, they are finding ways to make money on it, and they're already using it for Microsoft's own systems. I think that's important. I don't think they've necessarily gone out of their way to talk about it, like sell the product just yet, but they're using it for their own systems right now. And I think that's a very cool thing. And it just means that they are making progress, especially because they're spending billions of dollars every year on it. And it's helping them, right? They're able to keep on investing in it because they're making I don't know if they're making a profit just yet, but they're seeing themselves save so much money that after a period of time, once the majority of their assets are tokenized, then I think they should have like, you know, it saves them money. Saving money is what every company dreams of doing. The way they would describe it properly is reducing OPEX, right? Operating expenses. Once it's flushed out. But might as well, I mean, like Microsoft, it's such a small part of their company that you're not going to be necessarily like just buying it right now because it's going to make Microsoft go to all-time highs or something. But that's maybe OpenAI, right? But it's part of the process. And eventually, remember, imagine what they're going to be able to do when they do combine a lot more of OpenAI systems with the blockchain technology that they're building out. Ooh, that's where I see a lot of potential there. But nobody ever talks about that type of stuff, right? And again, this is why I go to these boring... he was very interesting. They were kind of interesting to hear listen about, but they also talk about a bunch of stuff that goes over my head. So when it goes over my head, I just get really, really bored really, really easily. But when I listen to stuff like that, I understand there's something going on there that I need to understand further. And that's why I go there, so I can understand, okay, they're collapsing everything together, and somehow that lowers the cost, and they can track everything together. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty darn nice. I can see how that might be saving people money, because can you imagine if Boeing was able to do that with all their assets, because they keep on getting lost, they keep on having bad stuff being mixed in with the airplanes. If they were able to have a tokenized asset where they could see that, hey, it was it's been approved by the FDA, it was built here at this time, so forth, everything all together, when they move it over, everything is right there. It just saves everybody a little bit of time, a little bit of grief. So I think companies like Boeing could use it a lot, because if you know anything about Boeing, they have parts being built across the country that are being moved to certain major factories, or major plants, I guess, where everything is put together. So I'm really excited to see where it goes, but that's why I go to those crypto meetups every now and again in downtown Seattle. When I find something interesting that I want to listen to, it goes a long way. Yep, learn one thing at a time, where it's data overload. Oh my God, it's easy for my brain to get overloaded, that's for sure. What do you think that drop will reach? If Bitcoin decides to drop tomorrow or later on today, I guess I would say when the ETFs open up and the market opens up, we might see it go down as far as maybe $65,000. If it comes down lower than that, we're probably heading all the way down to like $62,000 to $60,000, which would be that'll be a freaking mess. Hey, Miss Wills, yeah, it's been a pain. They've been doing this too much. Normally, we have these types of larger pullbacks in a typical market when Bitcoin goes up a long way, and we have these markets, but it's been like go up a few days, down, a few days, boom, a few days, boom, and I don't like it. And finally today it broke. There wasn't enough buyers this time around. And also, I do want to stress, a good chunk of this was because of bad inflation data, which means we're not going to be having interest rate cuts anytime soon. It might still be in the summertime when we get them, but inflation is not cooling off. Inflation is getting worse. And in hindsight, Jerome Powell probably didn't raise rates enough, but that's in hindsight, right? So far, the economy's still chugging along. That's nice to see. But I don't know. I think they were kind of guessing, which is probably, as best they could do, about what AI was going to do and how big of a move AI was going to have as far as the overall markets were concerned. I thought fairies wear boots. We need to stop thinking about fairies and start thinking about what color you want your Bugatti to be. I just want it to be black. I've always been a very simple guy. Black or silver vehicles are typically what I go for. Anything else, it's just too flashy for me. I like the color of an all black vehicle, right? Shiny black, not matte black. Waiting for Bugatti to accept Dogecoin. The moment they do that will be freaking awesome. Again, you see a lot of these companies do these types of moves though, where they do accept cryptocurrencies. I mean, pretty soon most of them should accept a form of Bitcoin because of how much it's worth and how they can just kind of hold it. But I guess we'll have to wait a little bit longer for that. There we go. Okay. So on the 15-minute chart, Bitcoin's just making another higher low right now. That's basically what it's trying to do. So again, loop, 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 and higher. It's not as exciting, I know, but basically that's what we're doing. So don't be freaked out if we have these sudden drops here. How's the market looking right now? What's going up the most over the last hour though? Because I expect to see some type of pops based off of Bitcoin making some moves here. There you go. AKT is up 3%, CFX is up 3%, EGLD is up 2.5% basically, or kind of around CFX. Pyth is up 2.5%, VeChain is up 99%, Ajax is up 0.5%. So we haven't seen altcoins make a total big reversal here over the last hour, but I guess we've been watching this for what, how long? 4 hours. So technically we've only been looking at this last. Yeah, we've been looking at this where it's been going sideways. So that's actually kind of understandable. WIF is still up a little bit today, which is nice to see. Of course, this is the 4-hour chart. We're still consolidating, but again, if you attack those breakouts, you've been just very, very happy with what you've been getting. FA, this is grinding up a little bit more as well. I own some of this, as you guys know. Fetch AI coming back down. Okay, it came back down to support, but in a very awkward way, and it never actually had that full-on breakout like we wanted it to. But it did break out here, and it did go higher because of the breakout, and it went to the order block, which I guess worked out fine if you guys were day trading or doing a maybe 1 to 2 day trade. But definitely a little bit more interesting now. Anything else going on here, though? NMR, how are the AI tokens? AI tokens are bleeding out, but I'm buying them up. Pendle down a little bit here as well. There we go. Yeah, so we're seeing some moves here. AMP token though, this one's falling off a cliff. How much is it falling down from the highs? How much you think? 30%, 40%, 20%? 57%. Yowza. I don't know. I want to buy more AMP though. AMP has been good. Well, no, I didn't even sell my AMP. I was telling you guys maybe I should sell it. Maybe I should sell it like now. I'll just hold on to it and boom, it comes down. Dogecoin, how's Doge? I mean, if you think about Dogecoin over the last few days, it's pretty much just gone sideways. We haven't necessarily had a large move down. I mean, sure, it's down like 6% so far today, but because of the move with Elon yesterday, I think it kind of gave us a little bit of extra support here, which is nice. But really, I'm more concerned about what happens tomorrow during tomorrow's candle. That's when we're going to have to come up against the 20-day moving average here, and I really don't want to break down below that. I really don't. That's when we start going back down towards $60,000 and so forth. But the 20 should be around $65,000 at least. Are we finally done with the dip? Are we finally going to have a little bit of a move here? That'd be nice to see. How's the 1 minute chart look? A small change of character here. Trying to have, yeah, there it is. Trying to move a little bit higher. Small breakout here with the momentum on this path. I think we have an opportunity to break out here and finally start chucking back up a little bit more. There we are. I'm gonna give my dad the Bugatti because I'd crash. I think the first nice car I ever drove was like an old British car that one of my grandfathers, he was refurbishing. It was like a was it Thunderbird? No, it wasn't one of those. I have a miniature of this type of thing though. It started with a T though. No, not one of those. I forget what it was called. It was really cool. He gave it a purple, sparkly purple coat, which looked really, really nice. Not too flashy. It's not like the sparkles were everywhere, but it had that type of paint where it had like a nice little sheen to it when you looked at it in the sunshine. Because of course, when you're showing off the cars, you take them to the in the summer, there's the car shows and stuff outside of the car meetups. It was really, really fun. I don't know what it was called though. It was not made for big people, I tell you that though. Me and him both had big bellies, so every time we drove in it, we had to like adjust the seats a little bit more. It was hilarious. I forget what it was. The T something though. Let's see. I mean, heck, at one point he even refurbished a Bug. But I made money over the summers working on the car and like taking out the carpets and stuff. It was a nice way to make some extra cash. Uh, 10 best convertibles of all time. It was not no fancy Alfa Romeo, no. Mustang. T-Bucket, no. No, I don't know. Let's see. I'm not gonna remember. I was a kid when I saw it. Bitcoin's having a pop though. Not an MB midget. Triumph? It might have been a Triumph. I'm not entirely sure. It looks kind of like a muscle car convertible mix. Let me see if I can find it very fast. Ooh, that flavor was good right there. Let's see. Maybe I should type in muscle car. draftable. Let's see. Triumph. Maybe it was a Triumph. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, it might have been a TR6. Might have been TR6. Not a Jaguar, that's for sure. A midget. Oh, those look kind of cool though. Triumph, not a Stag. Triumph. Yeah, it might have been one of the Triumphs. I just remember it started with a T. It was really, really nice though. I really enjoyed driving around the neighborhood with it. What do you call? I think it was like maybe 15 or something. So technically, I didn't have a driver's license, so I just kind of drove around the neighborhood acting cool. But it was really fun. It was really fun. Those purple 80s cars look nice. Oh my god, he knew what he was doing. He'd restored so many cars. His first car that he restored with me was like some type of old Bug. It was really, really nice. He was a huge car show guy. Every summer we'd probably go to like 10 different car shows around the Pacific Northwest and just drive along. He'd get me some cotton candy, a hot dog, and a soda. Have a good day out, you know? It was really, really chill times. And people at car shows are always so chill, you know? You can go inside the car, you can look around inside of it, you can see all the old different things. There's a lot of pride that people have when they restore those cars, especially if it's an older car, but they kind of redid everything on the inside, but it's still, the frame is still the same. They're really like, no, it's the original, the original. And I'm like, damn. I feel like that means you spent a lot more money on it though. Trans Am, I don't know, I could be. It was like a muscle car kind of look, but it was a convertible at the same time, so I'm not entirely sure. Wish I got to Germany in the army. Autobahn. I've heard a lot of good stories about the Autobahn. Just having a fun time driving on it. This looks like the correction Bitcoin needed. Oh, definitely so. I just wish it happened a little bit later on. I was hoping it might happen around $80,000 and we come back to $70,000, something like that. Then we start going high. But you know what? I'll take it. Hopefully inflation kind of soothes out though. That's just, inflation's become an annoyance. It might have used inflation as an excuse to dump. Actually, that might even be a better way to say it. The 80s Midnight Purple. Yeah, like here. Purple glitter car sounds kind of crazy. No. So even this stuff that I'm looking at now, it's way flashier than what he had on his. His was a little bit of a darker purple, and it really showed off in the sunshine. Hey Nicholas, gas fees are so high with Bitcoin, just accumulate and hold. Those people that bought at 73K don't sell. That loss never sells at a loss. Hey, you know what? Every cycle there are people that are new to crypto trading and they sell and panic during moments like these. There's nothing you can do. People are going to do what they want to do. And I think as time goes on, they learn from losing money. I think, I think that's what happens nowadays. And while this may be our third or second cycle, depending on where you guys are at, some people, this is their very first cycle and they just don't know what to do yet. So they're not buying the dips. They're freaking out like just smoking up a little bit. But let's say Bitcoin's going up to let's say like a month from now, Bitcoin's at $85,000. Okay. You are going to see people in here. I guarantee you, just like you've seen people recently. Should I buy? Should I buy? Should I buy? Is Bitcoin really going to go higher and so forth? Right. And there's no way to get around it. Right. Remember, I had people asking me if we should buy back in October when we were breaking out, and we had a dip after we broke in. I was like, well, I'm buying. But I'm looking to hold for a few months. Even back in December when I did that long-term portfolio, I was telling people I was buying. Not only a few people were mad at me when it dripped down. Remember, I bought a whole bunch of stuff, and then it went down, so my position was down $1,000, right? While it was down $1,000, I was still adding on to those positions. And then what happened? March rolled around. Instead of being down $1,000, we were up at $8,000, and I was like, "Oh, time to sell." And then I'm looking, and now I'm starting up again. I'm buying even more. And what happened? We were up quite a bit. Now we're like down a little bit. I'm still buying more. So people will understand it over time, but I've given up on trying to say you have to buy whatever. Remember, I'm not giving financial advice or anything, so it's just, everybody has their own trading style. They'll figure it out over time, and I trust them to figure it out over time. Remember, the good thing about me being like an influencer, stuff like that, there's other influencers out there. They can go watch other channels if they don't like my methods and so forth. And then they can, they can hopefully learn, I'm not the best teacher out there, but I think I'm a good teacher. I forget if Firebirds were convertible. Firebird sounds familiar. He just had so many cars going through. The bug was probably the most fun one just because it looks funny, but I enjoyed it a lot. Those are good memories. How many Bitcoins have I lost? I don't think I've lost Bitcoin. I don't sell Bitcoin typically. I trade Bitcoin futures and stuff like that, but I'm never actually owning the Bitcoin. When I buy Bitcoin like spot, I don't think I've sold spot Bitcoin God knows how long. It's been at least like 2 years. I think it was like in February of 2022, maybe January of 2022. We were going into a head and shoulders pattern. I saw it coming ahead of time. We've been talking about it, and I was like, oh, this kind of tells me that the market's kind of looking like it's over. So I think that's the last time I sold it. February 2022. Where's February at? Yeah, right over here. February, way back over here. See the head and shoulders planning out? Right, came back up a little bit. Nice opportunity to sell. And yeah, I haven't sold Bitcoin since then in spot. It's been a hot minute. And then of course you just buy it back over here. But I sold over here. I did sell over here quite a bit, but remember how I'd leave like a little bit left over, I tell you guys, just in case something else happens? Which something else happened, so it was kind of a weird thing. But I started to buy back Bitcoin around here, around $26,000. Then of course it dumped. Then I bought a lot back more over here. I started dollar cost averaging, and I'm still dollar cost averaging here. And I'll figure out when I want to sell again, but it's still not going to be anytime soon, that's for sure. But I haven't sold Bitcoin in a hot minute. My God, I always forget. We always talk about like futures trading and stuff like that, and going over here and doing these types of trades. But I don't really trade spot all too much because it's just not as profitable for me. Although a lot of new people, I'd recommend trading spot, but I don't necessarily trade spot anymore. The trade is up $174. We're doing okay. Up 87%, 88%, something like that. Let's see if we hit our price target. I blocked some guy earlier in the chat. He was giving me shit about this trade, and I was like, because I was doing it for fun. But it's like, dude, like, just because I'm trading for fun doesn't mean I'm not doing some type of technical analysis with it. He thought this trade was going to fail. He was like, never go long into negative momentum or something. And look at me now. Oh, okay, it's not the largest profit, I grant you, but still, it worked. It's working out, right? It's working out. Typically, I might move my stop loss over here to 68,192, but I think it'll be fine here. We'll keep this. As we get closer, I might, well, let me actually just keep this here. Let me scroll down. As we get closer, I'll pop it up to see if it actually closes the position. See, get wrecked, bears. I mean, you can see the buyers coming in right now. There's a few buyers right now, a few sellers, some people taking their profits, of course. Scalpers are taking profits right now because they're going to try to push this back down, but we have another break of structure right here. That's looking pretty nice. And our goal, at least in the short term here, is 69,200. Moment of truth, 69,000. I know, right? Well, heck, my price target isn't even 69,000. I'm trying to be a little bit greedy here and go for 69,200 because it's a little bit below this dip. I'm anticipating we can break it above this, but above this, I don't know. Above this level over here, I'm not entirely sure. Short term, I mean, yes, but I typically don't want to wait that long, right? So what usually happens is we come up, we break out above this level of resistance from over here, right? We come up above it before breaking out here. We come back down, then we consolidate again and make that larger move. It just takes so damn long. Because remember, we've just started to have the death cross after the drop on between the 20 and the 50 moving averages on the 50-minute chart. We should, in theory, continue going up past $70,000 by the time I wake up, right? But me being me, I typically will sell a little bit too early. But I'm doing a day trade. I'm not, I'm not trying to hold this while I sleep here. I'm trying to just get it over with, and we'll see if it actually comes up, right? Like for this trade here. Let's move the stop loss up to 68,183. Oh shit, I can't do that here. Okay, hold on. I gotta zoom out so I have all the options. Really? I still gotta zoom out? There you go. So no matter what, I'm still walking away at 35% profit here. Confirm. So what's the partial here? Okay, so okay, I gotta add that back over here. So partial position, no. I want to have an entire stop loss at $69,200. So that'll be 113% profit basically. And the worst that happens now is I leave with 35% profit. This is usually how I go about it. There we go. And we'll see whatever happens first, right? We'll see. But at least we know we bought down here. It went up, it went down. We're higher than where we are. So at this point, I either walk away with some profit here, or I walk away with more profit over here. Now, usually after this, I'd probably go to sleep or something like that, right? But I'm hoping. So let me go back over here very fast. Let's zoom back in on the chart, just enough to see what's going on here. And then, there you go. A little bit over here. And we'll see if it closes or not. We're not close yet. We're getting there, though. And hey, Marty, anybody watch Crypto Lifer? Yeah, Crypto Lifer wasn't here a few minutes ago. He's a chill guy. You know what? Next time he's streaming, I'm gonna go over to him. Let me see. There Oh, what do you call? I'll see if I can have a collab with him. He's a pretty chill guy, and he has some awesome thumbnails. There we go. Perfect. I bet Martha has Bitcoin. Martha Stewart? I bet she does have Bitcoin. I bet Snoop Dogg convinced her to buy Bitcoin. There you go. Good luck there, very much so, yeah. Until you're old, sitting on, collecting dust and could not hit a block. $2.6 million buy? I mean, there's quite a few of them happening right now. 1.3, 1.3, a little bit of self. Oh, look at that, yeah. 1.9. Oh, yeah. There's people trying to make a wall right now, and they're trying to, but I don't know if it's going to be very, very successful, because I'm looking at them right now, and it doesn't look like it's going to be enough to stop us from getting up this high. Now, again, we may consolidate a little bit more, that's fine, but I'm talking about, like, you know, what we're looking for later on in the day. I'm hoping we just don't break down below this, right? I mean, although I'll make money, I'm not going to be making as much money as I want to, which is the whole point of trading. At least I'm making money, though, right? And hey, Gambit, Crypto Face was in here earlier as well. Oh. Let me see. Oh no, his channel. I searched Crypto Face, right? And I went long Bitcoin earlier today. I'm down $300,000. Oh no, right? Let's see what else is there. Okay, well, at least he was up 700,000 profits. So that's good to see, right? But man, it's always scary when you're losing that type of money there, isn't it? Oh, this is RLC. This isn't Bitcoin. I was like, what the heck? That's not Bitcoin's price. Snoop be getting those pancakes. Whoosh. Oh, I love Snoop Dogg. I haven't really seen much of him lately, just because, again, you know, I don't go on social media as much. The more I'm on social media for work, the less I want to go on social media for anything else. I've really just been going to social media to learn more about... Sorry. I really go on social media more to learn about TikTok, or not TikTok, the TikTok ban right now. I'm hoping it doesn't come across, or I hope it doesn't happen. Because I don't think TikTok would sell. Because isn't TikTok global? Like, isn't TikTok in Europe and stuff like that too? It feels weird. It feels very, very weird. Oof. What's the trend line we're looking at right now too? So far we're fine. We have another trend line working right here, of course. I hope we can bounce up in the next half an hour or so. Otherwise, we might actually hit the support level. And we might consolidate a little bit longer before making that larger move. Maybe it was a mistake to add that stop loss. Oh, well, regardless, I want to walk away with money. I guess I'll just stick with that. You told Face in the comments to hold. Blueberry? Wait, what's going on with Blueberry? Oh, Blueberry pancakes. I see what you're talking about. I see what you're talking about. I was like, Blueberry. My mind went to the Burberry, you know, the clothing company. I was like, Burberry? I don't even have I have some Burberry sunglasses, but I lost them. I've lost 3 pairs of Burberry sunglasses, and they're my favorite sunglasses ever. And I've hated that I've lost them because now I don't even think they make the same style anymore, and it's such a good style. I had to buy some type of, not Blu-ray, what's it called? Band-ray? Band? I'm not a luxury person, damn it, but I have luxury stuff. Not Blu-ray. Ray? Something's Ray? I don't know. But I get some of those ones, and they work out okay. They're also silver. Those are the ones you see me wear every now and again. Wherever the freak I put them. I don't know where I put the sunglasses at. It hasn't been sunny so much, so I haven't been wearing them. Hey, Lisa. I'm in buy and hold dollar cost average. Check my portfolio is looking better than any of my 401ks. Thank you for sharing your opinion with us. Hey, no worries. I know 401ks have been interesting. They've gone up quite a bit this year, but Bitcoin has gone up a lot more. You know, a lot more. Crazy he can take 300K to the chin. It is absolutely insane. But you know what? He still has proper risk management, so he has enough money where, you know, he can take it up to the chin. Hey, Emmanuel. No, I don't own Market Cipher. So I was talking with Tom Crown a few months ago, and we were talking about how we both work with Lux Algo, and he was asking me if I work with Market Cipher, and I was like, no, I don't think I have. And he was like, oh yeah, let me talk to Market Cipher. You have a large channel. He'd be happy to work with you. And then so he asked Market Cipher, the guy that runs Market Cipher, if I could get a free what do you call it? I can use it for free and then promote it to you guys and show you guys all the benefits and stuff like that. And Market Cipher was no, in order for him to use it, he's going to have to pay for it. So he wanted me to pay for it and then promote it. And I'm like, I'm not paying to promote your thing. So I pretty much told the guy that runs Market Cipher to fuck off. Yeah, literally, I think the words I used was fuck off. So, yeah, I don't use Market Cipher. If he gives it to me for free in the future, yeah, sure, I'll talk to you guys about it. But I don't know if he will since I told him to fuck off. So, yeah. You know, I don't need to promote stuff. Promoting stuff keeps the channel running, you know? So I try to keep the funding for YouTube away from my personal finances so it kind of stays with this kind of business model. And so far it's been working out very, very well, so I can keep the streams up and stuff like that. and that's always been pretty nice. But I'm not gonna go out of my way to spend like what, I was thinking it was like $600 or something like that. What is it? Market Cipher. Pricing. Oh, Loki move. Sorry, he's over here trying to mess with the wires. Yeah, I'm not going to pay $600 for a 12-month subscription or the $1,500 for the lifetime. I'm not going to pay for that in order to do it. If I got it for free, yeah, sure. I'd be happy to talk about it. I'd be happy to tell you the ups and downs about it, how I use it and so forth, make tons of tutorials and stuff like that. Even if a lot of people weren't going to watch the tutorials, enough people would where I think it'd be worth making the video to help them out. But typically, no. They should pay you. I get paid with commissions on those types of things. Nobody really pays me. Every now and again, an offer to do some type of promotion or something like that. I don't do it too often. I think I even got a promotion a few minutes ago. Offer from who was it? I got an offer a few minutes ago from Coin. Well, this was an hour ago, so not a few minutes ago. I don't know much about them though. These guys, Coin W Exchange. I would have to check them out. But like, if they send me an email now, I wouldn't have a deal ready until maybe at the beginning of May, because I have to test out the platform like a month to make sure I actually like it. Right? So Crypto Banter live every day. Right, so they have buy crypto, futures, copy trading, finance. I can see myself earn, auto invest, daily trading. What's daily trading? Oh, they have little prize pools, So, I can imagine I'd do it if they were like very, very helpful and I can like rush it out in a few weeks, maybe. But it usually takes me quite a bit of time before I actually start working with them. Like at the soonest it'd be April 1st. And even then, that's kind of a rush. But, I can imagine myself working for them for the quick picture I saw, the quick website check. But again, it's a little bit more in depth than that. I make sure that I like the way everything's going. I like the ease of use and stuff like that. And if I like it, I can promote it. Fuck it. Don't sell for some false ads. I know exactly what Crypto Cipher, yeah. I mean, from what I understand, it's actually a good product, but I'm not going to pay to promote it. It's a very weird concept, right? If anything, he's going to pay me, and if he's going to pay me, he doesn't have to pay me cash. Just pay me with a free tool, like let me use it for free. That's payment's enough for me. I don't need to do anything else. You are awesome. To your audience, it was half of yesterday for 6 hours only. Oh yeah. I'm still not paying for it. But for me, it's I don't know. I'll survive. I'll be fine without Market Cipher. Although when it comes to exchanges, I like working with exchanges more because I can make kind of cool deals. They can promote me, which helps me grow my audience and stuff like that. So, with the Coin W exchange, I'll shoot them an email later on tonight saying, yeah, I'm open to talks. Then we have talks, a lot of talks. And then they make some type of offer. I'm saying, okay, I want more, I want less, yada, 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 and so forth. Did Martha contact you? Dang it, Mike? No. Martha so happens to be my hero. Dude, when I heard she was in prison teaching women how to knit, I was like, oh, Martha, you're having a blast over there. I know it. Marty Popeye, you hear that a lot. First stoop now, Mike. What are your predictions for Shiba Inu after the halving? I'm a little new to crypto. I would anticipate it's going to continue to run up quite a bit. You're not going to be looking at thousands of percent gains from it, but you should see a good gain, even though it has a high market cap at this point. I've been buying more into the lower market cap meme coins, like a Milady token as of late, Pepe token as of late, which is a little bit lower market cap. Also, I've been buying into, over the last few weeks, I've been buying into Miro, which has been interesting. I'm going to start doing videos on the meme tokens so people can learn more about them if they want to, at least from me. It seems like people have been asking me to make those videos. So I'm like, okay, I have some a little bit more time now. I'll be doing that. And then, of course, those other meme tokens out there, they're just escaping my head. But yeah, having some exposure to meme tokens has always been a good way to go. What's the table on the right hand side? Those are showing some of the larger trades occurring in the crypto exchanges right now. So if I were to, I have part of it cut off right now, but basically it's showing data coming. Normally there's a chart right here, but I always delete it because I don't want to have the data like taking up space on my computer. But basically you're seeing buys and sell orders coming across. Like this one over here, this is a Binance one. This one is going to be a Bybit one. This one is going to be a BitGet one. This one is going to be another Bybit. This is going to be an OKX one right there, BitGet and so forth. So you're seeing all of the live large trades happening. I can come over here if I wanted to, and I can actually, there you go. I can slide this over, and I can show only trades up to, like, you know, the minimum trade is like 400,000, or the minimum trade is like 1 million. So right here, the only trades you're going to see from now on in this top portion is only going to be trades over $1 million. And you can see over the last minute, there's been quite a few trades over $1 million happening because of all the volatility here, right? It's 3.1 million right there. They just bought 45 Bitcoin, it looks like. They're definitely having some fun here. 1.1 million just popped up right there. So, you know, you can play around with it, have fun with it. It's called AggRTrade, so AGGR.trade. I use it for my 24/7 streams every now and again. For now, we can keep it above 200,000. That should work out fairly well. And then you'll see it start to speed up here as more and more data comes along. There we go. So pretty soon you should start to see lower ones, like, yeah, 250K right there after the millions, you know. And there it goes, another $1 million. So there's a little bit of a whale battle going on right here with all these millions of trades happening, though. That's quite a bit. Sometimes you don't really see how big of a battle is going on because there's so many of the smaller ones coming in between them. But I mean, they're really trying to push us down here and have us have a breakdown and go lower for a little bit of time, and then have like a much larger higher low, which I really don't want to happen, which is why I have the stop loss here just to make it easier on myself and just gather the trade with a profit. Because you never know if they're going to dump it back down a little bit more, but so far the trade's working out pretty well. Make shank muffets. Where do I anticipate Bitcoin going into the weekend? Once everything cools off, I bet we're going to be probably trying to go back up towards $73,000, $74,000. Right now, though, we just want to get through tomorrow because, you know, tomorrow's Friday, right? If we can survive tomorrow with the ETFs maybe selling off some Bitcoin as the hedge funds kind of maybe have a little more of a panic, maybe, I don't know if they are, then I think it should be fine to try to consolidate a little bit more going into the weekend. If you want to panic a little bit more, you know, and you want to say, oh, Bitcoin's going down for the weekend, all that you're going to see is, or all that you want to see in order to make those short type of trades is you want to see Bitcoin breaking back down below the 20-day moving average there. That's what would symbolize a little bit of a larger move down. We haven't been down below this in quite a bit of time, right? Since over here, we had a little bit of time over here. This is pre-Bitcoin spot ETF, so the technicals weren't really working on our favor because, frankly, every time somebody sold, we just got bought back up like crazy. But typically, the 20 is usually our friend, right? You see a lot more volatility around the 20-day moving average, a lot more activity. Sometimes over here, it doesn't actually have it, so. But yeah, I would expect some volatility, to say the least. We're either going to be bouncing off it and having a robust move, or we're going to be going back down all the way until it's like $62,000. Yay. Something fun's going to be happening regardless. How's our trade doing right now? Up 70%. Okay, I can live with that. Hey, Austin, if you're ever looking for an exchange that has a coin for spot trading or something like that where you want to trade it, all you got to do is go over here to coinmarketcap.com, go to the token. In this example, we're using Pepe token. You click on it, and right over here, there's going to be this little section that pops up right here called markets. Click on that. It'll show you all of the markets where you can trade Pepe. So Binance, OKX, KuCoin, Gate.io, you know, Kraken, all this, they usually have it for spot. So this is usually for spot trades most of the time. For futures and stuff, you know, perpetual, you can go over here. You can see there's other ones here. Futures, I guess perpetuals, right? Go over here, there's gonna be much more. A lot of different exchanges will allow you to trade them on these ones, right? But they might not have it on spot. So in spot, you have 23 different exchanges. But it's like, look at Pepe de Sol. It's a little bit weird. It's all on Jupiter. Jesus, what the heck? I don't even know what the hell's going on with Jupiter. What the heck? Okay, whatever. But you might find some that have more on spot and more on perpetual futures and stuff like that. Whatever's happening there, I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, that's an easy way to find them out. A lot of times what I do is I just find a token, and before I start doing a deep dive into it, I make sure I just have the ability to buy it, whether it's on crypto.com, Coinbase, or Kraken or something like that. I don't even have access to Kraken anymore. Hey Marty, typically if you want to learn the basics, I would say it's nice just to kind of get a book, Day Trading for Beginners or Technical Analysis for Beginners, or I guess Technical Analysis for Dummies, Day Trading for Dummies, excuse me. Those are really good books if you want to read books. Other than that, there's tons of YouTube videos out there. I would say having a combination of those videos along with the books goes a lot further, because when I was first learning to trade, I went to YouTube first, and there's so much misinformation with strategies, right? And so if you're not careful, you'll start losing money very, very fast, because there's a whole business on YouTube of making up really bad strategies that sound fancy that they're going to work. So like they'll find an instance where the strategy works, right? But then if you try to apply it on Bitcoin, it fails like 80% of the time. So you got to be careful with that a little bit when it comes to the strategies. But to learn the basics like candlesticks and going long versus going short, how to add certain things onto your charts like a trend line or a Bollinger Band, some of those like really basic concepts, YouTube is very, very good. But when you start going into those more advanced strategies of when to buy exactly, when to sell exactly, where to place your stop loss, where to place your target prices and stuff like that, it becomes much more difficult. I have a tutorial coming out tomorrow that kind of teaches the basics of like when to buy and to sell. That one will be interesting. But I need to make a longer one where I am able to explain things in more detail. That one might not be a half an hour. That one might be like an hour one, because I have to go into more detail of when to have the stop losses and price targets. In a way where I'm teaching it in an easier method. The one that I'm posting tomorrow, it's going to be fine, but I don't think it's as coherent as I wanted it to be as far as a lesson plan. So people still might be left with some questions, but at least the people that watch me normally, they should understand what I'm talking about. But for the new investor, they might find it a little bit more complicated, because I just start saying, hey, we're going to add these 3 moving averages, we're going to add smart money concepts, we're going to add the RSI, MACD, and the stochastic indicator, setups here, change the trend lines and all that, a whole bunch of crap. So it might not be the best for a beginner. But usually having those two, like the books and the YouTube videos, they go a long way, especially as you looking to test out different exchanges and stuff like that, figuring out how you want to trade, day trading strategies versus swing trading strategies versus long-term strategies. You're most likely as a trader going to be looking more at this point at swing trading and day trading. Once Bitcoin goes back into a bear market, you'll be much more interested in long-term investing. But right now, probably most people aren't really too interested in that. What are the horizontal bars? Those are called order blocks. Just think of them as levels of support and resistance. Do I use Cold Wallet? Yeah. There's like the Ledger Nano, and there's a few other ones I use that are smaller companies. And basically, I just hold assets on them, and I usually put them in a safety deposit box. And then I never touch them. They're just there. Heck, even El Salvador put theirs into the national vault the other day, or today. They're pretty smart about it. Let's not have anybody hack into the Ecuadorian. Oh, El Salvador. You know what? Oh shit, my headphones just unplugged. Can you imagine if like North Korea, or heck, even the United States, because well, heck, for different reasons. Can you imagine if North Korea hacked into the Can you imagine if North Korea hacked into El Salvador's hot wallet and they stole the crypto? It'd be hilarious. Well, sad, but But Can you imagine if the United States was mad about El Salvador becoming so great with Bitcoin that they just hacked it to try to get it to try to show something of a failure or something like that? That'd be massive. I could totally see the CIA doing something like that just to make sure, like, hey, the dollar reigns supreme. Don't be going over to Bitcoin. Hey, Austin. Why not try both? Honestly, why not try both and see which one you like better? When I have an opinion like that or a question like that, I try both for a little bit of time, and I figure out like, hey, well, this one's a little bit easier. I like the aesthetics of it. It's a little bit nicer. This one's a little bit more complicated. I don't understand anything. Maybe it's too overwhelming. You know, there's options there. This is messing up a little bit. What's going on? There we go, a little bit better. Took me 3 years to learn that lesson. What's the difference between order blocks and liquidity areas? Typically when you go into liquidity areas, I've just noticed there's a lot more wicks going on, so it'll have a large spike in there, liquidity grab, and then boom, it starts to pop back up. But typically they happen around the same times. So while the order block may hold as far as the candle, like you may see a candle that comes all the way back down here, you know, drops down. The body of the candle will still close in this order block area, then move on. So this area is technically where the liquidity grab is happening right there. There you go. Uh-oh, I might get stopped out of this trade, guys. $105. Getting close to being stopped out. Oh. Actually, DX leverage long. 200. Yeah, it's still there. Okay. For whatever reason, I think it's because I'm zoomed in so much, it's not showing me the actual the sell prices or whatnot, but we'll keep it there. We'll see if we break down below this. Uh-oh. You're looking at a potential double top where we come back down for a little bit and then make a move later on in the morning, which, I mean, it's fine. You know, typically most people are not having are not worried about this type of dip. Me, I just want to walk away with a profit right now. We'll see if we actually take that drop though. Kraken is nice. Yeah, I like Kraken a lot. Well, I don't have access to it in my state, so I can't use it anymore. But when it was there, I enjoyed it. It had a nice layout. I just like the way it looks. It's nice. It looks nice to the eye, right? It makes it feel very modern. This is why I liked Robinhood back in the day. It kind of felt more modern. Oh, and I'm stopped out. Well, that happened fast. Well, I walked away with a few bucks. Trade is over. But you know what? I'll live. Oh yeah, I walked away with money. Of course I'll live. Love the trailing stop loss feature. It goes very, very well with the spot market. I now have a Webull account, Robinhood, and Coinbase. Yeah. When you're first starting off, you're going to have so many accounts. And then as you use them more and more, you'll find out that a lot of trades have, how do I say? A lot of exchanges, you'll feel more confident about putting larger amounts of capital into those exchanges, basically, right? In the beginning, you know, if you think about where people were back in 2022, when the markets were kind of crashing a little bit, people were very scared about putting any money inside of an exchange because everybody was afraid that the exchange may go under. Because we had what, BlockFi, Celsius, Voyager, FTX, and a whole bunch of smaller ones that we don't talk about because honestly I don't really know much about them. But we saw a lot of them going under. And how do I even open this last one? Where is this sucker at? There it is. You know, and people just didn't want to have a lot of capital in the exchanges, and I can completely understand that. I moved a lot of capital out of the exchanges myself because even KuCoin was having a lot of fearful things like, oh, is KuCoin going down, KuCoin going down, you know? A lot of fear, a lot of FUD across Twitter and X, you know? A lot of FUD in Twitter X. One little thing would happen, boom, something bad would happen. And then what also happened, if you guys remember this is much more of a smaller thing that was going on. But every now and again, you know, people like me, we work with exchanges. And there are different types of people that work with exchanges. There are influencers like me who work and we don't really have any problems with exchange. And then you have other people who maybe are influencer and they also are working with a token project. And when a token project gets listed on an exchange, there are rules that the traders have to do, that deal with, or the people that are making the token go on there, they have to follow certain rules. So when the token is live, you can move your personal token holdings over there to sell. But if you have a large amount of them and you're kind of with the project, you cannot sell for a while. You're kind of locked from selling. So if you try to use the exchange as like a very fast opportunity to get extra liquidity, and you try to dump on people on the exchanges won't allow it because they don't want to see people lose money like that, right? So that was happening a lot in 2022 because a lot of these people, there was a bear market, they needed money, so they would get the coin on an exchange and they would try to dump on it. So if they tried to dump, the exchange would automatically, as a safety precaution, would freeze all of their assets, right? And so when that happened, you would see people and influencers out there go straight to Twitter or X and say, excuse me, you would see them saying, oh my God, my assets have been frozen. This exchange is stealing my crypto. It's stealing my crypto. It's all gone. I'm never getting it back. They stole everything, right? And then the exchange would have to come out and explain what was going on. But explaining is a lot more difficult if somebody's screaming, oh my God, you got to get out now before something bad happens, right? So they were using that as a weapon against the exchanges as well. So it was just a whole bunch of chaos during that time. Again, it's not something that people were talking about all so much, but me being me, I was like, damn, this is whoosh, you know. I was a little bit more surprised that people were trying to do it this way. But I like the rule though. I don't believe if you are working on a token project and you have a large amount of those tokens because you're with the project and you're kind of like maybe a beginner or you got paid a lot for shilling it out at the beginning, I don't think it's appropriate that you should be able to sell all of those tokens as soon as it gets on an exchange, because again, there's only going to be so many buyers, and for you to try to sell a lot of fast time, like depress the price, I think that's a very bad way to approach it, to say the least. Bad is a very, you know, not a word I'd probably be using for it. A lot worse than that. So you saw a lot of drama happening around that time, and that led to a lot more fear. And exchanges were afraid, uh-oh, should we really be allowing more tokens right now because we have all these assholes trying to spread lies and stuff like that. Oh. Excuse me. 90% trade leverage, so good luck. Yeah, you're definitely going to see people get burned over the next few weeks as they don't necessarily buy and hold. But a lot of the time, the problem is they're just holding too much leverage, you know? When I do my long-term trades with you guys, where I'm holding them for a few months and stuff because I know Bitcoin's going to be going up, I'm using a 2 to 4x leverage right now. The highest leverage that I have is Forex, and that's with Ethereum, which is a little bit, you know, less volatile than like, you know, a Milady meme token or a Miro meme token or an Ajax token or something like that. A lot different. But looks like we're making a little bit of a double top here for a little bit of a test back down before we eventually try to go back up. But you know, there's a lot of stuff happening, guys. So you guys got to be careful out there. Don't use too high of leverage. If you're using a high leverage like 50x or 100x, typically I'm going to be day trading. If you want to swing trade it, you can. But the overall capital you're using to invest is not going to be a lot, right? You're not going to be doing a $10,000 50x long that you want to hold for a few weeks unless you have like hundreds of thousands of dollars in your account in order to make that trade. That justifies it. But if you're not, you should be happy with making a $500 trade with 5x leverage. You should be happy with that. You should be very, very happy with that. Heck, even a $500 trade with 2x leverage or 3x leverage, you should be very happy with that too. But people are not. So they end up losing money because they get liquidated. Do I trade trading pairs? What do you mean by trading pairs? Like I trade Bitcoin and stuff like that, but do you mean do I trade Bitcoin versus XRP and stuff? No, I don't trade stuff like that. I've never really enjoyed that type of trading. Usually when I do that, it's to earn more Bitcoin, not necessarily anything else. And not as many exchanges these days actually allow that type of stuff. Not because it's bad or something. It's just something that people don't necessarily do a lot of. So they haven't found a way to make as much money on it as maybe those larger institutions like a Binance or something, but that have been doing it for a long time. They kind of have the audience solidified to them. There you go. 15-minute chart, coming back down a little bit, trying to cool off down here, rip up later on in the day, and it should be fine. There we go. But you're definitely seeing some selling pressure right now. This is why I moved up my stop loss, just in case, just in case. But I mean, that's a solid day trade from here to here. Well, I guess here to here, basically, right? But that wasn't as much profit as I wanted to. How much was it end up being? 1%. So I made 50% profit. So it looks like I made probably $100. I'll take it. If I was holding it right now, I would only be up 0.45%, which is only up $50. But you know, $100, I'll take it. Not what I wanted, obviously, but again, you know, walking with a profit is always a nice thing to do. Also, walking with a profit really helps out your mental stress or the mental, what would you call that? Mental health, right? Sure, if I didn't walk with $229, but I walked with $100, it's a lot easier to go about that. I can buy 4 drinks in Seattle with making $100. Oh, hey, Christian. Yeah, definitely. It was definitely weird times back then. Yeah, that's the issue. So many traders going with $500 after watching 100 to 100K in one trade video. LL with 50X. Yeah, it's brutal. Well, you know what I've been seeing more of? I've been seeing a lot more of those types of things when it comes to TikTok and YouTube Shorts. So if I go over here. Trading strategy. Go over here to Shorts. I found a trading strategy with 225% profit rate. I tested this trading strategy. It made me 310%. I watch all these to try to learn what they're doing. I'm not going to play the sound here. Right? 700%. Trading view. Oh, I can't skip. Okay. But basically, they'll show you like 50x leverage playing like, oh, dude, you're going to blow up your account in a heartbeat. Okay, there's too much stuff going on there for me to care. But yeah. And I guarantee you're not going to learn the trading strategy in a 1-minute video. Like if you could learn a trading strategy within 1 minute, it's impossible. Like I make videos every now and again, but I'm showing a simple pattern over years of time. So like, you know, death crosses and golden crosses. That's very, very simple to show in a minute because I'm not necessarily making it fancy where I'm not showing you stuff and I'm like, you know, there's memes and stuff happening. I'm literally like this equals that. Hey, it happened here, it happened here, it happened here. It most likely will happen here. You know what I mean? But even I don't do it. It's too much. I need to do more of those videos though for fun. Mental wear and tear. Oh my God. Fortitude. Thank you, Christian. Very much so. How does it come doing taxes? Taxes isn't too difficult. Usually a lot of programs have it kind of built in now for like capital gains and stuff. I would say the best thing you could always do is have an accountant, but accountants cost money, so people don't typically want to go down that path, and I understand it. But usually you're going to see a report from things like Robinhood or Webull saying, hey, this is how much money you earned, or here's how much money you lost. This is what you can plug into the computer and you know, or the program, and the program will tell you, hey, you have to pay this much in taxes, you have to pay this little in taxes, or you have to pay nothing in taxes if you lost so much money, which hopefully you didn't, right? Why does he call it day trade? For me, it's nighttime trade. Oh, geez. For me, it's what is it? Yeah, it is day trading. I don't know. It's the lingo. It's the words. If I had to start all over with like a $500 to $1,000 account, how would you get it to where you are now in this market? Ooh. Find $1,000. I'd probably make a portfolio where I'm 2x longing a lot of altcoins and a little bit into Bitcoin and Ethereum. So I might have $100 into a 2 or 3x leverage of Bitcoin, $100 into a 2 or 3x leverage with Ethereum, and then I would have maybe another $200 or $300 in 2x leverages when it comes to things like meme tokens, like maybe a Milady token, Miro token, Pepe, you know, Shiba Inu and Dogecoin. Actually, I would skip Shiba and Dogecoin here because you want to have faster gains, a little bit more risk, but it's worth it with just $1,000. Especially because you're only gonna be investing a little bit of the total 1,000. And then from there, so Miro, Milady, what's the other ones? Whiff, Dog Whiff Hat. And then from there, you might invest a little bit more into AI tokens and metaverse tokens. So you can split up around $300 perhaps into those, 100 each into Bitcoin and Ethereum, and all of those are 2 or 3x leverages. Bitcoin and Ethereum, you could have 2 to 3x. Everything else, to be safe, I would do 2x leverages. And then from there, once Bitcoin breaks all-time highs and stuff like that again, maybe Bitcoin's up to $100,000 or maybe up to 120, 130, whatever it ends up coming around. Then around that time, you're looking to sell. And that portfolio could take you up to maybe $3,000 to $4,000. Now, it's not going to necessarily be like some life-changing money, but your portfolio grew by a whole shit ton there, so you should be happy with that type of trade. And if you wanted to, you can keep on adding more and more money to that position over time. But you notice that you're not going to be holding around 5,000. You're not going to at that $1,000. You're not going to have all of that $1,000 in there at a time. I would not put more than $500 in there, even with the 2x leverages. And even that's a little bit kind of not risky, but it's a little bit heavier than normal. And then from there you hold. We did this right here. I know Bitcoin's fallen. Bear with me. We did it over here. Like right now I have this one where you can see some stuff is down, some stuff is up. We did this back in from December to March 2nd. And we were able to get some good profit out of it. If I can move this down appropriately. All right. Can I do that? There you go. So, you know, $140, $332. Again, this is just holding, like I did my first buy-in on hot. December 21st. I sold it March 2nd. All of these things were sold March 2nd. You know, $52, $493, 42, 7, 8. Some things moved up, some didn't. Things like Key, I bought a little late, so I started to buy in February, and it didn't really move as much as I wanted it to. But then we got some of the heavy hitters over here where I put more money into them, like AI, because AI was booming back then. $1,500 profit, $1,600 profit, you know, $200 or $300, $200, $90, $200, and then this one lost $6, $300 and so forth, $40, lost 36, up down 22, up 175, ended up making about $8,000 in profit. That's the best way to go about it. But to make the $8,000 in profit, I invested in total. What did I do? So what? Mid-December. So 2 weeks plus 4 weeks plus 4 weeks. So 10 weeks times 500. So I invested about $5,000 into the account. I probably traded about $3,500 into the account. So $3,500 to make $8,000, but I still had about $5,000 of actual cash in the account. So if something bad were to happen, I wouldn't be liquidated. That's the big fear of using leverage: liquidation. And then you want to make sure that if you have those trades open, you want to make sure all of them have cross leverage and not isolated leverage. With a 2x or 3x leverage play, it doesn't really matter all too much, but it's just kind of nice to have that breathing room, which is why you're not investing all of the money in there. And hey, Skywalker, did I close the trade already? I did. I moved up my stop loss just in case we were able to come tumbling down. And so I walked away with a little over $100 in profit. Not the $229 I wanted, not the $100 loss that I thought I might have if it went the other way. But right now I'm happy because at this point I'd be up like maybe 20 bucks or 30 bucks, which is a lot worse than closing a trade at $100. So. Can you use leverage with such local? You can. You just have to be more disciplined. More disciplined. You can, yes. How do you enable leverage? So you want to be careful. So there's different types of margin accounts out there. Like if you go over to what's it, BitGet? So I don't have access to BitGet anymore in America, but so they have futures and they have margin. Margin costs a lot of money, and I typically don't recommend it. Futures, however, the fees are worth it. So in this example, with me holding for a few weeks, should be a few months from like mid-December to March 2nd, you'll see that there's two levels right here. Closed profit, but I had transaction fees and I had funding fees. So when I have these trades open for a while, I'm paying for the right to do so because I'm borrowing the money, right? I made $179 minus 50 cents, right? And then minus $30 in the funding fees. So my overall profit, total profit, was only $148. But you know what? That was more than worth it. Things like Ocean token. Can I find Ocean in here? This was a good example of Ocean token. Because Ocean token went up quite a bit, but it didn't necessarily go up as much as the AI tokens. And I don't want to push the AI tokens so much because, of course, no, let's see. Because Ocean. Where's Ocean token? Yeah, I can't find it. Huh. ARPA, yeah. No, because I was doing a lot of other trades down there as well. I don't know where Ocean token went. Oh, you know what? I bought it on BYDFi, not on Faradesk. But let me see. That one ran up like 200% on a 2x leverage. So some of those tokens, if you do leverage, they can work out very, very well, but not always. Sometimes they just don't. They just go sideways for a while. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it happens sometimes. There we go. But, you know, you're going to win some trades, you're going to lose some trades, but overall, you just want your portfolio to go up. That's all you care about. And then, you know, you can move that money back into your wallet or, you know, your regular bank account. You can spend the money however you please, or you can use it to, all these different things. Like, some people pay off credit card debt with their money. That way they have more credit and their credit score goes up so they can save money on maybe like buying a house or something. Some people don't even want to put that money back into fiat, like, you know, dollar. They just want to be able to grow their portfolio more and more and more. Then eventually, once they feel like they've made enough money, then they'll really start to take it out. There's lots of opportunities. I take money out all the time because I have to, like, I'm a full-time trader, so I actually have to pay the bills. And so, you know, whether it be a stock market, you know, like a TD Ameritrade, I have to move money back out. I have to move money from Faradesk accounts, BYD accounts. I have to move them out all the time to pay bills. Although sometimes it's not as bad. Yeah, I don't like margin, but futures trading, yeah, that's fine. Margin, I've just never enjoyed it. Oh, and if you're lucky, every now and again, you have an exchange that has these 3x longs and 3x shorts. So if you want to buy the 3x long position instead of just buying, like I said, 3x long spot, that's also something that people look for. And those ones aren't necessarily leverage trades. There's, hey, if this coin goes up 1%, the price of this token, which is a 3x of that one, will go up 3%, if that makes sense. So that one's also pretty good. But hey, Captain Games. I have a couple links down below. There's BYDFi and there's Faradesk. They're both very, very good exchanges. I would test both of them out before you start to really allocate large amounts of funds to them. But those are two right there that you can use inside the United States. Sometimes available in the United States. Oh yeah, both Faradesk and BYDFi have links down below. They're both United States. Yeah. I usually only promote ones that are inside the United States. I might make a deal with these CoinW people here pretty soon, and that might be kind of nice to have another link on the channel. That way I can show you guys another exchange to show around. I like being able to give you guys options. I just have to test them for a while, which kind of sucks. But rather than safe than sorry. Now, funny enough, this cigar's pretty much hit its last leg. Well, there's a little bit of life in it. I was looking at a video from like 2 years ago. One of the old, like it's like a trading strategy video that has like over 1 million views. I was trying to see how they structured it up so I can try to copy it for the way it kind of teaches. And I was going down through the description, and I saw an old BlockFi affiliate link that they never removed. And remember, BlockFi has been closed down for years now, so they haven't had a chance to adjust it. Very smart conservative trading style. Yeah, I'm a very conservative trader because, you know, again, I'd rather you guys go from $100 to $200 and $3 to $4 to $5 to $6 up to $1,000 and then $2,000. You know, the growth starts to get larger and larger the more money you're able to trade. But if you guys don't, like, I don't want you guys to risk your entire account to go from $100 to $5,000 in 2 days. You know what I mean? Because chances are you're going to lose. So instead of dealing with that, it's just a little bit easier. I think it's Gambit. I appreciate it. Or Gambit, excuse me. I appreciate it. Hey, Scotty. Right now, Tame the Ark is calling for 40,000. So there's going to be a whole host of things going on right now. We'll have to wait and see, of course. But I don't think we're heading to $50,000. Usually these types of dips, yeah, we can go down a little bit more. We might come back down to 60,000. 60,000 might be the most I see happening in the short term here. If we're going to 50,000, it's going to happen over a period of months of going down, like a month plus, I should say. But I don't know what would necessarily flush the market like that. I mean, perhaps the stock market may freak out because of inflation data, and this kicked off today with inflation data, I might add. But I don't think Jerome Powell is going to do anything crazy like raise interest rates at this point. I think he's just going to hold. If he was smart about inflation, he might actually raise interest rates, but the markets would throw the biggest tissy fit in the world history. They'd probably come down like 5 to 10% in a matter of like a week. I'm not talking about Bitcoin. That does it pretty often, right? But the stock market, like a cool 5 to 10% move in a few days. Oh my God, the market would be freaking out right now. Or if that were to happen. Futures now makes sense. That's a eureka moment. Yeah, it makes much more sense. Stay away from the margin trading, but if you go to futures, it's much more profitable. You ask me. The fees are a lot easier, and it's easier to pay back the margin. BitGet, it's very complicated sometimes to sell the margin, and every minute that you have the margin open, you can see the fees just getting larger and larger and larger. While on Fairdesk, again, the fees are there. You know, like you see the fees. You know, they have funding fees and whatnot. But you're still able to walk away with a good amount of profit, right? Like right here, I made a trade with a 3x long when it came to Ajax. I bought Ajax a bunch of times, right? And then I made $1,500, $1,516 in profit, and I only paid $30 in fees for holding from January 20th, January 27th, February 8th, February 12th. Then when I sold on the 2nd of March, all that was only $31 in fees with a 3x leverage, right? And so I ended up walking away with not 1,516. I walked away with 1,483. I'm still very happy with that move, of course. So you know, that's the way I like to do it. But you know, everybody has their own little ways of using their own strategies and so forth. 66K hours, I was thinking there was a pretty solid level of support. Yeah, there's a little bit right now. So if I go over to the 4-hour chart, you're seeing a little bit from over here, right? That's 68, down here around 65, 66. I might push it down a little bit more, or more towards 65%, 65,000, excuse me. After that, we come all the way back down here towards like 61,000 and so forth, and that's not a pleasant level to be around. But really, on the daily chart here, today and tomorrow, the big goal is to not break down below the 20-day moving average. I think we probably will. Okay, I think we probably will. The reason I'm not shorting this right now because of you know, even though I think so, the reason is because the last few times we've kind of had these weird little dumps, Bitcoin's gone back and started soaring again, right? Even this little tiny dip right here soared. This larger dip over here where Bitcoin fell like $10,000, all of a sudden, boom, we started to soar again. And this was right after the spot Bitcoin ETF. We had the dumps over here. This dump over here was about $3,500 in one day. We just went back up. Dump, up, dump, up, dump over here, up. I shorted this over here, and I expected this to come back down over here towards $34,000. You know, we had a little bit more support over here at 33. Nope. I got stopped out, even though I bought a good buy-in price here on my short. I didn't sell over here because I was stupid. I was expecting more. Next day, I woke up and boom, I got stopped out and I lost the trade. I lost like $1,000 or something. Because again, luckily my stop loss, if I'm opening a trade right here, you know, because the oscillations are pointing down right here. Let's say I open a trade right here. Stop loss would be right there. I lost 1.2%, you know. But with a 50x leverage play, you know, that's quite a bit of money right there. Or even at 25 or anything like that, it's still quite a bit of money from a percentage standpoint. Whatever is happening with Bitcoin right now, there's a lot of activity. Let's go back over to the 5-minute chart. Oh yeah, we're pushing down a little bit more. Damn, thank God I had the stop loss. All of a sudden, Bitcoin is just like giving up on life here. So whales are trying to push us down a little bit more again. I was expecting this move to probably happen a little bit later on in the morning, closer to the market open. Okay, this thing's done. There you go. Okay, let's go over to the 5-minute charts for other assets, and I just want to see how they're holding up here. Ethereum coming back down, ADA is coming down. How's Solana holding up? Even Solana's coming down now. Dogecoin, AMP, Ape token. Yeah, they're all coming down a little bit right now off of this news or off of this Bitcoin drop. Bitcoin Cash is trying to hold on to Fibonacci level. But yeah, I mean, it's all the same thing. We don't have to go through everything here. Anything up today? Oh, even WIF finally started to go down. Yeah, look at WIF. WIF has finally started to show some weakness here. Look at the 4-hour chart. Just broke down below its support level as well and coming back down. So, ID token is still okay. Leo is still doing okay. Besides that, we're seeing some pain right now. We're seeing some pain right now for sure. Oh man, I wish I could have made more money on this trade though. Oh well, I locked in some profit. I would have been negative. I would have been like breaking even right now. So I'm happy I sold, or at least moved with that stop loss. Let's see. We're still far away from the low from this little day though. The low was $66,699. We're not there. I'll put a line there just in case we come back down. Hopefully we can find a way to bounce here and still make a higher low, but my God, is this are they trying to bring us down a little bit more right now? Look at the activity right now. 2.1 million, 2 million, 2 million, 1.8 million. They're really trying to flush us down here. Yeah, they're really going for it. Let's see. I don't know much about Metis. Glass 99% full. I know, right? I don't know. For me, it's... I like to make more money, but I'm not going to be mad if I walked away with money. But I can still be irritated about it, right? I mean, look at that. This is the 1-hour chart, 2-hour chart, 4-hour chart. We're starting to see a change of character happen out here as well, which means we probably should be coming back down to 65,000. This is my price target for later on today, though, not right now. But so far, yeah, we're starting to see some bearish moves here. 5-minute chart. Dude, this is whales hitting us up right now. Whales are beating the shit out of the longs at this point. Or the bears are. Are they going to push us down or are we going to hold here? That's the question. Okay, let me add on a ray over here. Let's go over to the 1-minute chart. Trying to bounce off a little bit. A little bit of breathing room. I love how the scalpers come rushing in. You see all these buy orders right here? The scalpers come running in to try to to make a quick buck. Let's go to the 1-second chart here. Pretty close. A little change of character here. We might breathe for a few minutes after that type of push. Because right now we're in the order block. Remember, we're in the order block right now, so we should be finding some support levels here. Let's see if we're able to do so. I mean, yeah, we should be breaking out a little bit higher here. Whales pulled their card, so we should have a little bit of a breather. Let's see if the scalpers can get something done here. I like how we have the second chart order blocks here, though. Are they really going to try to push this down so much faster? Yeah, you can see the force right here. They're really trying to push us down in a heartbeat. Still some support, though, but yeah, yowza. Wow, I'm surprised how much force they're putting down here. Some sellers hopping on over here. I'm also looking at the liquidation stuff happening. Okay, our next level of support. Are we going to break down below that, or are we going to hold? Let's see. The buyers are trying to come in so hard. Scalping is crazy. I mean, people love to do this type of stuff, but I'm just like, geez. These are where the big dogs come to play, where they risk a lot of money. But to go long right now requires so much guts, because you're going to be looking to just buy over here and looking to sell like just up here. Not even a lot. When you have a lot of money, you know, you can make the opportunity. But for me, no. The way I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't think this is going to hold. But will it? Oh, fell down right there. Yep, fell down a little bit more. A little bit of a grab. Woo. We're about to go back down below 67,000 again, too. I mean, they're still trying to hold this up. Again, this wasn't the most important support level in the world. I want to make sure that's clear. But still, we did break down below this order block. Now we're heading back over here. There you go. Well, we'll wait to see if we can actually close above this or not. Maybe we're paying too much attention to the 1 second chart. Oh, they're trying. Ooh, I wonder if this could be a liquidity grab right here. We'll wait and see. But all of a sudden, all that momentum just completely died out within a matter of a few minutes. I knew something big was going to come as Uniswap token just sat around $14 for a few days. You definitely did see a lot more weakness in the altcoins rather than Bitcoin over the last few days, that's for sure. I was hoping that if Bitcoin had a couple days of consolidation, that might work out in our favor. But you'd want to see Bitcoin go up a lot more than we did over the past few days after we broke it above $73,000, and we just weren't able to make that move. 15-minute chart for Bitcoin here. Taking a little bit of a move down. That really sucks. There you go. I want to have all this data in here so you guys can see it, but man, even the 5-minute MACD started to go bearish over here too, right before that dump. This is like Woodstock the first time. Is crazy. Hey Daniel, yeah, I'm banking on us exploding like we did back in 2021. There's going to be a lot of volatility like there always is, but yeah, I'm still holding in anticipation of those types of moves. The joy and the shock. And now we saw altcoins definitely. AMP is down 16% right now, 16%, and it's still falling. I mean, yeah, this bad boy is still coming down here. AMP has been, I mean, honestly, AMP went up so fast. It's definitely giving up now. We were hoping for a larger move up here. Bitcoin was just going to be able to hold on, but it wasn't able to. This is a 4-hour chart, by the way. I mean, this thing is coming back down at least to like, what, 9 cents? Still a long way to go here. All right. You can see the volume pouring in here from Bitcoin, though. My gosh. I mean, they're still trying to push us down. Okay, back over to the second chart. Let's see if this is going to be a little bit more impactful, I would say, than the other one. Well, let's see. I mean, heck yeah. Look at the buyers coming in all of a sudden. I mean, they're trying. Yeah, I'll put it in perspective of some of the dips we've seen on the second chart in the past. This one has a little bit of force behind it. For all the people shorting over here, they're going to try to squeeze them out. I don't know if they can, but, you know, we'll see. Oh, a little bit of a wall formed right here, though. A pretty steady wall right over here. Where's that at? 67,275-ish levels. Yeah, look at that battle going on. they're trying to use brute force to go through the buying walls. But again, there are still a lot of people that want to buy Bitcoin right now. As crazy as that sounds, even at these points, you know, people are still buying the dips. Whether they're day trading, whether they're long-term investing, this is still a good opportunity to buy Bitcoin, right? So much volatility is happening right now. All right, go back over to the 1 minute chart. There we go. We're just trying to hold long enough to have a reversal, but even then, I mean, oof, it's still pushing us down. Sorry, I know I'm looking at the second chart a little bit too much, but it's tick by tick stuff. This is why I pay for YouTube, not YouTube. This is why I pay for TradingView Premium. Because somebody just took in a big buy order over here, and they're not liquidated out. They probably have a stop loss right around here, and they're trying to see if they can get this back up a little bit more. To going up against the whales, though, you got balls. Again, higher lows. They're trying to work out that system here. At this point, though, we technically don't have this higher low anymore. We have this one and this one. So again, a very ballsy move to buy right here, but aggressive traders are going to be trying to do this. The 5 minute chart doesn't look very good, though. Ethereum's taking a hit too. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, Spill Token's taking a hit as well. Everything's taking a hit, guys. Huge W, maybe? Depending on the time frame, I mean, we just had a double top over here with the two tops right there. Maybe if we go over to the 15-minute chart. I mean, that doesn't look like a lot. Maybe the hour chart. Oh, even there, we got smacked down a little bit too fast. 2 hour chart, maybe? 4 hour chart? Maybe. It's going to take some time here. It's going to take some time if we want to see that. Right now, we're just technically trying to hold this level to go back up. Like I said, aggressive traders are going to be trying to buy all of this crap right now. Not crap, but they're going to try to buy it up and make it move higher. And then as we try to hold on a little bit longer, the more we go like this sideways, the more buyers feel emboldened to go back up. And I'm not talking about buyers feeling emboldened to buy right here and then sell all the way up here or something like at 69,000. No. They're feeling emboldened to buy right here so they can go from here to here, right? Simple scalp plays right now. So far it's working though. They're going sideways enough. It's going to take another huge dump in order to push us down even more. This dump took what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Basically like 12, 13 minutes before I was able to continue on here. So. Oh, and geez. See, they're still trying to dump. But I think the buyer's there right now. We'll see. I mean, the bears are trying to use a whole bunch of brute force to break through this wall. And it seems like, again, they have a time limit. They have to really, you go hard, and they have to continue going hard. And if they're not, then we have a little more of a breathing room. The more we breathe, the more buyers come in. It doesn't mean they can't attack later on and push us down like they just did over here after we breathed for a while. But typically, this is not for the faint of heart. This would be worth a scalp, most likely. Yeah, this would be worth a scalp. Would I take this trade? No, because I don't want to trade with that much leverage. But it's worth an attempt here, which is why you're seeing all these people going with a couple $1 million buy-ins to try to play it maybe back up here towards 67,650 or something like that. Which is again like a couple $100, but people do it. Could be a decent setup for a decent weekend recovery. Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens when the market opens and the ETFs decide what they want to do. We were talking about this earlier, but the ETFs really weren't doing much today. They weren't really buying much or selling much. They had a lot of inflows and stuff, but because so much is being sold at the same time, they weren't really forced to go out and buy a bunch of Bitcoin here. I mean, 1,000, maybe a few thousand there from Fidelity. BlackRock, I don't think they really bought much today. I know it's kind of hard to see, but I hate how I can't zoom. Oh, there we go. Okay, see, nothing really happening today. A bunch of zeros. Move this over here. 16 hours ago, they sold 1,000. Then yesterday, of course, they bought 600 and they bought another 470. So pretty much a kind of offset right there. So they didn't really have to do much today, which is kind of nice. Inflows, not a lot. Go up to page 2. couple days ago, they were loading up on Bitcoin, 600, 600, 600, right? 600, 600. Page 3, again, 3 days ago, still loading up on a lot here. So we're fine. Outflows, 4 days ago, they were selling a lot more, right? 4 days ago is when we were getting hit here. Got that right there, though. Add that there, right there. There we are. And still, we're still getting, this is a pretty big battle happening right now. I know it doesn't look like it, but there's a lot of people trying to buy at this point to try to keep it from going down. We've been going steady for a few minutes, though, at least. That guy that was able to buy down here in the seconds chart. Oosh. Let's hope he's able to walk away with a little bit more money. Let's hope. If not, you'll see a big drop as he gets liquidated out of the market and he loses a bunch of money. It's usually why you want to be very, very careful about this. Because when whales want to use brute force, I mean, they have a lot of money, but they eventually do kind of run out of steam. But they can attack in waves, that's for sure. Yeah, we can watch the minute chart to see if they're able to push us down. Looks like they're trying again, though. Oh, what was that? A $4 million buy-in right there. Okay, let me adjust this. Let's make it so we go with a minimum of $1 million buy-in here. So that way, what you guys are looking at on the over in the top right-hand corner, there's like 2 sections of it. One like this, where you can see me scrolling down, and you can see one over here. This is the most important thing right now. These are some liquidations happening. But right here, every trade that's over here is going to be a minimum of $1 million. So if this moves, it's something big happening. $8.1 million sale. My God, they're trying to short this into oblivion. Somebody tried to attack with a $4 million buy, but it didn't do anything. 8 million. Yeah, look at this. 5 million. They're brute forcing it. Brute force. Damn. How much you think it's going to take? A $10 million drop off right here in order to do it? 5.6. That little dip was 5.6. 6.6. Oh, geez. Yeah. I mean, they're trying to do some more. Some buyers coming in. That's nice to see, but whew. I'm surprised they're fighting over 66,904 of all things. Not over here, 66,000. Right? They're fighting over this, not this. Which is kind of surprising. Normally we might break this out and the last 10 to be over here. Or maybe this is the last 10 and we're just seeing a lot of resistance because there's that many buyers ready to go. There you go. A little bit more buying power coming in. But again, talk about brute force. Okay, what do you guys think about this though? Oof. Hey Ty, it's not so much of a price right now, it's more of, can we consolidate long enough to have momentum shift back in our favor? Right now, we're just seeing the daily charts get bearish, which to me means that we're probably going to be going down for at least a few more days to a week. And then from there, that's kind of when I'm looking to buy more. Because I don't know if we're necessarily going to be able to hold the 20-day moving average. If I go over here to the 15-minute chart, and let's go open this up right here. And then what I want to add on is I want to make the 20-day moving average. So this is going to be the 20-day moving average on a 15-minute chart, okay? There we go. We don't want to break down below this. If we start breaking down below this, Bitcoin's going probably to $62,000 to $60,000 pretty much within a day or two. Which would lead to a very bad day. On the other side here, typically we like to bounce off of this momentum like we did way back right on here. Came really, really close, and we use that as an excuse to try to bounce up so we stayed away from it. At this point, it doesn't feel like we're going to bounce off of it. It feels like we're going to break down, unfortunately. So that would make us go back down a lot more. Around there, I'm looking for more of a move. But all I want to see before I buy back in, you know, I'm buying some of these larger dips when it comes to altcoins. That's fine. With Bitcoin, if you're looking to do a trade, I want to watch it come down. I want to see it consolidate for a little bit of time, and then I want to buy that. And I want to see maybe a change of character on the 4-hour chart or a 1-hour chart 1 hour chart is going to be fine, I think, for most people. But if you want to have extra security, a 1 hour chart is probably going to be your best bet. 4 hour chart is going to be your best bet, excuse me. And again, this is brute force. I don't even know what to describe. This is brute force trying to short Bitcoin down. Work. Don't make me refresh the screen, please. There you go. Must be a lot of stuff happening on the 1 second chart here. Still managing to hold here, though. It's not terrible. Yeah, back to the 5. 5 minutes, a little bit more. It shows you kind of what's happening. All right. But like I said, aggressive traders at this point for day trades, they're buying right now. It's not been an easy fight so far. The bears are just deploying tons of capital. I mean, so are the bulls, but you know, so far you can see the bulls have not been winning this battle over the past half an hour. 3.1. Let's see. I'm waiting for a well, we got some large liquidations. Look at those liquidations here. Snazzy liquidations there. So somebody got liquidated right there. There we are. Somebody just bought $6 million worth, trying to balance things out. The 6, yeah, it's a 6. Again, the longer we go sideways here, the better opportunity we have for bouncing back up. I'm just surprised the whales tried to trash us down so much. Pretty strong move there. Hey Steve, I'm not entirely sure how much is available to buy at this moment in time, but there's still a decent amount. I think there's still a decent amount out there. I mean, it's not as much as obviously we had a few months ago, but it's still an okay amount. Okay, and hey Raymond, it's a double bottom. It's not going to go down anymore. I hope you're right with this one. I'm hoping we can just kind of hold this level here. Honestly, if we can just kind of come down or just hold, I'll be happy. 5, 8. Why are they using so much brute force? Like, they are trying everything they can to move this down a lot. 8 million again. 3.4 million, 4 million, 4 million. Jeez. There you go, buyers. Come back in. Come back in and save us from falling down even more. Oh, man. There you go. A little bit of a support level here. Hey, Catherine. Oh, liquidated. I know. It sucks when you get liquidated right there. Hey, BNX. I'm buying up a lot of AI tokens and metaverse tokens and meme tokens right now on these dips. That's personally what I'm doing. And I'm hoping that... oh, we fell down below it. Shit. Okay. Last level of support here, guys. This is where... I thought this was going to be the big battle, but apparently we were just trying not to break down below this for some reason. We'll see what happens here. But yeah, what was it? Yeah, I've been loading up on those, but I'm not going to be selling those positions for quite a bit of time here. I'm going to be selling them, no, okay, geez. I'm going to be selling them probably in a few months' time. Can you just not fall? Oh. Every tick is so exciting, but at the same time, I just like, the big thing is just like, let's not break down. Let's not go lower here. We tapped on it. Oh, yeah. Oh, damn. Okay, let's see what the damage is in a little bit. Hopefully with this, we can kind of break back out for a while, then we can continue going down. But that wall, see what I mean? The fight wasn't nearly that much over here. It was all above that. They ran out of ammunition here. So give it some time here, guys. I don't think it's just necessarily just going to be a quick drop back down. Typically, we break down a little bit, consolidate for a while, then we have another leg down here. But man, I'm surprised we saw another low here. 5-minute chart. We'll see if it continues to dump. If we're lucky, it'll be something like this. Dump, make another dump, and then we consolidate again. Oh, ooh, never mind. Oh, geez. They're really trying to force us down. 7. They are trying too hard to push us back down. 5.8. Bears smell blood in the water and they're going for it. $16 million short right there. Or sell, whatever you want to call it. $16 million. $10 million buy-in though. Ah, they're going after him. Okay, good for them. All right. So I guess I'll get rid of this one right here. Ooh, it's just brutal right now. Brutal. Hey, Ty. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. Going lower is good if you want to get cheaper prices and stuff like that. Cool off and whatnot. But, you know, not everybody wants to see Bitcoin go down. You know what I mean? It's never fun to see it go down, I would say. Well, actually, I think it is kind of fun to see it go down every now and again. But typically, you know, how do I say? You know, a lot of people bought those levels of support, so they're also trying to not see it go down, basically. That's where we saw those buyers come in. 13.7 million buyer came in right there. I mean, they're trying to hold right now. They're trying to hold. What is this? Is support right now $66,000? Is that where we're at right now? Close to 66? We're not there yet. There might be a little bit of support as far as a wall right there. Oh, I forgot. Hold on. Let me get rid of all of this extra stuff here, like consumer price index, fair desk. Let's go over here to. Are we getting pushed down again? We are. Wow, yeah, they're trying to chug us down right here. Okay, yeah. A little bit more. Down even more? Yeah, they are. All those big buy-ins, they didn't do squat. Yeah, wow, I'm surprised. Okay. I thought this move might happen sometime in the morning, not now. It makes me kind of wonder what's going to happen. And of course, we're getting closer and closer to the 20 moving average here. I might be willing to buy around here. But again, actually, let's do that very fast. Let me add on a moving average here. Let me just add on a SMA moving average simple. Let me make this just right now. Let's make it into a orange line, perhaps. Let's make it a 20-day moving average, but it's a daily chart. It's a daily moving average on a 50-minute chart. Let's see if we can find some support around here. That might be something I'm looking for there. $2 million liquidation. So they're still buying in here a little bit. I mean, honestly, I'm still willing to buy these dips up. I don't know about you guys, but I'm still willing to buy up the dips. But you know, when you go over here to the daily chart, now the daily chart just looks so much more dramatic, right? But again, we'll wait and see how everything comes together, right? Ooh, my gosh. Okay. This is why you don't use high leverage. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of people just got liquidated. I mean, you can see all the volume going on right now. It's insane. Wait, what is this? 10, 8.5, 2.3. I mean, I see a $10 million. They're trying again to find some support here, but I just don't know if well, some of these could be people covering their shorts though, taking some profits. What is this one right here? Why? Oh, it's a swap. That's why it's that color. Okay. I don't see that color all too often. All right. Yeah, we'll wait and see. Okay, but at least we can see what's going on here. Let's take a quick breather. Let's go to the hour chart. Since Bitcoin did break down here, we are heading down lower. Ethereum also breaking down. Oh, Ethereum is breaking down below its 20-day moving average here, so that's not a good sign. Solana's come back down a little bit. ADA, whoosh. Dogecoin, AMP still coming down. AMP is down 20%. Ape is down 12. Arbitrum's down 10. A little bit of support on the Fibonacci's, but ever since then it's coming down. Yeah, I'm definitely loading up on altcoins today. Even if we come down even more, I'm going to be buying quite a bit here. An initial buy-in for probably Yeah, for today I'm going to be buying quite a bit, and then maybe if we crash down to $60,000 for Bitcoin over the next few days, I'll buy another batch down there. But I think today is as good a day as any to actually start buying into these altcoins now that they've had a pretty good dip. 15%, yeah. I see a lot of stuff down 15 to 20% down here at the lower market caps. Miro's down 20%. WIF is now down 11% after being up quite a bit a few hours ago. Ocean's down 13 and still moving. Is Bitcoin going lower? No, okay, we're fine for now. Oh, but now we're back to being negative on this chart. All right. Well, the big moment for today right now, guys, is we don't want to see Bitcoin break down below the 20-day moving average. Usually that leads to a lot of bad stuff. There we are. But it's like right around $65,000, and there we go. Whoosh. All right. Well, 1 minute chart still falling down. Oh, if we go to the 1 minute chart, all you can see is that little dash from the 20. So probably the 5 minute chart is probably going to be the best thing here. So still falling down, and that's the big thing. Thank God I moved up that stop loss, right? Oosh, that would have been bad. This is a four corners brawl. It pretty much is. I mean, looking at all the money flowing in here, look at it. Somebody's buying 10 million, somebody's buying 9 million. You're seeing a little bit of a swap happening right now. On top of that, you're seeing sellers coming here with a vengeance and bears just trying to annihilate the longs. Oh well. Okay. A few weeks from now, or maybe a month or so, I can never pinpoint exactly when this happened. Bitcoin is going to be much higher than where we are now. I don't want to hear anybody saying I missed buying the dip, okay? I'm going to be buying up a lot of this stuff over the next 24 hours, next 36 hours, however long this dip happens. And I'm going to be holding it for quite a bit of time here. All right. Are we actually going to come into contact with it? You know, what I'll actually do here so I can actually see the number. Let me go over here very fast to settings, scales, previous day's close, bid ask, value line. Setting. I guess the value probably would work out. There we go. So right now, that moving average is at 64,934. Actually, we're hooking back up a little bit here. I know it doesn't look like a lot, but it's an opportunity for us to go higher at least. So, if you guys want to buy the dip, there's a dip. You know, I have some limit orders that I know are triggering right now. Some are triggering a little bit more than others, I would say. Like maybe, where's it at? Like my Matic one. This one triggered kind of a little bit here. Yeah, this one triggered back at the 20-day moving average as well. So this is breaking down here. But it looks like we're trying to come back down a lot more over a period of like a week or so. So get ready for a little bit of consolidation happening. You don't have to buy this particular dip. Maybe if we go down more, you can buy the next dip, so to speak, right? But typically, we don't just go down like, you know, minute by minute. There's going to be some consolidation that you guys are seeing here. In this example over here, we consolidated for about 6 hours before we took the next step down. This one over here, we consolidated for about 4 hours, 5 hours before we drop back down. So we'll wait to see once we start to cool off a little bit here. Oh man, we're still getting... Talk about brute force. We don't normally see brute force like this unless, you know, the whales are really smelling the blood in the water. You know, that's not terrible. This is your chance. Hey, Bobby, bad idea to short anything right now? If you short, you have to have a stop loss. You can short if you want to. Like your stop loss right now, if you're shorting, is going to be up here around 68,883. And that's going to be a stop loss of about 3.5%. So, you know, if it hits that, you lose, you walk away, you're like, man, I missed an opportunity. Or what you could do is honestly, if you wanted to do a short term, like a short wheel holding for a week, I honestly wouldn't be trying to day trade it. I would be trying to swing trade it with a stop loss closer to maybe $72,000, like way up here. This order block, maybe 72,100, just tiny bit above it. You want to have the stop loss here over the next few hours. If it manages to bounce back up a little bit, you want to open the trade around there, and then from there, you're going to be willing to hold on to it until maybe it hits maybe $63,000, $62,000. So if you would open up a trade over here, get down to 62,000, that's like a 6% or 8%, you know, and you want to have a low leverage. So that'd be like a 5x leverage or something. Shorting has not been my strong suit during this bull market, of course, unless I'm doing some scalping and stuff or in day trading. Swing trading, it has been rough because every now and again we get these moves where we dump and then boom, it just goes skyrocketing afterwards. For me, this doesn't feel like one of those moves though that we're going to be dumping and going, you know, skyrocketing. So I would anticipate that we're going to try to come back down a little bit more. But if you do, you want to approach this with very low leverages and then just, you know, give yourself some breathing room here, but still have a stop loss. So the stop loss might be all the way up here around $72,000. And then from there, you can kind of wait and see. But it's always kind of bad to short at the very, like the peak of the short, so to speak, or peak of the move down. Potential peak, excuse me. You usually want to enter into the position once we've been cooling off. Like once everything was cooling off over here, you saw a lot of shorts start to activate. And all of a sudden they got hit really hard, of course, but you know. But shorting right now, it's just risky, right? Still holding on though, so I like that as far as the 20-day moving average. Hey, Round Earth. I've been buying since 20K. I'm going to buy some now too. Oh yeah. Thank God for limit orders, right? One of the things I realized I had to do more of when I was doing YouTube a couple of years ago, I realized that there's going to be times where I'm just streaming for a long period of time, and I'm just going to have limit orders up. So if we do have a market crash type of event like this, where Bitcoin is obviously down about $4,000 or $5,000 right now, I'm going to have to just have orders open and hope that they trigger if the market goes down. I'm seeing a lot of 10 to 20% down moves. The average seems to be around 10 to 14%, it looks like, with a few things coming down a lot more. Hey, Mr. Motivation, why is it flowing down so much? So from a technical perspective, let me go over here. Daily chart. Let's get rid of this MA. Let's make it over here to be chart. Go. Smart money concepts. There we go. Okay. Not the right smart money concepts. One. Color candles. 200 blocks. There we go. Okay. So basically, we haven't been moving up fast enough over the past few days. Remember a few days ago I was talking about, well, I don't know if you hear, but a few days ago I was talking about when we broke above 72,000 or this previous high over here, I was like, we should be going up a lot more. I want to see a robust candle. We just never got one of those. And typically, after we have a large move like that, we cool off a little bit, right? And then we proceed to go on. But what was happening was we were getting slammed with so many different like drop downs. This isn't normal in this type of environment. We want to keep on going higher and higher. Then once we make a large move up, then we come down quite a bit. Then we consolidate, altcoins rise up, and then we rinse and repeat with another breakout. Everything goes up higher, right? But today, we were consolidating, okay, I would say, you know, just typical consolidation. Of course, we were getting slammed over the past few days, but things are fine. Earlier this morning, around 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, Pacific time, you guys, of course, different times, early morning for most people in America, we had data come out for inflation. There you go, okay. This week provided a reminder that inflation isn't going away too soon. This was a catalyst for bears to hop in and try to do short Bitcoin and then try to sell and take some profits, okay? Inflation has been going up over the past few months. We've been talking about this a little bit, but each time Bitcoin and the stock market has been able to kind of shrug it off because it was like, oh, it's going to go away a little bit more, you know, it's all going to work out. Now, all of a sudden, inflation is starting to accelerate. So instead of going down, we're going back up, and instead of just going up a little bit, we're starting to go up faster and faster and faster for multiple months. So because of this, the market is like, uh-oh, are we actually going to have rate cuts anytime soon? And it looks like, no, we're probably not going to have rate cuts because inflation is starting to accelerate here, okay? Now, that all being said, I think we probably would have had a move like this regardless, but this pretty much gave it the full go, like, uh-oh, something bad's happening, let's attack now. And that's kind of where we are right now. If you go over here to the dollar index, you'll see that the dollar index has also been going up at a pretty quick rate here. After the news came out around 5 o'clock, you know, dollar went up. This is Bitcoin since 5 o'clock. Bitcoin since 5 o'clock was right here, right? and all of a sudden, boom, we were coming down a lot more. So all of a sudden, everybody's like, uh-oh, rates aren't going to be coming down anymore. I mean, you can just see how fast this moves up, right? Weekly chart. If I can back out of here very fast. There you go. So now there's a little bit more of a fear, perhaps, that the dollar index is going to have a breakout here pretty soon, even though we were already coming down pretty well, with inflation starting to peak again. And this type of move could lead to some nasty things happening across the market. To me right now, I think Jerome Powell is probably not going to be raising rates. I think he's just going to be cutting rates eventually. But while this is happening, the market's going to be a little bit more spooked. Because if we keep on reaccelerating, there is a process, or, you know, there's a theory that's credible where he could be raising interest rates, and raising interest rates would just be chaos in the market right now. Like Bitcoin would have a large move down, the stock market would have a very large move down, because we'd be going from a risk-on environment to a risk-off environment. Overall, you know, let's hope that inflation gets its act together. But how do I say? You know, it pretty much got the excuse it needed, because again, if you just zoom out on Bitcoin, I mean, you know, we've gone up so high. The monthly chart hasn't necessarily cleared this just yet. If Bitcoin doesn't close above this in the monthly chart, we could be looking at a little bit of a reversal that brings us all the way back down here to, like, you know, what, at most like $50,000 ish. I think we'd make a higher low than that, but still, you get the point. And typically this is a healthy cooldown, but what usually happens in the Bitcoin market on the monthly chart here after we break all-time highs, typically, right? We break the high and we go up. We break the high, typically we'd expect to go up. Because that we've done it before the halving, maybe things are going to be slowing down a little bit, but the overall momentum should work out. See, typically we don't even go into a red candle here at all. Now, I wish I can go back in time a little more, but, you know, all-time highs again, we typically just go up. This one may be a little bit different this time. Now, at this point, let's go back over to the 5-minute chart. Are we still holding up pretty well? I think we are. Yeah, we're starting to see some buy-ins come here. That's nice to see. There we are. BlackRock wants to buy at a cheaper price. Oh yeah, they will be buying at a cheaper price. Let's see. Well, you can see some of the volume has slowed down. Oh, never mind. I was going to say you guys can see the volume coming in over there. I made the minimums on that be $1 million, so we're not seeing them go down all the way. You know, the liquidations, I have them open up a little bit more. But even now, the volume has come down a little bit. If I were to go back over here to, you know, 1K orders, I mean, you can just see the chaos happening. I mean, this is a $1,000 minimum. You can see all the trades happening. Obviously, that's a lot of activity. Yeah, just a lot of stuff happening right now. If we make the minimum $100,000, these are all the $100,000 trades happening right now. See how it slowed down quite a bit? It's still happening, but not nearly as much. And I think typically I want to go back over to like maybe $250,000. And if things speed up again and we start crashing in, I'll bring it back up to $250,000 right there. If things start to speed up on the downward side again, I'll make it into $1 million one. But you can definitely see there's some larger orders in here trying to get rid of it. Well, somebody just sold a bunch there, that's for sure. So I guess, well, yeah, if you bought right here and you sold right there, you're probably very happy with the profit you just took. Let's see, when is his announcement? You mean Jerome Powell? It's not for a few weeks, I think. 1, 2, and 4. March, oh no, it's coming up pretty soon. March 19th to the 20th, so that is going to be next Tuesday and Wednesday. So it's coming up pretty soon. Again, I think it's just going to be longer for, higher for longer, excuse me. And then from there, nothing much will change. If he talks about the potential for raising rates, though, like we may feel that it may be prudent in the future to raise rates, catastrophe, absolute catastrophe. Let's hope that doesn't. I don't think he would ever say something like that. Again, remember, he wants to he wants there to be confidence in the economy. And right now, he wants Joe Biden to win the election because, of course, Trump wants to like fire him immediately, whether you agree with it or not. And you know, most of these people are they're political animals in this type of arena. And you know, if I were him, I would want to let the economy continue to be fine, even if inflation starts to tick up. But I don't know if he's going to be able to do so. We'll have to wait and see how that turns out. And hey, Gambit, is on TradingView? No, this is I have it on another window because I have like multiple windows on here. And I just added it onto my screen so you guys can see it. It's a website called AggorTrade, so AGGR.trade, I think it is. If we just go over to Google and type in AGGR trade, AGGR right there. Pop it open. Mine is just showing you guys the data, but this should show you liquidations, trades, and then over here, because this is set to mine, it'll usually show you guys a large chart right here. When you guys see Bitcoin live stream, he has that 10-second chart on there. So maybe let me go over here to copy. Actually, no, let me not copy that. Maybe go over here to incognito mode. This should be a flush one. There you go. A Bitcoin 5-second chart. Right, and I'll have everything over here. And then people like to use this every now and again. Right, so you see some volume on the side. You see some other stuff activity. You'll see the trades coming in. And you see liquidations at the bottom. The liquidations are happening behind my sponsorship ad. So sorry you guys can't see that one. But yeah, you can look at it like this. And you can kind of tweak things with going to the settings. Right, watermarks, horizontal line grids, and so forth. Refresh chart every second. Refresh chart every can be very CPU intensive. Every millisecond, right? And so it's refreshing a lot. I'm not going to do it because I'm streaming and running a whole bunch of programs on my computer right now in order to be streaming. So I don't want to do it too much. But yeah, you can see a lot more fluid moments and stuff. So I'm going to go over here. Actually, I have a pretty good darn CPU. You know, scales, all that good stuff, price alerts, presets, all that good stuff. And of course, what I like about it is you can move it over. Like I want that to be there. I can move this all the way over here. Oh, can I? Come on, let me move it. How do I do this? I don't normally move it from over here. There's a way to move it though. I can shrink this down over here. Oh, you guys can't even see this over here. Never mind. Well, I can shrink this and play around with it all I want, basically. But typically, there's a way to move it across. I just forget how to do it. Oh, there you go. You have to click the Bitcoin to US. You have to click the title. You can drag it along, make it larger. You can move the liquidations over here as well. You can snap to it, do that as well. So it's pretty fun. Let me X out of it though very fast. Bitcoin's starting to come back up a little bit, which is nice to see. There we are. Yeah, I would expect another drop sometime over the next 48 hours. Yeah. Oh, and hey, I'm very happy to see my man 5 a.m. there. Oh, what do you call it? You must be on the East Coast, right? Definitely. Oh, geez. Thank God for coffee, people. Although I have to say my coffee is cold now, so pray for me. I just spilt some coffee as well. Let me get a napkin. Gotta splotch it. You don't wipe, you splotch. All right. More coffee. And hey, Ken, see rates being raised? And hey, oh yeah, we're just in the middle of a crash right now. Bitcoin's down about what, $4,400 in the last few hours. Dramatic. What can you say? I don't know. Like, again, you know, normally when we have these high moments of inflation, we typically do see a peak, and then we come back down, then we go up again. We have a pretty large move. Oh, that. If this was not an election year, I think he would raise rates. I don't know if Jerome Powell has the balls to do it during an election year. I really don't. Because every time we see inflation going up, the news starts to cover it more and more and more. And the official position of the current administration, whether like Biden, Democrats in general, just, you know, because they control the Senate and the presidency, the official position, if you ask any of them on TV, whether it be like ABC, NBC, CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, all of them, right? If you talk to any Biden person, you're going to hear that the economy is good. The economy is fine. There's nothing really wrong going on. Now, you know, they have to put that spin on there, which means they're technically lying when they're doing those spins. But if rates go higher, there's going to be, you know, it's going to be a lot worse. It's going to be a lot worse for the economy. Although inflation going up isn't good for the economy either, because that means everyday people, they start to suffer more and more and more. So, and again, here we go. Another freaking drop right here. I think right now they're just looking for a higher low, to be honest. We can get rid of this since we have a brick of structure now in its place. But I mean, whales, and specifically bearish whales, they're using brute force right now to crush the market, and they're doing a pretty good job at it, I might say. But again, I want to remind you, this is giving you an opportunity to buy. If you guys want to hold for a few weeks to a few months to the end of this cycle, you guys are of course going to be adding to your positions right now. This is not your typical bull market, I understand that, but if you guys are looking for the price of a, you know, $100,000, so forth, this is what you guys are looking for. And, you know, take your time. You don't have to load up on a lot right now if you guys don't want to. I'm always going to have lots of powder here for those larger moves in the crypto market. Hey, no worries, if with Spiff. I like the name. Appreciate it. I really hope that Bitcoin can dump past 48K before the halving. I mean, the halving is what, like 36 days? 34 days right now, yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. 34 days, 12 hours, and 21 minutes. They're really going through those blocks, though. Oh, you know, we haven't checked out X in a minute. Let me go over to X. Bombshell, Barnett. Oh, I don't know any of that type of stuff. Explore. Is Bitcoin trending? How is Bitcoin not trending? Honestly, I don't know why Bitcoin doesn't trend much more on X. I know there's an avid community, especially at 2:55 in the morning or 2:35 in the morning, my time, Pacific time, or, you know, early morning East Coast. There should still be some stuff going on, right? I mean, there should still be people talking about Bitcoin. It's enough to be trending. Let's see. Pre-market looks like it's ready to make a green day despite Bitcoin's woes overnight. Let's see. Well, just because the stock market's going green doesn't mean Bitcoin's going green. How's the pre-market looking? Oh, it's unch. The NASDAQ is down. Oil's down a little bit. That's kind of nice to see. And rates went down a little bit. That's actually nice after a bad day yesterday. Let's see. I did not see this pullback coming, but I'm not worried. The plan remains the same, sitting on my hands while slowly scaling out of the market. Expecting much higher prices in the coming months, so this is just a speed bump. Don't get shaken out. Yeah. Liquidations here. Longs, shorts. This is over the last 5 minutes. Yeah, oh my god, a lot of liquidations happening right now. Let's see. Let's see. Bitcoin is dumping hard. Yeah. Let's see. So far this cycle, the average major Bitcoin pullback is about 20%. If we're getting a similarly sized pullback here, it would put us at $58,000. Not saying it happens, but it probably is wise to make sure you survive if it does. 20% pullback. 1 minute chart's holding up though. That's nice to see. 20% pullback from here. 20% pullback is to $59,000. See? Yeah, 58,000. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's fine. So I was confused what he was talking about for a second. I was like, hey, is that really true? I think in my head I thought $48,000. Wait a second. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Sorry. My brain was turned off there for a second. I've been having a late night. Oh, yeah. Oh, well. I bought the dip. I'm happy about the dip. We'll see what happens next. And on top of this, we're trying to bounce off of the 20-day moving average right now, which should be a good thing to try to bounce off of. Can Bitcoin go up to 70K again? Yes, it can. It should always be trending, in my opinion. Well, I wish, you know, when you go over here to X, right? Hit the Explore tab. There's trending, news, sports, and entertainment. I feel like there should be a finance section in here, right? Maybe it's different for the phones, I think. Maybe there's a business section in there. But even for desktop, I feel like they should have one here. Like, sports, yeah. Entertainment, sure. But why not just have a rotating little thing here and have it be that way? Yeah, even my Seattle's trending close to me. Wonder why. Welcome to Seattle. It was actually a really nice day today. That's true. Yeah, it was very, very nice today. Beautiful day in Seattle. Let's see. Oh, everybody had their boats out. Look at that. Birds coming along. Oh, that's bubbles. I was like, those are birds? Nope, those are bubbles. Ooh, how do I get out of this? There you go. Excuse me. Bighorn is wobbly. Yeah, definitely worth saying that. Hey, Albert. No, he's over. He's somewhere. Oh, he's over there. Here, you guys can say hi to Loki. Hey, boy. Oh, look at you being a good boy. You're very, very good. I like how he just puts his paw and says, no, that's enough. Oh, he wants pets. Up. I'll give you pets. You get up, but I don't know. Okay. Oh, you want to play toy? Okay. Can I have it? Oh, okay. I'm gonna. Oh, he really won't let me have it. He just moved his head away. He's like, no. Oh, wait, here, right here. There we go. Oh. Oh, you okay? Damn, hit his arm. All right, there we go. He's trying to. He was literally just sleeping up until a few minutes ago, though. Now, again, remember, it's 2:39 a.m. my time. This is definitely the time where he sleeps. There we go. Steve. Oh, yeah. Remember, all crypto in general has been going up a lot. Let me go back over here to this one. This view. Last 90 days or last 60 days, whatever, everything is still green, right? Anything not green? Chainlink, but it's still up over time. Internet computer has been having a really bad few months. That's a stable coin. Immutable X has been down a little bit, but overall still good. Is anything actually down over the last? I see stable coins. Monero. Monero is the only thing I see so far that's actually down. That's not a stable coin. Over the last 90 days. Starknet. That's down 5%. I'm not entirely sure if this is accurate because I see like it just horizontal line then up, but we'll see. Jupiter is down 38%. Again, I don't know because we have that line right there. It might be glitched out. Satoshi's right here. This one's down 20%. Helium is down 15%. Most stuff is doing great, you know, and chances are if you're diversified, you're happy. WeMix is down 25%. Terra Classic, you know, why are you buying that? I don't know. That's down 8%. You see like 400%, 180%, 15%, 500%, 300%. FTX token is down 45%. Why you bought the FTX token, I will never know, but it's down. You know, XDC is down a little bit here. Rocket Pools, that one's actually up a little bit, but not really much. FXS is down a little bit. Mostly everything's fine. I mean, hence why we buy the dips though, right? And again, there is going to come a point where you guys aren't even going to be buying the dips anymore. You guys are just going to be scaling out. Like, maybe we have this dip and maybe we come down over the next few weeks. I don't know how much longer I'm going to buy each dip necessarily, right? There might be a time where I'm just looking to scale out from the rest of the market, you know? And I'm like, hey, I bought up a lot for this cycle. I'm pretty happy with it. Like tens of thousands of dollars just invested in the market. A lot with leverage, some without leverage, you know, still doing fine. Maybe it's time for me to stop buying the dip. Right now, I'm still buying the dip, but again, how do I say? Until we start to see that death cross occur on the weekly charts, I'm not going to be totally annoyed, right? death crosses are usually on the 20-week moving average. Crossing below the 50-week moving average is typically my sign. Oh shit, something bad's about to happen. You know, there, and so forth, right? But we're not even close to that happening right now. My big fear is, though, normally once we have these death crosses occur, after we hit all-time highs between the 20 and the 50, typically we do come down quite a bit, right? Come down quite a bit there. We came down a little bit here, but this wasn't an all-time highs. We had to go back over here, yeah. And of course we came back down. To me, we might even be looking at a larger drop there, but normally we don't have that happen too often. I think the ETFs are just really messing with the way we approach this market these days, which is fine. But there's going to come a point where you're not even going to be buying the dips anymore. It's going to be like, hey, I own enough. I'll be happy to start just selling off portions of my cryptocurrency right now. Yep. Let's see. XRP, I think XRP is going to be fine. It's been very underwhelming, I would say. But if you're holding XRP, you're definitely holding it for the long term here. Not even the cycle high, to be honest. If you XRP has just been very much underperforming. It broke out a few weeks ago and it's already coming crashing back down. So it hasn't really been able to get the momentum. And the longer it goes sideways, the more people think about it as something where it just doesn't go up. And so people typically will do a lot more range trading on it than long-term investing where they hope it goes sky high. We've seen this happen with things like Litecoin and what's the other one out there? Well, a few other ones like Litecoin. I forget the other token. Where they don't really go crazy high anymore. They just kind of go sideways and people trade them as such. So they're solid trades, but you're not looking for those parabolic booms and things of that nature. But yeah, so I'm hoping it goes higher. For me, eventually, I do think it'll go to all-time highs and stuff like that. But they're going to have to get all this court stuff behind them before I think people really hop on board. And so far, it's been a huge weight on the price of their assets. But, you know, I own it for long-term holding. So, you know, I hold it in my cycle portfolios. And I also hold a decent amount of it in my long-term portfolios, which I don't want to sell for like 10 to 15 years. So, you know. But I'm much more happy to wait for those 10 to 15 years because I know it'll go higher. Right now, though, you know, it definitely is a higher market cap token, so I don't really feel the need to add so much of it into my cycle portfolios. Can Bitcoin go up again? Yes. Hey, IG, I just explained it a few minutes ago. You can rewind if you want to listen to it in detail. Basically, the market's kind of overextended right now after some really large moves up. And the market was looking for a little bit more of a reason to consolidate because over the past few weeks, every time we tried to take a dip, the buyers came rushing back in because of the full bull market FOMO type of mentality, right? But unfortunately, today we had bad inflation data coming out. So for those of you guys that don't live in America, inflation is a very big deal here because if inflation isn't cooling down, basically what that means is the rates that we have over here, they're not going to be going down as well. And one of the reasons that Bitcoin was pumping up besides the ETF is, and the same with the stock market, everybody assumed that the Jerome Powell was going to be cutting rates sometime soon over the next couple months. In fact, people thought it might even happen this month, but it's definitely not happening this month. So if inflation continues to go higher, we're not going to have rates cut anytime soon, and that's a bad thing for Bitcoin. That's a bad thing for the stock market. And that was just the excuse the bears took to really hammer down Bitcoin because there was a lot of weakness. Basically, the drop in Bitcoin today, I'll show this for you. So we had news come out between like 5 and 6 o'clock. I'm not entirely sure, but 5 o'clock is right here. 6 o'clock is right here. Okay. During those 2 hours, CNBC came out. CNBC. And they had their inflation report. They announced it live, right? Wholesale inflation rose 0.6% in February, more than expected. Not just more, it was double the expectations. So it came as a complete shock to everybody. And when that happened, you saw Bitcoin come down. You saw this. Oh, geez, right here, 11:30 a.m. How do I check this out? I guess I gotta go over here to maybe the SPY. Yeah, I gotta see pre-market action. The stock market started to come back down as well, right there. So everything really started to dump down today. So it wasn't just Bitcoin. On the other end here, the dollar index at 5 o'clock in the morning, yeah, it started to skyrocket. This is not good for the price of Bitcoin. We want to see the dollar index coming back down. In this most recent environment, if I go over here to the weekly charts, or the monthly charts, the dollar's been coming down. That's been giving a good opportunity for Bitcoin to go higher because everybody's anticipating that eventually we're going to break down and we're going to go all the way back over here to sub 100 basically. Unfortunately, it looks like we may go up a little bit more before that happens. And that's why everybody's getting spooked right now. You know? Because again, it's Bitcoin against the dollar. If the dollar has more value, Bitcoin is less against it. Right? You can afford less dollars with Bitcoin if the dollar is being valued as more. Hopefully that makes sense. But again, look at Bitcoin's monthly chart. We're still good. But if you can, you know, from a day-to-day perspective, people are going to be freaking out about this move. But again, I know a lot of you guys are probably seeing me for the first time because normally I don't stream at 3 o'clock in the morning my time. I just kept on going. I had like a full pot of coffee to drink. I don't even know if I'm streaming tomorrow, to be honest. Yeah, I am, but it's going to be late at night like today. I'm taking Saturday off regardless if the market's crashing. I'm going to go get some drinks. I need to take a break. But, what was it? What was I going to talk about? Bitcoin. You guys get the point here. But yeah. Let's see. Oh, and again, you know, I'm still buying up a lot of these dips here. I have limit orders and all that type of stuff. As more and more ETFs start to open across the world, that's more and more ETFs that have to buy Bitcoin as the underlying asset. Just understand that as well. Still a good amount of buyers coming in there right now. And I keep on forgetting that my head is not in the right spot here. There we go. I was going to show you guys something. I was on a roll and I forgot. As soon as I started thinking about alcohol, my brain went fuzzy. Hey Maddox, what are the blue? Oh, so the lines right here, these ones, those are just moving averages. If you type in on Google how to or YouTube how to add moving averages on TradingView, you're literally going to see my face like this, smiling. Well, I don't know if I was really smiling in it, but that. And you'll see how to put them on there. It's a very simple task. It's a 20-day moving average, a 50-day a 20 moving average, a 50 moving average, and a 200 moving average. I have a tutorial that breaks down pretty easily. Oh, I just want to show you. If you guys are new to the channel, YouTube doesn't promote my videos all too much. So be it. I'm fine with it. Luckily, I trade for a living. But I do try to do these videos every now and again where I tell you guys what my thoughts are. This was me outside today. Sorry for the bad quality. I record in HD so it's easier to zoom in. But basically what I'll do is I'll just explain my thoughts. And so today's video was this Bitcoin dip feels different. Here's my plan. So I basically said I bought a little bit of Bitcoin today, but I think it's going to go down lower. And this is again in the morning hours. So we're obviously a lot lower now. And then I tell you guys I have some extra powder. And right now I'm allocating a lot more of those funds over to buying Bitcoin and altcoins. And I'm still going to be buying more altcoins over the next few days if we continue to dip. And I basically just explain everything. And then typically during part of the video, if I'm inside the my house, you guys will see me like this. Maybe just my face. And then I'll show you guys Loki and him having a good time towards the end. And by then, you guys can chill out, you know. He's just peeing and playing with sticks and whatnot and ignoring me. But yeah, so there you guys go. So keep a lookout for those videos. I try to give you guys heads up when I can. And people will share their opinions and stuff like that. I mean, 1,000 views, only 65 likes. Every like matters, every comment matters, so help me out there. But besides that, you know, I try to give you guys updates when I can. YouTube will not do a great job of sharing my content, so if you can, please just be on the lookout for it. I'm going to try to just put my head in there every single time. I'm not even going to have a thumbnail anymore. I'm literally just going to have my head, so when you guys see my head, you guys know it's actually something important. And hey Pete, Michael, if you look at the Bitcoin daily RSI, there's still room to go. There's room to go down on everything. Everything. RSI, stochastic, MACD. The MACD just went bearish today. So that's where I think we can go down a lot more over the next week or so, because we've only started to really tip over here, which is going to be a shame, of course. But if you're looking for buying opportunities, I mean, there you go, right? Hey, no, it's to me. I appreciate it. Why do Americans get charged so much in fees? Tried using Coinbase and fuck. Yeah, it's pretty bad. If you are going to be using quite a bit of money in Coinbase, I would recommend that you guys get Coinbase One. I pay for it. I was doing a trade the other day, and as I moved funds over, like I was selling USDT for USD, like just cash, you know, and I think the fee was like $300 and something. It was like a few $1,000 or something like that. I was selling off to pay bills and whatnot. Vacations, more like it. But with Coinbase One, it was free. The only thing I did have to pay for was the spread. So I think the spread is like 50 cents, something like that. So if I'm selling a USDT at $1 to cash, technically I'm selling it for not $1. I'm selling it for 99.5 cents, which kind of sucks. But it's worth having Coinbase One if you guys are going to be using Coinbase quite a bit. I know it's $30 a month or something like that, but my God, is it just worth the investment? It's saved me thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars since I started using Coinbase. So it's worth it if you guys are moving money around, or you guys are doing a lot more trading. It saves you a lot of money. I just hate having to pay a fee, right? But I'd rather pay that than Robinhood Gold or something like that. You know what I mean? And hey, Kilo, midnight hangouts. I know, right? It's definitely been I don't even know what you want to call this. This is 3 a.m. Hangouts for me. And hey, Christian, greetings from a German in Dubai. How's Dubai? I've been wanting to go to Dubai for quite a bit of time here, just to kind of see what it is, because I always see all these cool stories. I see all the cool stuff around there. I want to experience a nice little crypto party over there. And thanks, Edwards. I appreciate it. For Dogecoin, right now you're probably going to start seeing it. What is Dogecoin right now? 16 cents. You're probably going to see it head back down towards 14 cents to 13 cents here pretty soon. And then from there, over the next few months, probably back up towards 25 to 30 cents, I would anticipate. Because again, eventually Bitcoin's just going to ricochet back up, but Dogecoin's been kind of a laggard until this past few weeks. And funny enough, Dogecoin did the same thing as before. It booms into Bitcoin's Bitcoin dump. I hate that Dogecoin has that bad characteristic. Yet I still own tons of it. Indicators. Here. If you want a trading strategy that I have that I use for my indicators, here. There's a video I have right here. I don't know if it's monetized yet. It's not. Hold on. Oh, I can't put it up. Oh, never mind. I gotta put up another video. Shit. It found music that it doesn't like, so I can't make money off the video. Shit. All right. Well, I'll put that up tomorrow. Get ready. I'll have a video tomorrow that breaks down all of the way I trade personally. But if you go over to my channel, over here, I have playlists on my channel, so you can see most valuable trading lessons and tools, a trading view tutorial, smart money concepts tutorial, smart money concepts one right here, right? If you guys go to YouTube, and you guys, this will make it a lot easier for you guys. Type in smart money concepts Lux Algo. Smart money concepts Lux Algo. So this is my video. This is my video. That's my video. That's my video. I might have a few more down here, but you don't have to scroll down that far. This one is good. This is a 10-minute long video. It shows you everything you really need to know. And if you're looking for a very long tutorial, you can click on this one. But if you guys want to support the channel, type in Smart Money Concepts Lux Algo, click this video or this video and just watch the entire thing. You're going to learn a whole bunch. And it's a good solid strategy for most people out there. Some people just don't know how to trade all the way just yet when it comes to swing trading or day trading. So it's nice to kind of see that that style there. Let's go to Dubai. I would love to go to Dubai. Oh, there we go. But yeah, there's a few indicators on there. Plus, I have lots of tours on my channel if you guys want to check it out. Ooh, Melbourne. Oh god, I know it's hot over there. Same as everybody Dubai. And hey, Randy, dude, you stayed up all night? I know. Dude, I know. Powerafter live. Right now in this bull market, I'm usually on for maybe 4 hours a day, usually. I make videos throughout the day kind of sharing my thoughts, though. That's what I try to do. Today, I've been live for a little over 6 hours now, so cheers. Good morning. Another idea for crypto party, Mykonos. Ooh, that sounds really, really good. Ooh, in Florida too. It's okay, I was born here. I haven't been to Florida in a hot minute. Where am I going? This year I'm going to Vegas a couple times. I'm going to Philadelphia to visit a friend. And I'm going to California a couple times. Then I have to go over to Panama for a while, if I'm going there for a week. And then I might hit up I might also hit up Costa Rica just for fun. Anything else I'm doing? New York maybe. Maybe there's a I might go to the Bitcoin event in Tennessee, but I don't know. I don't want to pay for the tickets. I want to get a free ticket because I'm an influencer. I'm being cheap, I know, or frugal, I know, but still. Hoping to get some free tickets there. Then maybe I'd pay for my flight, I guess, but still, I don't have to pay for it. Yeah, I've heard the crime rates in Dubai are very, very low as well. As long as you're not acting like a fool, I think it's fine. You know, just people in America, we can act pretty wild sometimes. We don't really face the consequences of our actions. A lot of other countries in Europe or Latin America or those places, like if you act crazy, you are going to get arrested, and you do not want to get arrested in other countries. America, you know, it's bad sometimes, but not nearly as bad as other countries. Should you hold Bitcoin? I mean, I like to hold Bitcoin. I can't tell you what you should be doing, but yeah, I'm happy to buy tons of Bitcoin and hold it for the long term here. Keep doing the 3 a.m. so the East Coast can get some early morning updates. I know, right? I mean, I bet there's some streamers on right now too. If I go over here to if I go to Bitcoin live. Bitcoin live liquidation watch, that's pretty active, of course, because Bitcoin's been going down. You know, I actually don't see many people out there. Let me go over here to Bitcoin again. Let's go over here to incognito mode. Let me close this up for Fairdesk. That trade is now done. Thank God I got out when I did for the profit. Okay, live. Okay, there's me. Yay, cool. Look at me. I'm so serious. Wow, there's like nobody streaming right now. Yeah, that's surprising. Every now and then you see somebody that wants to grind. Maybe I grind too much, but you know, I want to get to 100,000 subscribers. After 100,000, like I want to go to 150,000 subscribers. What are we at right now? 92,741. W crypto. Oh no, she's not actually trading. Oh, nobody's even watching these videos. Pocket option live trading. Oh, so she's option trading. Oh, these are binary signals. Oh no, I'm not a binary signal person. Binary options are the weirdest thing ever. Moon charts. He's talking. You know, he's doing a good job. Look at him. Easy Forex pips. There's people talking, but they're not English, so kind of, you know, but it's nice to see people learning across the world here. Dude, people really try to show off for streams. It's kind of weird. Forex trading. There we go. So there are some people live, but not really much, of course. Hey Garcia, why am I still up? I don't know, man. I don't know. Basically, usually when I see the market about to do something a little bit more drastic, I usually go live for a little bit longer over time just to kind of hang out with you and watch it happen. That's typically why. People usually freak out, ask a bunch of questions, and I try to help people as best I can. And then, you know, I want to grow my channel, so being live at these later times when something drastic has happened like I was a few minutes ago, typically, you know, I'll get subscribers from it, grow the YouTube brand and whatnot, that type of stuff. And also, I just like to chill, right? I mean, I trade for a living, so like after I'm done with the stream, I'm literally just gonna go to bed. I'll wake up when I wake up. In the morning, I'll check the market to see what's happening. We'll probably be up a little bit here. After that, I will go out, take my dog outside, and we'll go run around and have some fun. You know, he'll be able to get some exercise in there. I'll go run some errands, and then since tomorrow's Friday, if the market's stable, I might take the day off from streaming, and I might just go out and grab some drinks in downtown Seattle. Although, ooh, I don't know. No, I'm going with my grandmother to go clothes shopping. I've been trying to hang out with my grandmother more because we've been more estranged over the past few years. And I'm trying to, well, we're trying to get back on good terms with each other, I would say. So I invited her to go out with me clothes shopping tomorrow because I'm going to buy some outfits for Las Vegas. So I'm going to buy myself a few button-up shirts, some new slacks, a pair of nice shoes, you know, so I can break them in before I go out. I'm going to buy some nice casual button-up shirts like these, you know, and because the summer is approaching, I want to look good. But yeah. Yeah. That's kind of, I just have my own schedule. I don't make it too complicated. And again, it's hard to get it monetized. It's very, very difficult. You really got to grind when you're a crypto creator at the beginning. What do you call it? The Bitcoin Live liquidity channel with 22 subscribers? Hey, that's a little bit. I'll subscribe to you there. What do you call it? It's hard to break into cryptocurrency. It really is. Because right now, I don't think the market's necessarily so saturated, but I think you have to still need to grind for it. People usually these days don't want to grind, but I think with the monetization, you have to have. Oh no, there's different rules. So you have to have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, but live streams do not count towards watch hours. Last time I checked on YouTube, so it's a whole different process. You got to actually like post videos and stuff, and it's oh god, it's annoying. Hey Edward, if you're gonna trade, might as well stream and share your thoughts. Yeah, well, I did a trade earlier, and it didn't really work out the best. But I bought over here on this last because I was like, okay, we're slowing down a little bit. Let me buy right here. I saw a potential move coming up, so I bought. And then I had a price target of this bar up here. I'm gonna get rid of it, but the price target was right there, okay? See me. And then over here, I started to see some weakness right over here. So I was like, okay, I'll move my stop loss up. So I moved my stop loss up to here from the original place, which is over here. All right. Yeah. I think that was what the stop loss was originally, over here or over here. But anyway, we ended up coming back down. So instead of walking away with 100% profit with it was a 50x leverage play. Instead of walking away with 100x leverage or 200x leverage, yeah, 200x leverage plus, I think it was. Instead of walking away with 226% profit, I was only able to get like 50% profit or something like that. So I was able to walk away with a win, money, but not as much money as I wanted to. So, but luckily I moved it up, right? Because otherwise, yeah, that was pretty dramatic. What do you say? I would have got stopped at over here and lost my money. I thought about buying over here, but only because of this. I was hoping I might get a little bit closer. If it did, I might have made another trade, but now I'm just like, I'll wait and see what happens next. Again, if you're working with a team, it makes it so much easier. You can kind of distribute the work. I was lucky that I was trading options at the time when I started, so I was able to kind of like, pay for certain stuff. But it definitely goes a long way there. So yeah, Bitcoin Live liquidity channel. Check it out. Oh, hey, Houndrat. You seem hella genuine. It's nice to see, bro. I'll be sure to hit the bell. Thanks for being here for people when they get all emotional. Dude, we're all emotional. I'm a pretty monotone person, but like, the way I think about it, most YouTubers that you see, they feed off of your emotions so they can get more views and clicks and stuff like that. I understand it. I gotta make a video about this. But the way crypto YouTubers make money, and you'll notice this about me and all other channels out there, is we all partner with exchanges. So I'm partnered with Fairdesk Exchange and BYDFi Exchange, and maybe pretty soon CoinW Exchange if I can make a deal with them. And what I do, the way my channel typically makes money, is I encourage you guys to go to their exchange. Maybe I don't encourage you guys maybe as much as they pay me to, but I pretty much say, hey, test it out. If you like it, then you can put money in there. Don't put money in there first. But anyway, and then if you guys trade on that exchange with futures and stuff like that, I get a portion of the fees that you guys generate. So I split the fees with exchange. So if I, as a trader, get you very, very excited and you guys start to trade willy-nilly, that means you guys are trading more, which means there's more money going into my pocket because of the fees. Okay? So that's usually the way we make money. And it works out pretty well, except for that if we make you guys very excited, you guys typically do very bad trades when you guys are very, very excited. Not just you guys, me included, right? And so you guys lose your money very, very fast. And then we try to get a new person to take your place, a new person that wants to trade. And they burn through all their money because they're trading kind of fast and crazy. And it goes on and on and on. It's a horrible cycle. What I tried to do instead, which is one of the reasons I'm able to get some pretty good deals with, how would you say, you call them? Exchanges, is that I work with you guys a little bit differently. So typically what I'll do is I'll say, hey, if you guys like this exchange, you can hop on there and you can put some money in there, right? And then of course you do that. But my goal is that you guys don't blow up your account, because if you guys make your account larger and larger and larger, that means you guys are making me money and the exchange money more and more and more, and you guys are making profit. So you're winning, the exchange is winning, and I'm winning, right? I wanted that to happen. But again, that takes a lot more time. It's not as nearly as exciting. And because it's not as exciting, my subscribers don't grow like other channels, because the algorithm on YouTube, it's built around two main concepts. It's built around CTR, which is click-through rate, how often you click on the thumbnails. And then the other one is called average view duration. Are you guys actually watching the entire video? If you guys know me now, you guys know I'm not the most exciting guy to watch. I hope that making the money is the most exciting thing that you guys are going to enjoy. However, if you guys are making money, I'm happy with it. Like, let's see if I can find this. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Hold on a second here. Oh, yes. Search. So can I zoom in here at all? So far, for the people that follow me on Fairdesk, right? People that, you know, they're walking away this month so far with a profit of about $35,000. So far, they're doing pretty darn well, right? Most of it's coming from futures. Only not much has actually come from copy trading. I've kind of given up on copy trading when it comes to Fairdesk. But, you know, the people that follow me, they're up around $35,000 as a whole. So that might mean a few people only made a few $100. Some guy made like $35,000, something like that. Or maybe some guy made $70,000 and somebody lost $40,000 and they all kind of went there. But you know, it works out pretty well. I enjoy it. But again, it's a totally different way of trying to work with exchanges, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's a different way though. I'm trying to make better videos and stuff like that. So I hired an editor a few days ago or a few weeks ago. I have one video coming out, pretty much just like the downfall of BitBoy. It's gonna be more of a dramatic video. And then now that I know his skills, I'll be able to use him for tutorial videos, like, hey, or not tutorial, but like here's the top 5 AI tokens that I'm looking at. Here's the top 5 metaverse tokens I'm looking at. Here's the top 5 meme tokens I'm looking for, top 10 or whatever. I can kind of spend a little bit of time breaking them down, but they have fancier animations. So while you're learning, you're being stimulated, so you stay longer. Therefore, I get more views, more clicks, and stuff like that. And hey, Edward, oh, you can't trade it with margin leverage in Canada? Oh man, I mean, at least you can trade with spot still, but yeah, your winnings are definitely, or your profits are definitely going to be hit by that one. So here, is Fairdesk available in the UK? I have a link down below. You can check on it. If it's not available, you're going to get a clear message from Fairdesk or any exchange that says, hey, your IP address is in the bad, not, I was about to say bad neighborhood, but it's in the, it's in a country that is not supported. And do I have a group where I go over setups and strategies? Usually I do that, usually just on here, but I would say I think I have a link for Telegram down below. I'm going to start posting on there a little bit more, but what I'm going to do, I forgot to do it this weekend, because of course I've been streaming for so long. I'm going to create a new Telegram group. Like, one is a Telegram page where I just post and nobody else can post. I'm going to make a Telegram group where all of you guys can post and stuff like that. But I know I'm going to need some moderators over there, which is going to be a hassle because from what I understand, Telegram spam is a real thing. There's a lot of it. So I want to try to make sure there's not as much spam so people aren't influenced to buy some shitty token, you know? Maybe you can use VPN. There's lots of people that use VPNs. Be careful with them, but honestly, I don't think the government really tries to track it all too much. If there's a KYC type of thing, you may have to show ID and stuff. And then once they go through that process, they'll be like, oh, no, we can't accept you. But most of the time, people typically don't care. Oh, and yeah, we do have a Discord, that's as well. I've been trying to get that going back up again. There we are. Does anyone know what Tame's live stream is on? Every now and again, people that run servers like Tame and me, our servers go down and we have to kind of reboot them. Chances are he's sleeping right now, so it's just not on. Like my channel, for example, I have 1 live stream going, 2 live streams going, 3 live streams going, 4 live streams going. I have 5 live streams going right now. All right. It's a lot. If you go over here to Tame the Ark, there you go. Just talking about him a little bit ago. It just turned off a little bit ago, it looks like. Live. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it looks like they probably just went down over the last few minutes. I'm not entirely sure what. Maybe he accidentally put a music on there. That could have happened. Wait, what? Play New World with 5-year-old, $10 Amazon. Wait, what? Tame the Ark. No, this is his channel. Maybe he plays with his kid. I'm not entirely sure. Tame the Ark, yeah. But yeah, basically, I don't know. Every now and again, there's reasons that streams get turned off. It should be back on probably pretty soon, if you ask me. Oh, and hey, thanks, Nigel. I appreciate that. If you're here long enough, like literally a couple weeks, the job is yours. I just want to get used to people before I put them as mods. I just had a new mod a few weeks ago, and there was so much drama all of a sudden. I didn't know what the heck to do. He seemed like a really chill guy. He was fine. But I guess there was a little bit of spit spat going on with other mods, and I was just like, please cool down. The one thing I hate is drama. The one thing I absolutely hate is drama. So when there was drama, I was like, okay. But he asked to be removed as a mod, and I took him off, and he got mad that I actually did it, and I was like, I don't know. I'm not used to the multi-level thought processes of people. if a non-YouTube premium watches, they get ads if you get revenue sharing, right? How do you get benefit from a premium member that doesn't get ads? So YouTube will pay me. I still get money for you guys watching with premium. I just get a portion of I get like maybe a few cents every minute that you guys watch or something like that. So that's basically what's happening. So I still get paid for people that watch my stuff in the premium. But what I got to do right now, honestly, is I have to delete this because I have music on it, which I have the permission to do the music, but I don't want to go through the process of, how do you say, actually, no. I'm going to keep this open until I update the new one so I can copy all the metadata on top of it. Where's that? DaVinci Resolve. Let me see. It's a simple fix. All I gotta do is delete the music down below. I have permission from another company, but usually I have to upload the license. That can take up to 30 days to fix it. And so typically I don't like to do that. So what I'll do is I go down here. Right click, cut. There we go. SM guide. We'll have this be a 4K rendering. Add to the render K, add, and then after I'm done streaming, I'll turn it on. It takes like maybe 12 minutes to render 4K for like half an hour video, so my computer's pretty good with it. But yeah, so I got to replace that. Then upload a new video. Got the thumbnail already made. It's 40-minute video. Yeah, geez. And then from here, it'll be a nice little tutorial. Do I think Robinhood will have stop losses for crypto? Maybe in the future. I know they have it for stocks. I just don't know why they don't have it for crypto. It's very, very weird. And hey, Parallel on Tinder. I like the name. How do you feel about alt dominance and total 3 market cap? On track for a full altcoin bull run? Yeah, so I'm still bullish. I'm still loading up on a lot of different tokens right now, especially the meme tokens, the metaverse tokens, and the AI tokens primarily. Right now we're seeing a lot of bleeding coming out with Bitcoin. That's fine. I'm putting a lot more money personally into altcoins than I am Bitcoin and Ethereum right now. That's because I believe that the altcoin season hasn't even necessarily started yet. We've had some pretty good runs, but I think we have a lot further to go. And I know I'm going to get much more of a return on those altcoins. So much so that I've actually been doing some longer term holds when it comes to leverage trading. So we're doing a lot of 2x and 3x long holds, where we're going to be holding them for the next few months here. We did the same thing back in December, from December to March, December 21st to March 2nd. And then we ended up walking with about $8,000 in profit. So it was really nice. We just started that up a little bit to last Thursday. I bought a little bit more today. It's Thursday. Next Thursday, I'll buy even more. And then we'll keep on doing that more and more and more here. But Bitcoin dominance should continue to go higher and higher, especially once we start to really get a kick and we're going up to 80,000, 90,000, 100,000. Once Bitcoin starts to peak and we go sideways for a bit, full on altcoin season, it might only last maybe 1 to 2 months of pure euphoric bliss. But during that euphoric bliss, I'm going to be selling off around 80 to 90% of all of my altcoins for this cycle. And then if there is another wave down the road, I won't care. I'll still be able to sell the last bit of it, but I'm not going to really try to go back in for a double dipping because then I'm afraid it's going to, drop back down. But as far as I'm concerned right now, dominance is right where I want it. It's nice. I like to see Bitcoin gain more and more because, to me, it's just more of a slingshot getting ready for those larger moves, which is again why I'm loading up on those AI tokens. Primarily, a lot of those AI tokens are already at all-time highs right now, so they have like sky's the limit type of mentality. Even some of the older tokens, like some of the meme tokens that we've seen with Dogecoin, Sheep, still very good opportunities. I have been putting a lot more money into things like Miro, My Lady token, or My Lady token, Dog Whiff Hat, stuff like that. And of course, when it comes to AI tokens, Ajax, RLC, FA, World token, those ones have been going very, very well for me, although I have sold a lot of those things off in March. I wonder how those are doing now though. So I sold everything March 2nd on that other portfolio. So March 2nd is before this last Bitcoin pump, right? So how is WIF token since March 2nd? Definitely gone up higher. Ocean Protocol, March 2nd. Pretty much where it was, but it did go higher. Again, I don't sell at the all-time highs. I just sell when I feel like it. RLC, March 2nd. Pretty much where it was March 2nd, yeah. Render, it went a lot higher. World Token, a lot higher. So, again, I'm already adding more to my positions and so forth. But again, you can think of Ajax, I sold right here March 2nd. I also bought all the way down here. Yeah, over here. So, I'm happy with the positions. Probably should have waited one more week, but buying Pepe and stuff like that. Well, yeah, I mean, what? Pepe March 2nd over here. Oh, a day before the nice pump right there. But again, the average over here, you get the breakouts. What is that profit? No, it's right here. This is March 2nd. Oh, right there. Okay. 304% profit with the 2x leverage. You know what I mean? Different ways of going about it. Mana, of course. I've been buying more mana here. I'm hoping mana actually in these metaverse tokens go up a lot higher. But so far they're doing fine. I'm just starting to dollar cost average a little bit more heavily here. Next week I'll buy more. I didn't go as heavy in today, although I do have a lot of limit orders being placed, and those ones have been triggering, I guess. I'm hoping to see altcoins come down a little bit more over the next week or so, and I'm hoping I can be a little bit greedy or frugal, whatever you want to call it, and buy some more there. But overall, I'm excited for altcoin season to kick off. See. And then Michael, yeah, the last hour's been pretty good. We're basically bouncing off of the 20-day moving average right now. That's basically what's happening from a technical perspective. Go over here to this. Right. Bouncing right off of it. We came closer to over here as well, and we started to slingshot back up. Right now, it feels like we definitely want to break down below this and come down another leg. That's I'm kind of concerned about, but I'm just going to be buying that dip as it comes up. If something really, really bad to happen, were to happen, then Bitcoin might come back down to $52,000, something like that. But we are in the midst of a bull market, and normally we don't see these types of larger downward moves during a bull market here. Remember, go back over here to post-COVID, I guess you would say. So COVID drop over there, right? Normally we might have a drop like this every now and again, right? So I mean, we've already broken above all-time highs. All-time highs was right over here. And you can see we typically just have these dips where we come down for a little bit of time. Maybe we come down for a couple weeks or so, but eventually it just keeps on roaring back up and up and up. I would anticipate it something being more like this here, right? And not so much like this type of move, especially with ETFs. ETFs actually may make this a little bit difficult to actually have a prolonged move down. But regardless, I'm going to be here to load up on a lot of different stuff because once we start to hit these levels, there's not so many more dips we have. Remember, a lot of people's price targets for Bitcoin is maybe anywhere between, like $100,000 and perhaps up to, let's get this right here, to maybe $150,000. Well, if you look at it, $100,000 is right here. Pretty darn close. If you want to go up to $150,000, which can definitely happen, don't get me wrong, that's right there. In the scheme of things, we're pretty darn close. We might only have, if we continue on this monthly thing, we might only have like maybe 5 to 6 more months of good times. Then we're probably going to consolidate and crash. So, enjoy it while enjoy these 6 months while you can, right? But again, I'm still happy with where Bitcoin is right now. There you go. A little bit more consolidation never fails. I got Gala a little bit. Yeah, I've been buying up some for a while. It's definitely something I'm holding for the cycle high, though. It's not something I like to day trade at all. And hey, so yes, you can. Let's take a snooze we don't lose. I know, right? Let's see what's happening right here. I mean, overall, it's still a pretty good move, though, right? There we are. And so far, just consolidation, yeah. But okay, everybody, I'm going to end the stream right here. I'm tired. I've been streaming for like 7 hours now. I need to get some sleep because it currently is like 3:30 a.m. my time. what I would recommend though is you guys keep a pretty close eye on the markets this morning. The big goal for Bitcoin today is not to break down below the 20-day moving average. If we break down below this today or tomorrow, this is where you guys are going to see another dump where altcoins go down ferociously, where you can see altcoins going down another 15 to 20% off of what we've already seen today. All right, that'd be the big move. If that does occur, I will be bloating up on a lot of different altcoins. I'll let you guys know that now. I'll just be buying up a lot, and I will put out a video tomorrow in the morning telling you guys what I want to be doing and how I'm going to be trading this, just so you guys can see kind of an update and in the know. Just keep a lookout for it. So make sure you guys are subscribed if you guys haven't already. Otherwise, YouTube just does not share my content all too much. But really, it comes down to the 20-day moving average today. If we break down below this, it's going to be pretty darn drastic. Second, one of the reasons we came down today was inflation data. It sucks. Inflation's not good out here in America. It's going higher all of a sudden, which is giving the market a little bit of concern. If you guys look at the US dollar chart today, while Bitcoin's coming down, the dollar chart was going sky high. It doesn't look like a lot, but it's a lot for the dollar index. So that was a little bit of a reason to be concerned. Next week, next Tuesday and Wednesday, primarily Wednesday, Jerome Powell is going to be talking about interest rates and having the FOMC meeting. That is going to be another big catalyst for the market. So really, be careful as we approach that day. Next Wednesday is going to be 20th right here. In a few more days, we could also have a larger move down where Bitcoin possibly goes back down towards $60,000 and less. So keep that in mind. As America's inflation markets and when our Fed makes decisions, it's going to lead to a very volatile next 7 to 8 days. Please manage your risk appropriately. It is going to be chaos for a little bit of time. Hopefully there's no big news that really scares people off this week. But next Wednesday, you're going to be expecting a lot of volatility. Tomorrow is the last day of the market. For the ETFs, excuse me. And as we approach what happens over the weekend, we might be able to see some stabilizing forces. But tomorrow for today's candle, we might come back down more, and same for tomorrow's candle. So Friday and Saturday are probably going to be the most bearish activity. We may cool off a little bit as Sunday and Monday comes along. And then once Wednesday comes along, it could be a $5,000 up day. It could be a $5,000 down day. It could be catastrophic. It could be like glorious. So just make sure that you guys are enjoying these dips for you guys that want to be holding for longer term assets. And if you guys are day trading, just make sure to have those stop losses in. Otherwise, you guys are going to be in a world of pain if Bitcoin starts to shoot up one way or the other. Because as the market opens up today, you might see ETFs look to sell. And at this point, we've had our first turnover on the MACD where everything is pointing down in a hot minute. So I'm going to be probably looking for another opportunity to buy when Bitcoin's down a little bit less than where it is now. I've started to buy a little bit, but I feel like I want to buy more, and I feel like what Bitcoin is going to be going down quite a bit more before we start to go back up towards $80,000, $90,000 plus. Okay, so have a good night, everybody. Thank you guys so much for watching, and please make sure to subscribe. And if you guys want to do me a huge favor, go over to how do I do this? Go over to YouTube. A lot of you guys are asking about the trading strategy. If you guys go over to YouTube and you guys type in smart money concepts, Lux Algo, this is the strategy that I use to go full time. Basically, you guys can see this video right here. Click on this. It'll break down how to set up the chart. And if you guys want to know the trading strategy, I'll post that video in the morning, but you guys should really watch this video here. It's only like 3 months old basically, but Smart Money Concepts Lux Algo, you'll see this little hooded figure there. And it should be a good way for you guys to learn how to set up your charts so it looks a little bit more like mine, okay? So, have a good night, everybody, and thank you guys so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. Thanks.